Arc 9, Chapter 40, Flash Remnade. Human translated by Archbishop Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art sources Magician Rakaroka. Having fallen victim to Roy Alford of gluttony, Arto Suwon was forcefully removed from the battlefield. As one blessed with the divine protection of the soul of language, the man who had accumulated its highest level of mastery in history had done exactly as he had proclaimed, humiliating Aldebaran's group, the enemies of the world, and inflicting great suffering upon them. That was why the conclusion of his lonesome battle was brought about by a ruthless imprisonment that left no opening for counterattacks, leaving him completely helpless. His words were sealed, his actions were sealed, his tricks were sealed, his wits were sealed. Every weapon in his arsenal was sealed away, and finally, even the memories that defined who he was were stolen away. Thus was how Arto Suwon was utterly defeated. When Aldebaran's group resolved to seal him away with such overwhelming force that gave no time to plan a countermeasure, even Arto found himself powerless, unable to resist. Because it was impossible to predict exactly when and where his opponents would launch a counterattack, he was unable to construct a trap zone using his signature divine protection. And so, there was absolutely nothing Arto Suwon could have done upon being attacked, his last resort merely being a desperate struggle in the event of an assault. He had simply left instructions for the Zada bugs to fly off en masse so that his location would have been revealed in the event he was defeated. Al knew Rem before they met in the Empire, before Gluttony even ate her memories. There's no doubt about it. That was when the imaginary Subaru voiced his opinion while they were in the midst of planning a surprise attack. With his arms and legs crossed as he sat in midair, Subaru's stern face caused Petra to recall the events inside Subaru's memories, in the royal capital where Al and Rem had crossed paths. That was when Subaru made a major blunder at the castle and was desperately trying to make up for it. Although Petra did feel that Subaru's reckless behavior back then was quite bad, she did not feel completely disillusioned towards him. However, Subaru himself remembered it as an utterly humiliating experience that made him squirm just thinking about it. In fact, everyone who was there must have looked down on Subaru's reckless behavior, so the only person who would not feel disillusioned by his actions, if Petra were excluded, would be Rem, who had been blindly devoted to him as far back as then. Be that as it may, Subaru, unable to escape the cycle of negative emotions, had visited Priscilla's mansion in search of a way to save Emilia, who was being attacked by the witch cult. There, Subaru received an incredibly harsh and cold response from Priscilla, but the crucial connection between Al and Rem was revealed right there as he was being expelled from the mansion. He did not know the specific reason, however. Subaru. Al mistakenly called Rem by Ram's name and was extremely shocked by that fact. When I asked Rem about it, she said she had never met him before. Petra. So Alsan knew about the two of them beforehand. Perhaps he researched the rival camps for the royal selection, or something like that. Subaru. So you're saying Al could have been in charge of the Priscilla camp's countermeasures against the other royal selection camps. I don't think that's impossible, but it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that Al knew Rem, in other words, Petra. Just like with all of us, when Alsan sees Remni-sama, his memories should get all mixed up. Subaru. Exactly. I would call it a flash remnade. With a silent snap of his fingers, Subaru winked, and Petra gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, Petra was reluctant to treat Rem like a flash grenade, but she and the others had already confirmed that there was no way to counteract the effects of memories returning. As seen with Petra and the Subaru within her, or Ram, the deeper the relationship and attachment, the greater the impact, but even the slightest opening was still an opening. All that was left was to take advantage of that opening. Petra, let's show Alsan just how angry we are. Let us here give an explanation for the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford. His nature bearing the disposition of bizarre eating, wielding the birther of myriads of tragedies, the authority of gluttony, Roy had completely incapacitated Arto Suwon, tormentor of the Aldebaran party. His eclipsing had not only incapacitated Arto, but chewed and digested his 22-year-old walk of life. assimilating his joys, his angers, his sorrows, the culmination of all that which was his, into a heterogeneous blend, which was eaten up in one breath from atop the platter. Wringing his throat, upon finishing the incorporeal meal, Roy tasted the life of Otto Suwon, commanding a greater precision and degree of freshness than a deep read of a book of the dead, tasting an adequate breadth of alternating joys and sorrows for it, having overcome so-so trials and tribulations, with somewhat rich seasoning and flavor, he bestowed to it an evaluation of 2 stars. By evaluating what was eaten this way, it felt as though he had fallen heir to the spirit of gourmet belonging to his sibling who had already lost his life, lay baiting Cato's. But setting that aside, to eat one's memories meant it was possible to know that being's way of thinking and philosophy, and to its extreme, while in the midst of battle, even learn the orders of things that were planned, what had been schemed and plotted. Therefore, originally, despite the aftertaste of triumph and sense of accomplishments felt after Otto's defeat, sensing the ambush planned for the subsequent instant should have been a simple and spontaneous task to accomplish. However, it did not transpire so, because Otto had not shared plans with his comrades about what tangible actions they would take after he had been incapacitated. Merely, Otto Suwon had solemnly believed. Should he just extend a signal for the moment he would comprehensibly be incapacitated, his comrades would not let it go to waste, because he, devoid of plans or anything such, bet everything on just powerful bonds. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Aldebaran Sama." Unmistakably, it had happened in the blink of an eye, a closing and opening of the eyes. At the presence of the blue-haired girl who had interloped in that instant, while a matter of course for Aldebaran, neither Yi nor Roy, nor even Aldebaran could react. An outsider who was not supposed to be there had suddenly appeared without warning. That alone was enough to pry an instant from veteran soldiers. But in this scene, the one onto which that had been most lethal was Aldebaran, for whom it did not end with a mere instant. Aldebaran, Yi naturally had no acquaintance with her. Roy was exempt due to it being his own authority, and Aldebaran, while sharing in his memories, possessed a fundamentally different soul. Thus it was a phenomenon that did not occur for any of them, stimulating the black-stained memories etched into his soul, alongside the sensation of something that had been removed being forced back into his brain. Aldebaran's consciousness went white. Regardless of who had defined it as such, it was a flash grenade of memories. Al-Sama, a shrill, frantic voice called to him, and hands that reached out from beyond his white-stained vision grabbed hold of him. However, that did not save Aldebaran from his predicament. Aldebaran, the legs that ought to have been firmly planted on the ground, hurtled through the air, and as Aldebaran basked in a ferocious wind, he lost his sense of up, down, left, and right, and realized his body had begun revolving. Unable to control his body, still lording overhead was the blue sky wherein shone the glaring sun as that radiance scorched his black eyes. Aldebaran realized something. Through some means, he had been teleported straight into the sky, thrown outside of his territory. Aldebaran, HK, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Re-establishing the territory that had been forcibly severed, Aldebaran grit his teeth. Forced to go along with the opponent's plans, he had been driven to update his matrix. No longer could he return to before the surprise attack a moment prior. But if he lagged behind in his decision to update it, Aldebaran would have been defeated with nothing he could do in return. Aldebaran's authority was invincible, but that was entirely within the set bounds of his established territory. Were he to perish outside of those bounds, he would be the same as the many lives who were not afforded any second chances. Aldebaran, digesting the circumstances he had been placed in, Aldebaran's consciousness concentrated on reality. Given that he had been forced to update his matrix, to Aldebaran, everything from here on out would be both a treasure and a calamity, a tailwind and a headwind, a virtue and an evil. Aldebaran, sky, the roaring hum of the wind, the violent sense of suspension that seemed to strike his body. The fact that he was falling from such a high altitude despite having no memory of being sent up there meant that the due procedures had been omitted. For a moment, what flashed through Aldebaran's mind was the authority of the strongest witch, but that could not be it. If the opponent had truly been that witch, the phenomenon that occurred would have differed. He would not have been thrown out into open air like this, and above all, Aldebaran would have been killed 100 times over before he could even blink. Hence, he could eliminate that possibility from the multitude of worst-case scenarios. As he narrowed down the possibilities, he gathered his surrounding situation in parallel. At present, if there were any irregularities nearby Aldebaran as he was being jostled by the wind, that would be Alsama. Tightly grabbing onto Aldebaran's single arm and clinging on was Yi. Just before he had been thrown out into the sky, she had pounced on Aldebaran just as he had frozen up from having eaten the flashbang of memories, and thus had been sent up from the forest to the sky along with him. Whether he ought to count that as a blessing or a curse, Aldebaran mentally separated the things he could and could not do now that Yi was here, and decided on the first action to take. That was, Yi, I'll steady our posture. Alsama, don't part from me, Aldebaran. Arbog. Simultaneous to Yi embracing him and attempting to form some sort of countermeasure against falling, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package within his mouth and gulped down the poison. He could tell that Yi had widened her crimson eyes and was looking at him with an expression of surprise. But given that he had already ended up taking a lethal dose, there was no helping it. Yi, I'll ask later. Blood frothed at the corners of his mouth, and tasting rusted iron as that mercilessly defiled the inside of his helmet. Aldebaran's consciousness was crushed by the wind. Times Aldebaran. HK. It was something he had known would happen, but reality seemed to follow up by greeting him with the howling wind. When he opened his shut eyelids, ever present there was the odious radiance of the sun as it glared down at him intently. Aldebaran grasped that he was surrounded by several hundreds of meters of sky. Aldebaran, you've gotta be kidding me. Warping, instantaneous travel, teleport. No matter how one chose to express it, the result was the same, in the sense of manipulating physical space. That which fell in the realm of yin magic was a hyper spell that necessitated all sorts of conditions be met. If one carefully constructed the technique and erected a field wherein it was etched, it would be possible to create a limited warp connected by two doors through that field. Or probably even without advanced preparations, if a caster could simply visualize the coordinates of a destination and constructed the technique to send their target there with the preparedness to fully expend their own gate, they might have been able to issue just a one-way ticket. Times, ultimately, the phenomenon that had sent Aldebaran and Yi into the sky was at an impossible level of difficulty, even if technically achievable through magic, which meant that some other form of foul play was involved. Not once had he gotten word of a divine protection that could physically interfere with others to such an extent. Of course, like in the case of Reinhard, divine protections thought to be trivial could be implemented in an unusual way, and there were also those who would end up tailoring them into dreadful weapons of war. But Aldebaran, this is different. But if it's an authority, as far as Aldebaran knew, the existing authorities of wrath, gluttony, and lust belonged to the Sin archbishops, while sloth and greed were both in the possession of Natsuki Subaru. Excluding Aldebaran's authority, which ought to be classified as all manners of unenumerated, supernumerary, and appropriated, the leftover possibilities were pride, as well as vanagloria and tristitia. The last two were supposed to be unusable by anyone, so the only candidate remaining was pride. Times Aldebaran, pride has come, sprung up, gotten involved. Nah, that ain't what matters here. Be it someone Aldebaran knew who had been chosen as pride, or be it someone he did not know who had gotten involved as pride, that which he ought to focus on was the possibility that he had made an enemy of an authority holder. Save for Natsuki, Subaru, and Reinhard, the only variables that could pose a threat to Aldebaran were unmistakably those who held authorities, none other than those destroyers of concepts, permitted to bend the very rules of the world, trampling upon them as they pleased. Times Aldebaran. All right, settle down. Are you finally done panicking after being forced to go along with your enemy's plans? Feeling as if he heard those words voiced by the roaring wind, Aldebaran gave his reply. In order to be able to do so, Aldebaran had sorted out the situation in his head. Of course, the actual circumstances of being thrown out into the sky, the regret he had about Yi having come along with him, and the sensation of his consciousness being whited out by the resurgence of memories. In reality, none of that had changed. But that was a cheap price to pay if he did not die for real. Such was Aldebaran's life. In exchange for that dirt-cheap price, he could easily afford to let his head, body, and mind take a breather. Al-Sama. Yi grabbed onto Aldebaran's single arm, and seeing her tied-up hair violently fluttering like a dog's tail in good spirits, Aldebaran advanced his thoughts onto the next phase. With both himself and Yi alive, they would need to land on the ground. For that purpose, Yi, I'll steady our posture. Al-Sama, don't part from me, Aldebaran. Nah, that's my line. As Yi enthusiastically tried to initiate her own measures after being thrown high into the sky, Aldebaran hindered her by forcibly pulling her into his own chest. Because he had used his right arm to do so, he rapidly forged the usual stone prosthetic arm and rose it aloft that instant. A vehement impact struck his prosthetic arm from above, adding speed to their free fall. Heavily reverberating across the artificial arm was a blow from a dreadful and fiendish lump of iron. Mixing in with the tremendous voice of the wind, it was a threat present at the end of the clangering chains, dancing like a writhing snake. Contrary to its name, it was a spiked iron ball with a form molded to send people into an eternal sleep. Prepare yourselves. On the opposite side of the iron ball that had smashed into him, descending, was a blue-haired girl who appeared to carry the sun on her back. Having greatly diminished Aldebaran's advantage, the opponent who had shot up the signal for the commencement of the battle bellowed. Slowly protruding from her forehead was a single horn. It was a sign that she was of the Oni clan, proof that she was a member of the race created to decisively purge this world of all traces of the witch. But even more than that, now that he had recalled her existence, it took on a different significance to Aldebaran. That was Aldebaran. To begin with, you're not even supposed to be alive, Lil Miss Rem. Leaping into the air with hardened resolve, the hem of her maid uniform fluttering behind her, Rem gripped the handle of the Morning Star tightly in her hand as she glared down at Al and his maid below. Up until this point, the surprise attack had gone perfectly according to plan. By exposing Al to the sight of Rem, they robbed him of his ability to make decisions, rendering him frozen, and in that instant they utilized compression in order to abduct him. This not only separated Al from his allies, but also trapped him in a position where he was prevented from moving right away, allowing for him to be successfully dragged out into the sky, a matter on which everyone had readily agreed. When it came to the crucial timing of the aforementioned attack, Otto, who had been pursuing the Al troop while engaging them in guerrilla warfare, had prepared a message to be delivered in the event that he was defeated, a precaution that proved invaluable. That signal marked the defeat of the formidable Otto at the hands of the Al troop, and thus was tantamount to the moment in which their tension would ease, even if only slightly. Ram, Priscilla-san was one who showed me utmost kindness. As someone who cared deeply for that Priscilla-san, I cannot stand by and overlook Alsan's outrageous actions any longer. When objections had been raised about Rem going to confront Al directly, Rem had chosen those words in order to express her own wishes. Ultimately, while that was merely a matter of the mindset that formed the foundation of her resolve, it was also undoubtedly a display of Rem's true feelings and the core of her unwavering motivation in facing this battle. Of course, right beside that core was the presence of Subaru, who had been captured by Al. Rather, he might have actually been the core. No, Priscilla-san was also the core after all, so there would just need to be two cores. She would have to apologize to Beatrice-sama later. In any case, that determination of hers settled the matter of Rem's participation in the unit that would confront Al head-on. Strategically speaking, there was no particular vision of Rem being particularly useful on any other battlefronts, but even aside from the initial disruption of memories, there was more than enough of a possibility for Rem to be super effective against Al. The specifics of that possibility were precisely Aldebaran. To begin with, you're not even supposed to be alive, Lil Miss Rem. The moment the iron ball smashed down from the high skies, Al blocked the firm impact with a prosthetic arm forged of rock, shouting angrily as he caught sight of Rem, despite being buffeted by the roaring winds. Rem heard those words with clarity, thus convincing her of that which Petra had told her about the possible relationship between Rem and Al that she was not aware of. Rem. Although Rem can't remember any such interactions between Alsan and her incompetent self. She had also checked with Ram, but it seemed that her only contact with Al was limited to one time in the royal capital before the royal selection officially began. It seemed they had not had a conversation memorable enough to leave an impression, and even what they had talked about remained ambiguous. Likely, the point of contact between the sisters and Al was one-sided, perceived only by the other party. But Rem, that manner of speaking is truly hurtful. When we were attacked by Arakiasen in Geralt, the ones who had saved us were you, Alsan, and, pausing there, however, Rem firmly swallowed all her hesitations, and Rem, Priscillasen, is that not right? Deliberately bringing up Priscilla's name, Rem had attempted to agitate Al for resorting to the worst, most underhanded tactics she could think of. Rem despised herself. However, thinking it necessary in order to put a stop to Al's outrageous behavior, she steeled her body and hot as an Oni and fixed her stern gaze on him. Aldebaran. In response to Rem's provocation, Al did not raise his voice, instead choosing to maintain silence. Within his jet-black iron helmet, Al's expression remained hidden behind his visor. The light dwelling in his eyes was unknown. Even the amount of pain Rem's words just now had inflicted upon him, everything remained unknown to her. Rem, here it comes. However, Rem did not wait for Al's reaction, resuming her onslaught without granting him any time to rest. Rem had already set her priorities. From the beginning, when compared to Ram, who displayed talent and genius a cut above the rest of all other beings in this world, Rem was clumsy, mediocre, and inferior in every way. If Rem desired something beyond the reach of the average person, then she would just have to carefully select the best possible means for that end. For the time being, Rem excelled at ignoring lower priorities in order to focus on her higher ones. Rem, Huma. Alongside the incantation, Mana interfered with the world, invoking the unreal phenomenon known as magic. Unlike Emilia's Huma, which manipulated heat and condensed moisture in the atmosphere to create ice, Rem specialized in the type of Huma that created water from nothing using magic, outputting that water as materialized ice from the outset. Neither Huma was necessarily superior to the other, but the Emilia-type Huma, which utilized the moisture in the air, required less mana and possessed the advantage of remaining in place after serving its purpose, allowing for it to be reused. On the other hand, the Rem-type Huma required more mana because it created water from nothing, and after being used, it would return to mana and leave no trace. Based on that explanation alone, the Emilia-type Huma might seem to have the overwhelming superiority. However, the Rem-type Huma had its own powerful advantages. This was due to the fact that it could create ice at any desired location and in any desired shape, regardless of the amount of moisture in the air or the quality of the water. Rem. Ha! Kicking off the ice platform she had created in midair, Rem ferociously lunged toward Al and his companion. By manifesting a Huma that was anchored in place, Rem created an impromptu platform capable of withstanding even her full-powered kicks. The power of the Morning Star, unleashed after gaining a momentary boost from the platform, was beyond comparison to that which only utilized the force generated by gyrating her body. The iron ball spun violently as it hurtled toward Al, sparing no quarter. Capable of easily crushing a human body upon direct impact, it was as if it was responding to the affection Subaru had shown by polishing it every day, closing in toward Al from Rem's hand with delight, closer and closer and closer. As if I'd let you. At the moment of impact, the loving iron ball was halted by countless threads. Upon closer inspection, that was the work of the crimson shinobi held in Al's arm. Twisting her body to glare at Rem, she was a thread user without peer, subservient to Al. The shinobi, embraced from behind by Al, weaved the threads she had extended from both hands into a net to softly catch the iron ball like a cushion. Her skills were impressive, but that was not what caught Rem's attention. In the first place, the plan behind this surprise attack was to completely isolate Al from his allies by throwing him out into the sky. For her to have intervened there, Something was wrong with her. No, it was mistaken to think that there was something wrong with her. Rem was well aware of why she had been able to do it. Despite everyone else having been completely stunned by Rem's sudden appearance, the shinobi retained enough leeway for herself to reach her hands out and channel it into practical action. As for what had allowed her to do so, Rem, that would be love. Aldebaran, wrong. Shinobi, you're wrong. In response to Rem's confident outcry, Al and the shinobi shouted back almost simultaneously. Taking advantage of that opening, Rem forcefully pulled back the morning star that was about to be taken from her and retrieved the iron bowl from the shinobi, who was reluctant to lose her balance. In preparation for her next attack, Rem created multiple new footholds, shot herself off them, and rapidly descended in pursuit of the two. However, shinobi, it's scary when someone catches up to you, but when stretched too far, even a lead can become a shortcoming, you know. As composure returned to the previously tense expression of the shinobi, she flashed a sweet smile as she shot out a thread. And the target of that thread had been the foothold of ice that Rem had created midair. Having been suddenly thrown out into the sky, Al and his shinobi had had no choice but to enter a freefall, but by anchoring onto the footholds created by Rem, they would be able to stabilize themselves. From what she had heard, the shinobi's skills far exceeded Rem's own. If the opponent were able to compensate for the disadvantage she had been given, the gap in strength that ought to have been somewhat closed would be reopened in no time. Rem, indeed, of this I am aware. I am full of shortcomings, after all. That was why Rem would not allow her opponents to compensate for their disadvantages. Shinobi, HK. Hearing Rem's reply no, feeling the sensation she had just grasped vanishing like mist, the shinobi's expression once again lost its composure. The foothold of ice she had attempted to use as an anchor point vanished, as if it were a dream or an illusion. Of course, neither was it a dream, nor an illusion. It was mana. Rem had simply returned it to being mana at will. Despite both being Huma, this was the main difference between the Amelia type, which once frozen, stayed frozen, and the Rem type, which froze only when desired and was easy to tidy up. Rem. Simply put, Rem's version is more offensive. Right before Rem's eyes, the shinobi lost the target upon which she was exerting strength, thus breaking her stance. Holding on to the shinobi, Al was caught up in that as well, almost losing his balance, but he managed to reinforce the exterior of his cracked prosthetic arm, consecutively blocking a flurry of iron ball attacks unleashed by Rem, 2-3 times. They're up on. Here! Rising obliquely upwards from below, Emilia's long leg mercilessly slammed into Al's defenseless back with toes armored in a boot of ice. The division of the Aldebaran troop. Against a group rebelling against the world, to an extent that rivaled the witch cult, even surpassing it in terms of instantaneous velocity, that was a prerequisite that they absolutely could not afford to mess up. The surprise tactic performed in order to meet that condition had gone about 90% as planned. The 10% miscalculation, how the presence of the shinobi who had chosen to go along with them would come into play, was something that wounded the plan as an uncertain variable, but overly worrying about it would just be all the more harmful. Each of them would fulfill their own part to the utmost. After all, without that sort of faith and resolve, the stratagem to stop the Aldebaran troop would not bear any fruit. True tilde lie, everyone's got the sort of look in their eyes that one can't help but tremble, you know, tilde W. Pronouncing so whilst dangling his languidly hanging arms to and fro, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, exhibited a sadistic smile as he surveyed his surroundings. In his environs were shadows that appeared in succession, as though substituting Aldebaran, and the others immediately after they were hurled. Stood there were warriors assembled to defeat the Aldebaran troop. All of them cast gazes that stood their ground against the Sin Archbishop, to which Roy unwittingly licked his lips. Roy, how nice, so nice, perhaps it is nice. But you know, to gather in such large numbers, the combat power required for taking care of us might get rounded up altogether in one fell swoop, isn't it? Ha! Likewise for you, how about showing some lovableness by cowering in fright a bit more? That is, if you do not wish to meet death the same way as your sibling, who perished at the Tower of Sand. On top of Thar tilde T, Do you people even have witch-beast chans in your strike zone, tilde? If not the tilde n, you can think of me as you people's natural enemy, tilde. Amidst the warriors, the shadow clutching her own elbows, and the shadow combing down her three-strand braid responded so. Even in the face of their unmistakable hostility, Roy was unable to conceal a smile trembling in premonition of a banquet. This isn't a joke. Can't you all see the divine dragon here? You know how much damage it did to the royal capital. There's no chance that you can win this. Contrary to the elated Roy, Heinkel's voice trembled with a face deathly pale. As per his words, he stood right by the feet of the divine dragon while relying on its intimidation, and in response to the hostility that stared him down, he fervently raised his voice with a loathsome expression. That figure ought to have been called a man who borrowed the might of dragons, but Heinkel's point was in fact not mistaken. The divine dragon possessed absolute power. If one were to stand in its way without a plan, what awaited them was a curtain's close of merciless annihilation. Though that's only if you ain't got a plan. Heinkel, HK, the old giant. This old giant seen the demi-human war. Never again will I give mercy tar those barring their fangs against me. I'll be having your return felt. Before Heinkel, as his breathing choked up and he averted his gaze, the giant stroked his bald head and declared such. At the giant's proclamation, Heinkel's cheeks tensed up, but there was another figure that began to stir. And that was none other than the dragon he had singled out earlier. Dragon, I dunno if I should be saying this, but it makes me damn nervous that we've been pushed to this extent. I'm keenly feeling what it means to make an enemy of the world. Despite being a dragon of such dignified appearance, it placed its hand on its head in a strangely human-like gesture, while giving off a sense of presence such that the majority of those who lived in the Dragon Kingdom would prostrate themselves just by laying eyes upon it. The way it conducted itself made it seem like an entirely different thing. At the very least, in the eyes of those who knew the real divine dragon, the sense of something being amiss was palpable. But then again, unlike the dignitaries of the kingdom, I'm in no such panic about the image of the divine dragon crumbling or of its brand value plummeting. Only, tilde, I wonder about the one next to me. Wouldn't you have quite a few reservations, tilde? No, master, you needn't worry. Groundless fear. It would be laughable for me to pile words onto a past that I have already shed. Feeble. Looking down on those who showed no fear before the dragon husk that did not align with its own mind or stature, Aldebaran narrowed its golden eyes. Among those standing in their way, attention began to converge on a small silhouette slowly stepping forward. Naturally, Roy and Heinkel also shifted their attention to that silhouette. It was unclear how that individual had come to stand in that position, but strangely enough, they understood without the need for words to tell them. That girl represented the will of everyone present. At the center of everyone's attention, the girl Petra Leti thrust her finger up towards the heavens and spoke. Petra, it's all-out war. Be dolls and let yourselves get thoroughly defeated, all right. So she declared. Arc 9, Chapter 41. Apprise the Usurper. Human translated by, Archbishop Machine translated by, Archbishop proofread by, Archbishop Japanese to English checking by, Archbishop Art sources, 8 Humi Rain, God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never imbibe. Petra, it's all-out war. Be dolls and let yourselves get thoroughly defeated, all right. Indeed, the moment Petra issued her declaration in the mountains from which Al had disappeared, palpable tension immediately began to swell and then burst asunder. That instant, the residual members of the Al troop who had been on guard from the sudden appearance of Petra, and the rest the divine dragon Volcanica, Roy Alford of Gluttony, and Heinkel, all sprang into motion. However, there existed not a shred of coordination between the three, with each of them acting independently. Petra, upon witnessing them all begin to move, Petra's first stratagem, nay, the first stratagem had been the flash Remnade, prying away Aldebaran's consciousness using the presence of Rem, so this stratagem would serve as the second arrow. It was a stratagem to cause the Al troop, composed of individuals who were each formidable opponents, to break apart into a disorderly crowd. Petra, taking Alsan out of the picture right at the onset, and then utterly disorienting the remaining combatants. With that, with a ready go, everyone will start acting on their own. As the imaginary Subaru's voice completed Petra's sentence, the dragon, the Sin Archbishop, and Heinkel all conformed to their own individual senses of judgment. In order to disarray their options as much as possible, they mobilized the bulk of their forces right at the outset. Of course, this stratagem also came with a large risk that the divine dragon would dispose of all of them in one fell swoop. But Petra, likely, the method Alsan used to enlist the divine dragon, was the same one used for me. Such was Petra's conjecture on the betrayal of the highly esteemed divine dragon Volcanica. Regarding the state of the Volcanica perched at the top of the watchtower, from what Petra had heard from Emilia, she understood that the dragon had grown senile after many long years. The method of forcibly cramming something into the void of that consciousness was something Petra understood better than anyone from her own experience. Just as Petra housed Natsuki Subaru in part of her consciousness upon reading the Book of the Dead, there was a high chance that Volcanica now housed an existence cooperative to Al, and that existence shared quite firmly in Al's objective, deciding to make an enemy of the world alongside him. There did Petra stake her gamble. On a vow of no killing, shared between Al and Volcanica. Volcanica, Haran. At the outset, the one to execute the first strike was the divine dragon, maneuvering its enormous body with agility. The dragon's mighty maw gaped wide open, and it unleashed a breath that shone with a light of destruction, reducing all to naught. Such was not the case. Instead, unleashed was a mist of fresh water manifested from the dragon's vast mana. Starting with Petra, it engulfed the royal selection combined forces, the Alderbusters, in one fell swoop, moistening all of their bodies. For a moment, confusion stirred due to uncertainty of the divine dragon's aim, but those doubts were quickly dispelled. Petra, the sound of the atmosphere creaking struck upon their eardrums, and they were hindered from readying themselves immediately. Upon looking, Petra and the rest glimpsed that their moistened bodies had begun to glitter with frost, and that they were about to be flash-frozen. Ulgoa. Within an instant, the forest, upon which a white fog was adrift, was overturned by a blazing red conflagration. The freezing via dense mist that the divine dragon had aimed for was suppressed by the power of a swelling flame that seemed to enshroud the entirety of the visible surroundings, instantly thawing the glaciation and even drying the moistened bodies in the blink of an eye. The one who accomplished that feat stood at the center of the formation with a finger raised, having obstructed the divine dragon's aim with a single incantation. And while his personality was just the worst, his skills were that of the greatest magician in the kingdom, Roswal El Mathers. Needless to say, the higher the level of magic, the more delicate control it required. On top of having immediately responded with magic of the Ultir, which by no means was easily usable by anyone, the glaciation of all present had been utterly annulled, even going so far as to dry their clothes whilst leaving not a single burn. It truly was a divine feat. That Roswal achieved such feats within a single breath left even the divine dragon, having lived since times of yore, utterly aghast. Thereupon, that which you ought to focus on is this: concentration. The quiet and courteous voice was accompanied by an unimaginable impact. With a light step forward, Clint had soared up, delivering with his long leg a tremendous kick to the side of the dragon's maw, as the latter had come to a standstill. As for the might of that kick, it was something that could hold its own against even Garfield's kicks, which carried might akin to a cannonball. With its stance broken, the dragon's arms hit the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The divine dragon's first move was thus directly inhibited by the Roswal-Clind combo. On the other side, bolting out as if to tear through that cloud of dust, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, fangs bared, Roy, haha tilde. For you to line up such a delicious-looking assortment of heads, at this point, this is just love. Plunging towards the front lines with vigor that spilled his drool, Roy, unlike the divine dragon who had attempted to stop all of the Alderbusters, swiftly pounced at a singular, clearly defined target. Complying to the ferine instinct known as appetite, Roy closed in on his prey with bizarrely refined precision, and the one set as the target for Gluttony's foul tongue was the pink-haired maid standing amidst the formation, Roy. Ram. Touching upon something undetectable to the eyes, the outreached hand set the table for the meal. Calling out that name, Roy grinned from ear to ear, and called out by that name, Ram's congealed expression crossed gazes with him. The subsequent instant, the Sin Archbishop gave an ostentatious lick to the palm that had touched her. The authority of gluttony was invoked, and there did a new tragedy burgeon not. Roy. Blurg. Eyes wide open, Roy clutched his mouth at the recoil from his misfired eclipsing, a nauseating sensation akin to vomiting. Before Roy, as his steps began to falter, Ram twirled her body in splendor. Ram, truly a fool. Ram's knee shot upwards, casting a vivid strike up into the Sin Archbishop's jaw. Heinkel, shit, 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 after coming this far. The divine dragon and gluttony, compared to those two, who, while differing in their respective aims, had chosen to fight, Heinkel, as the last man standing, selected an alternate path. Having opted for a path unique to that of the dragon's chilly breath or the Sin Archbishop's bizarre eating, Heinkel wielded his unsheathed sword to keep everything in front of him at bay, leaping not forwards, but backwards. Gaining distance in such a manner, he was most likely hoping for someone other than himself to change the tide of the battle. However, nothing so convenient will come to pass, honorable family head. Honorable family head, in truth, I have always wanted to do this. Thereupon descended the twin sisters, having waited in ambush atop the trees since directly after the activation of compression. Flam and Grassis, they were twins who served the Astrea family, but ironically, the one whose torso they slammed their kicks into from both the front and behind happened to be the man who was the very family head of the house that they served. Heinkel, Gog, HK. The kicks from the sisters who had mastered the flow method gave rise to an explosive roar unthinkable for girls of such petite build. At the impact that seemed like it would crush his organs, deathly cries of pain arose from Heinkel's throat as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. With these three avenues of impacts all occurring almost simultaneously, their strong start had unfolded exactly as planned. And in addition to that, Subaru. Now here's the game changer. The imaginary Subaru snapped his fingers, and though only Petra was able to hear it, it rang out loudly. With that as a cue, an alteration was birthed in the battle situation. Another division by way of compression fractured the AL troop even more. Petra Leti was more keenly aware of the AL troop's terrifying nature than the results would suggest. After his betrayal at the Pleiades watchtower, Al had enlisted the Divine Dragon as an ally, evaded Reinhard and Felt's forces, and successfully broke the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony out of prison in the royal capital. While Al's accomplices had played significant roles in the events that had unfolded so far, the greatest threat remained Al himself. Upon learning the true nature of Al's extraordinary power over fate, the power to bring about the results he desired, Petra felt a sense of understanding that was beyond words. That was because she had learned the truth about Natsuki Subaru from reading his Book of the Dead. Subaru. Al also has the ability to leap. If that's the case, then I know better than anyone how dangerous he is. What's more, unlike me, with my pathetic fighting skills, Al is the type who can hold his own in a fight. So simply put, it's like fighting a better version of myself. Petra, Subaru, you're really dependable when you're with Beatrice Jan too. And when it comes to tricks and cunning, you're every bit as good as Arto-san. Subaru. But the original me was captured alongside Beatrice. As for tricks and cunning, they really aren't the kind of skills that strong people brag about. The imaginary Subaru spoke with a lack of confidence, but even putting aside her feelings of love or bias, Petra did not think that Subaru was inferior to Al, let alone a lesser version of him. Regarding that, she had also heard some interesting speculation from Ramjay, who had deduced that Al's authority was most likely a time leap. The suggestion was that Al's time leap was more likely something that went back a short amount of time. Petra, if he really possessed the same power as Subaru, he could have avoided encountering Felt-sama and Ramsan before they had a chance to confront him. Subaru. But don't be too confident about that. It's entirely possible that his restart point just happened to be a spot where he couldn't avoid Felt and the others. Even I wasn't able to completely stop Beetlejuice from attacking Emilia and the others. Petra. I think that was pretty much a shutout. Just as she was about to say more, Petra considered Subaru's feelings and stopped herself. Petra was going to say that if Subaru had perfectly defeated the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, who attacked the Roswell mansion and Arlam village, the tragedies that befell Rem and Crush would have been avoided. Subaru did everything in his power. Petra recognized this, but Subaru himself felt differently. Sadly, this led to Natsuki Subaru's low self-evaluation, which Petra found extremely frustrating, but Petra, setting that aside for now. It's not just the ridiculous Alsan, but also the divine dragon that Shinobi made, a Sin Archbishop, and even Heinkel-san all working with him. Subaru, what an unbelievable members list. The dragon, a ninja, a Sin Archbishop, Reinhard's dad, that's right, that Reinhard's dad. This isn't going to be easy. Petra, as for Heinkel-san, no comment. When Subaru made a concerned expression, Petra crossed her fingers over her lips in the shape of an X to indicate that she would not provide an answer. Heinkel had briefly joined forces with them in the Valetian Empire, but he deliberately kept his distance from others, so Petra had virtually no contact with him. The only person who cared about Heinkel, even if only a little, was Garfield, but if he knew what had happened to Heinkel now, he would be devastated. Thinking about how devastated Garfield would be, Petra could feel her anger toward Heinkel welling up inside her. The Emilia camp was united in their anger toward anyone who hurt their loved ones. Petra, phew, I need to stay calm. It doesn't matter what Garfsen feels unless he resolves it himself, and we need to make sure that the path is open for him. Subaru, you say path, but where do we start? Petra, yeah, you're right. It's not an easy decision. But seeing Subaru at a loss, Petra smiled mischievously and turned around. Following Petra's movement, Subaru also looked in that direction. There stood the figures of everyone here, demonstrating the results that had been achieved by Natsuki Subaru, a man who often took everything upon himself, stumbling over and over through repeated failures. Subaru. Petra. Sure, I think Alsan and his group are really tough, and if we tried to fight them normally, we wouldn't stand a chance. But we're not exactly normal either, are we? Winking, Petra made one of the cutest faces she had ever made and smiled at the striking figure of imaginary Subaru as she spoke. And so, together with these not-so-normal but reliable companions, they devised a plan at Otto Suwen's signal. The battle began. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never pen a missive. The authority brought about by the witch factor of Tristisha, compression, was by no means all-powerful. The phenomenon induced by compression was ultimately just the compaction of events that could be feasibly achieved, condensing the traversal time within a traversable range. Such a thing served as a good example. To put it another way, events that were impossible to achieve regardless of the time spent could not be realized through compression. Henceforth, even when it came to the division of the Aldebaran troop, after first throwing Aldebaran out from the battlefield, further dividing the group that remained had been no easy feat. If the opponent was cautious of compression, then the difficulty of applying the authority's effects would rapidly increase. Not to mention, against such foes as the Divine Dragon and a Sin Archbishop, even just taking them away was a Herculean undertaking. Unless it was used on a person who consented to its effects, or a person who was caught off guard, the possible applications of compression were extremely narrow. Such was its weakness. That weakness was surmounted by the rapid fire of outlandish stratagems devised by the Royal Selection Combined Forces, the Aldebusters. Overwhelming Heinkel with numbers, taking advantage of Volcanica's mindset that adhered to no killing, and refusing service to Roy Alford's gluttony as he was in delirium over a feast, all of which, before their execution, had been outlandish stratagems of uncertain success. But the likes of stratagems guaranteeing 100% certainty existed not in this world. What did exist, however, were the efforts necessary to approach that 100% and the hearts that believed in them to the utmost. Those who watered the sprouting seedlings of such possibilities, their spirits were. Ah, how delightful! Admiration. Nodding so, Clint landed on the dirt, training his gaze upon the divine dragon Volcanica to his fore. Its stance broken, Volcanica supported itself with a single arm, receiving Klin's gaze head-on. Within the narrowed golden eyes of the dragon, the bud of a clearly defined will could indeed be perceived. As Petra had surmised, a separate consciousness was being housed in the divine dragon's dragon husk. Volcanica. Naturally, as Volcanica glared at Klind, his attack from a moment prior had been ineffective for the most part. It had been enough to succeed in catching it off guard, but it was a far cry from driving the opponent into a corner. Even so, the objective of the initial surprise attack had been achieved. In the theater of war where the dragon husk of the divine dragon was being confronted, those facing off against the usurper numbered a mere 2 members of the older busters. The only ones remaining were Klind and Raswal El Mathers. Volcanica. I guess it's the same technique that sent Origin away. Lifting its body with a hand planted on the ground, the divine dragon muttered in a low, solemn voice. As the dragon surveyed its surroundings with its golden eyes, it ascertained that they were removed from the mountains in which they had just previously occupied, having been moved to a faraway open plain. With a teleportation invoked via compression, it was proof the troublesome opponent had been successfully isolated. However, Volcanica, Klind, was it? ID thought there was no way, but it seems like there's no doubt that you're the one who holds the witch factor of Tristisha. Klind, where did you obtain that information? Inquiry. Volcanica. I'm acquainted with an all-knowing great deity who taught me. Regardless, it was only something slipped in amidst all their blabbering, so I couldn't even remember it until just now. As the divine dragon shrugged its shoulders in an extremely human-like gesture, from its mouth came the term Tristisha, and an identification of the witch factor's holder. Faced with that, Klind pondered its words. If the usurper was capable of extracting information from the dragon husk, then there would have been no doubt about it knowing such a thing. But if that were truly the case, then its conduct until this point would have been a tad incoherent. In order for it to make logical sense on both fronts, it would mean that while the usurper had yet to attain full mastery over handling the dragon husk, it had somehow heard about Klin's circumstances from someone else. But Raswal, when it's just the two of you coming to a mutual understanding, I end up feeling quite left out, Tilda. Klind, master. Raswal, you are a talented individual capable of performing meticulous work, but if you go too far, you will be considered highly strung. How they obtained this knowledge isn't the problem, Tilda. In fact, the stratagem has come together after all. Volcanica, stratagem, huh? As Raswal remonished Klind, the usurper grandly unfurled the wings upon its back. The mere act of that kicking up a gust, Klind and Raswal basked in the wind as it swept through their hair. Volcanica, might not be my place to say this, but regardless of my allies like Roy and the old man, isn't it a blunder for you guys to have separated from your own comrades back there? Raswal, ho. Well, isn't that a rather fascinating viewpoint, Tilda? May I ask you to elaborate? Volcanica, you should already know. When there are more people in my line of fire, there'd be a higher chance of easily getting me to curl up. With this body and overflowing power, it ain't easy to hold back. Raswal, I see, I can understand that line of thought. If we had wished to aim for a situation in which you were unable to demonstrate your capabilities at full performance, then that's exactly what we ought to have done, Buot Tilda, Klind. Unfortunately, that is a condition that applies to us as well. Equivalent. Volcanica. What? The usurper of the dragon husk had implied that they should not have prepared an environment in which it could run amok. But at Klin's comment, it narrowed its eyes, and then proceeded to immediately widen its eyes. As if to encircle the divine dragon, multicolored lights were afloat with no gaps between them. At a glance, they appeared faint and colorful like a gathering of micro-spirits, materializing in a pool of mana, but anyone with a certain extent of magic knowledge would be able to tell that each and every one of these pale lights was a cluster of immense mana flickers of great magic, housing dreadful power. Of course, their origin went without saying, the strongest magician without peer throughout history, Raswal. Please don't praise me like that, yes. For you to evaluate myself as such despite knowing teacher is an indiscretion that terribly pains my heart, after Tilda all. Seemingly having read his innermost thoughts at a glance, if Raswal were to demonstrate his true ability at maximum firepower, any surrounding allies would serve only as a hindrance. And thus, Clind, the same goes for me. Assent. As he spoke, Clind raised up his hand, removing the monocle over his left eye. That instant, the atmosphere faintly tremored, that which was faint gradually magnifying, little by little, until it crackled through the space, and the earth began to roar. A special monocle, it was not. What was necessary was a shift in mindset, a step of resolve to return to the self he had sealed away in the past. By never taking that step, Clint had forced himself to remain as a bystander. With that melancholy and despondency called out by the girl who harbored a shining soul, Clint felt ashamed of himself. Having received that one final push, no longer could he remain halted in his tracks. Ergo volcanica. Oi oi. With a sound of bones creaking, protruding from Clint's cranium, crowned by blue hair, were two black horns. Neither were those horns proof of belonging to the Oni clan, nor were they the horns possessed by witch beasts. Not being either of those things, instead a race that grew horns of such deep blackness, in this world there existed only one. Existences reduced to so few in number that they were thought to have been extinct the dragonkin. As the neon genesis of the almighty dragons, they were a new race that had elected to shed their dragon husks in favor of assuming the form of man. Clind, too, was one such dragonkin, but also a being who bore a special meaning to this world. That was because volcanica. Finally, I've identified the source of this strange feeling. So you're this body's, Clind. Any further words would be tactless, superfluous. The usurper still attempted to exhaust further words, so Clind cut it off directly. No matter who it might have been, there existed nobody who held a greater right to silence the usurper than Clind. None were more worthy than the original owner of that dragon husk, now purloined by the usurper. Raswal, the witch's disciple, Raswal El Mathers. Volcanica, divine dragon Volcanica. Sending powerful magic adrift, Raswal gave his name with his feet planted on the ground. Meeting that with due procedure, the usurper shamelessly proclaimed itself as such. Just how long had it been since he had followed that courtesy and placed himself atop the stage? With such thoughts in mind, as purple lightning surged around his body, Clind, too, gave his introduction. Clind, dragonkin of the divine dragon Clind. That instant, the two who bore ties to the divine dragon leaped into action, and the magic that had been deployed unleashed its true might. Thus, with a crash and destruction reminiscent of a natural cataclysm serving as the impetus, the battle between those who knew 400 years commenced. Arc 9, Chapter 42. What effort doth shatter the heart? Translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Archbishop Art Sources 8 Humi Rakaroka Spiker 59. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never clutch a stuffed toy. Roy. The moment the knee shot up into his jaw, Roy Alford's cognizance bolted around like a flash of lightning. Peculiar, inexplicable, strange oddity, whirling misgivings, apprehension, dubiety, something's wrong, immense abnormality, error, mystifying, accident, incorrect, irregularity, chaos, doubt, ram, kindly die. Governed by such misgivings, Roy would not be overlooked by Ram after she knocked the wind out of his sails by some means. Her outstretched white fingers fired a jab into Roy's throat whilst he faced upward. His welling nausea and respiration intercepted, ache and suffocation assaulted Roy's small frame. However, Ram's terrifying essence lay in the lack of charm of not slackening her hand here. Ram, Fuller. The blade of wind generated in the space of her hand, seizing his windpipe. The honed sharpness arrested Roy's slim throat straight on, and with nowhere for him to run, Roy's throat was mercilessly slashed away from his body. Roy. This Tilda won't go. In that instant, the wind slash cleaved through, and Roy's head spurted blood as though having burst open. However, reach Roy's life it would not, for he had reconstructed the carnivorous beast, Billy Heinelger, proprietor of sturdy skin, to whom not a single sword pierced from the 1,000 lunged into him by the garrison in order to seize the brutal criminal. Ram dilated her eyes at the unforeseen outcome, and in that juncture, whilst she remained stance to aim at his throat, Roy forced her along with him as he instantly shifted to the skies above the battlefield. 'Twas the power of warp movement belonging to the leaper Dorkel. One certain day, having attained a supernatural power by connecting via Ard Lagna as though an abrupt divine oracle, the leaper became a destroyer of order, utilizing that power to assassinate a great number of influential individuals of power. That warp movement indicated no signs in advance, and as Ram stiffened upon being transpierced by the unforeseen astonish, he held her down with brute force and used that interlude to conduct an evaluation of her as prey of the battlefield. Ram. Elfula. Roy. Ahi, seriously. Devoid of hesitation, she fired a gutsy spell of wind magic, to which Roy unwittingly clamored a voice of admiration. The warp movement, without question, must have been beyond Ram's anticipation. But she, in merely a moment, digested the shock of failing to slash Roy's throat and the surprise from the warp movement, and instantaneously counterattacked. Such courage, such fortitude. Roy, you're doing it, Tilda. That blade of wind had also failed to pierce through the carnivorous beast's sturdy skin, and yet he wished to extol that prompt judgment and mobility of action. Hence, infused with the sentiment to extol it, he returned the favor with a fist strike from the Fist King, Niji Rockheart. The hit from the Fist King, who had smashed the heads of all kinds of warriors on the Gladiator Island, upon being inundated by it, Ram's slender body would be turned to a pulpy squash vanished. Ram! Did you lose sight of Ram? What a useless pair of eyes you have. With that unpredicted voice, the supposedly vanished Ram's presence had emerged behind him. Roy reflexively hurled a blow of the Fist King without looking, but the attack missed. As if magic, her presence had shifted to his overhead, showering him with an enzujiri kick, and headlong towards the ground did he fall. Roy, a Tilda H, so beautiful Tilda. In the midst of falling to the ground back first, Roy did not even take a defensive stance, wholeheartedly enchanted by that which was overhead, the hem of her skirt waving. The form of a young girl with pink-hued hair fluttered in resplendence. Roy then went on to defenselessly crash into the ground, and as the impact sustained upon his back spread to his abdomen, pain pervaded the entirety of his body, yet he did not mind. Carnivorous beast times leaper times Fist King. Supra-rational individuals who had surfaced to the top, even amongst all that gluttony had eaten, but Ram's might, technique, and clarity of heart had splendidly disposed of them, inducing Roy to feel deeply moved with emotion in sincerity and without plot. Here, Roy had to also show something good from his side, and with this notion he swung his legs and stood up, bent his knees, and amassed power in them to pounce at Ram. After all, Roy, unless all strength, all capacity, all of everything is totally invested to offer up as hospitality, it can't be called love, can it now, Tilda? That way of thinking, it's identical to something I've heard somewhere, and I really hate it, however. Faster than Roy could leap to return to the skies, a ferocious, outraged voice rushed on from the side. The roar was accompanied by sharp, beastly claws and an explosive charge. Curved horns and an enormous build that commanded eyes upward, frame supported by limbs that seemed slender, and flexibly racing on the ground was the being called the jet-black king of the forest, synonymous for ferocity and atrociousness. Arrow, Roy, Hia Tilda Giltilaw. Facing Roy as he cheered in delight, a claw swipe swung down. Roy instantaneously countered it with the power of the snow Valum Tislo. The body exceeding norms, regarded in legend for having intercepted and restrained an avalanche unaided, interdicted the plunging robust limbs of the witch-beast straight on, latching a grapple in successive order from the right foreleg, then the left foreleg. Then, giving it his all, he sought to twist off both of the Giltilaw's legs, when in an instant his eyes met with pale crimson pupils wielding a wand that had slipped below the witch-beast's length of legs. Roy, truly the greatest Ram, Fula. His forehead showered with bullets of wind, disallowing him from even speaking, he was blown away by a tail whip from the Giltilaw. Repelled a great distance, while skiing the ground with his tiptoes, Roy lifted his countenance. Behind Ram wielding her wand, the young girl clinging atop the Giltilaw's back melee used her slender fingers to point towards towards Roy's rear, and cried, Melee, sick he I tilde m, which black dog char tilde ns, black dogs, gudgia gagugu. Conforming with Meili's shrill call, countless darts of red swooped onto Roy with ferocity. Those were eyes saturated red belonging to black dogs wolfing down their prey, fangs bared in truculence conceived with the power of magic, and a profusion of curses teeming in their bodies, a pack of Ulgam. The pack of demon dogs mercilessly impaled the body of Gluttony with their fangs and tore it apart. Much to irony, the end of Roy Alford, who commanded the name of bizarre eating per his pleasure, was as feed for inclement witch-beasts. Roy. Artilda, 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 Artilda. The witch-beast's movements came to a petrified halt from the sudden voice of song emanating from Roy's throat. The pack of savage dogs stood motionless, and Roy gently caressed the head of one that was biting at his neck the subsequent instant. The blood spouting from the mouth of his wounds writhed out, taking the form of blades, slashing the witch-beasts incapable of escaping, julienning them to skewers, and creating a choir of death wails. Roy, there we go, Tilda. Awakening his body lento, Roy stood up, unveiling his body in an ostentatious debut. Bite wounds from the demon dogs engraved throughout his body. The blood gushing from them turned to blades with a gleaming sheen, suspending the pack of black dogs as if they were fruit growing on the branch of a fruit tree, and reduced them to carcasses. A co-starring of dreams between the curse ballad of the Blythlove troubadour, Nota, who travelled and chanted anti-nationalist songs across landscapes, and the magician who had been unable to manipulate anything save for his own sanguine ichor, the blood-weeping Oni, Advan. Furthermore, he materialized the magic technique of the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows, Maclama Jordan, who had plotted to overthrow the Holy Kingdom by utilizing the residual mana from the remains of perished witch-beasts. With the carcasses serving as their chrysalis, butterflies hued in a spectrum of rainbow emerged and started to flutter about as they danced in Roy's perimeter. The butterflies, enclosing as many as the number of corpses, flitted, fluttered, and flittered. Roy. Ta tilde da. Snow Valum times Blythlove Troubadour times Blood-Weeping Oni times Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows. Raising an innumerable count of prismatic butterflies to serve him, Roy pigmented the stage of spotlight, laden with token commendation towards Ram and the others who had attended to him with truly, truly sweet and luscious hospitality. However, Ram and Meili rigidified their gazes and bearings, laying bare their animosity. Roy, now, that was amazing, Tilda. That perfectly synced-up coordination just now. It's tantalizing. When did the two of you become such close pals? Indeed, you must have gotten closer in the time of the journey through the sand sea that we don't know of, correct, Tilda? Both Ramson and Meilisen, how mean and sneaky of you, Tilda. Ram, kindly stop trying to calmly initiate a conversation with that blood-stained form that is painful to even look at. Exchanging words with a deviant has Ram's small songbird heart close to bursting with anxiety. Roy, a songbird's heart. A tilde H, to proclaim it yourself, actually makes it pretty respectable, you know. What kind of preliminary preparation of ingredients will fan the flames next? The excitement doesn't stop. Clapping his hands in applause, Roy swiftly retracted the sanguine blades into his body. Whilst the carcasses of witch-beasts fell to thuds, Roy coagulated the blood of his bite wounds, rapidly ceasing his bleeding as he exhaled a breath, entranced. His sentiments of sincerity seemed to not have been transmitted, but his emotion of commendation was genuine. Feelings unrequited were painful, but Ram and the others had kindly labored to an extent much greater than Roy had anticipated, so he wished to cherish that mark. Roy, now, setting that aside. Setting aside his affection towards Ram and the others, Roy conjectured the truth behind the inexplicable phenomenon that had transpired in the midst of the several dozen seconds of offensive and defensive combat earlier, that it was intimately associated with the disappeared divine dragon. It had been truly, truly astonishing. The divine dragon, with that ginormous build, had become nowhere to be seen on the battlefield in all but an unnoticeable interval. Roy, probably, it's the same trick behind the disappearance of Helmut Uncle and the Shinobi One-san, as well as Ramsan and gang showing up seems like it's Clinsan. But it's very much like an authority, isn't it? The vanished Aldebaran, Yi, and the divine dragon. Moreover, the increasing count of adversaries, and Ram's presence oscillating between appearing and vanishing as well, all of it together aligned with the special ability belonging to Clind within the memories. However, concording to Roy's own knowledge, relying not on memories, it was a possibility that what made that all possible was neither the odd talents of an individual nor a divine protection of disparate nature, but an authority. Though, in that case, Clind would end up being the individual corresponding to the sole vacant seat that was pride. Roy, well, Tilda, guess the people who have disappeared don't matter right now, Tilda. Not only the divine dragon, but the figures of Clind and Roswal were absent from the battlefield as well. The bounds of Clind's strength were uncertain, but if he were a possessor of an authority, then at minimum, he would likely count as combat power. The tag team of Roswal and Clind engaged in a large-scale battle against the divine dragon to ensure that its destruction did not extend to their environs. They had changed their battlefield. That was likely the context of what had occurred in the background. Anyhow, if he had disappeared from the battlefield, then that ploy of appearing and vanishing would have no more chances to be used. Thus, what he must prioritize were not the cruel ones who had vanished, but surfeiting the hospitality of those who stood ready before his eyes. Roy, how nice, how nice. Humans are how nice. The trick behind averting eclipsing, as well as the arrangement of witch beasts with no name to be eaten, or perhaps even the entirety of every element that concocted this battlefield, was an agglomeration of artifices designed to entrap and kill Roy and the others. The prior groundwork for confrontation, it could be designated the preliminary preparation of ingredients, the very spirit of hospitality, exhausting oneself of all strength to make welcome. For that meant effort what shattered heart. Roy, if so, then this side must also respond by offering up a suitable dress code, or it'd be a discourtesy to that consideration by Tilda M. Ming with love. After all, Tilda. Ram, what do you intend? Taking acute notice of the change in the warmly received Roy, Ram grimaced her finely shaped brows. The beautiful maid laid bare her vigilance, but Roy pronounced, "No, no, Tilda," and shook his head side to side. All-out war, yes, this was a battle befitting of being benamed so, truly the final conclusion. The royal selection combined forces. The enemy camp whom Natsuki Subaru would have labeled something like the Alderbusters, had he been here, had prepared all arrangements for hospitality. All of its members wrung out their wisdom and latent strength in order to demonstrate their true worth, brandishing eyes resolved to labor to death till the very end. That went for not just Ram and the others, but all who had been deployed into being war potential without stint. So to Roy Alford, everyone earned a perfect 100 score, amounting to the very apex of those to whom he wished to grant gold stars. The singular blemish unworthy of a gold star was not amid his opponents. It laid on his side. Roy, glancing in his vicinity, present, there was a red-haired man left behind on the same battlefield as Roy, cowering in an unsightly squat, as blood dripped down his nose, the form of Heinkel. Though shameful coming from the vantage of gluttony, Roy's evaluation of Heinkel was surprisingly not bad. Noosed with getting caught in his own traps, and a way of life saddled with somber anguishes seemingly never to be divulged, it seemed to have an impure bitterness only it could yield. Hence he induced interest in it as a delicacy. However, that too operated on the major premise that it would not intrude upon the main dish with its aroma or appearance, so presently Heinkel had nothing going for him even where gluttony was concerned. Roy, no matter how concentrated in extravagance a dinner banquet is, if a platter atop with uncooked flavors gets mixed in, it's just a waste. A solitary individual on a battlefield where everyone came together as one and clashed lives against lives, for there to be a singular element capable of putting it all to waste was unbearable, even for bizarre eating. Thus, Roy, you know, Tilda, uncle, you shouldn't stay moping around forever, so how about you get energetic and lively, Tilda? Heinkel, wah, sin archbishop. Roy howled suddenly, to which the nose-bleeding Heinkel upraised his face. Meeting his eyes, witnessing the unnatural sway in those blue irises, made Roy go crazy. A gaze that looked as if it was clinging to something. If he possessed even a fragment of camaraderie or desire to depend on Roy, to seek such a thing from a sin, Archbishop went beyond the limits of imprudent heedlessness. That boundless disgracefulness was, in a certain sense, something irreplaceable, but now it was nothing but purely a hindrance. Roy, shall we just go ahead and free you from your Tilda burden, Uncle Tilda? He would not save him, neither would he abandon him. With simply a smile, Roy presented a third alternative to Heinkel. Heinkel. Heinkel dilated his eyes, frozen, yet even to him that proposition was transmitted with certainty. The things expressed as burden, just how valuable they were to Heinkel, Roy was unbeknownst to the details. However, they were surely more valuable than his own life or death. The fact that Roy did possess a means to take them away, Heinkel knew from looking into his eyes. What Roy stated was not a threat or anything such in the slightest, but an alternative possibility that could be realized. Therefore, Roy, Thar Tilda teased the spirit. Roy's chest palpitated in delight budding from his heart at the change, in expression of the man gritting his teeth. In such a way to respond to Roy's vivified emotions, the butterflies of rainbow hue began a whirling dance akin to courting as they fluttered. In the midst of prismatic scales glistening the skies, Roy let out his languid tongue and smiled. Now, in its truest sense, the all-out war could commence. Roy, want to be satisfied, yet don't want to be satisfied. Life is so flavorful, it's astonishing. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never put needle to thread. Heinkel, Gog HK, strikes pincering his chest and back. Heinkel collapsed, unable to do a thing. Carol and Grimm, they were the servant couple that had long served the Astria family, and the kicks delivered by their twin granddaughters, who had received an initiation into the flow method, were lethal weapons that completely disregarded their youth. Heinkel, Aueg Jugf Blurg. Ever since the curtain had fallen on the war in the Valetian Empire, he had hardly been able to eat a sufficient amount. As gastric juices were wrung from his empty stomach, Heinkel pathetically fell to his knees. Twins, as Flam and Grassis coldly looked down on Heinkel, his cheeks contorted in self-scorn. Despite appearances, Heinkel was still the present head of the Astria family. Faced with Heinkel in such a state, the daughters of House Remendes were supposed to have pledged their loyalty to him, but oh, what an irreverent look they held in their eyes. Flam, our fealty is devoted to the young master. Grassis, esteemed family head, you deeply stabbed the honorable predecessor. At the sharpness of the twins' replies, Heinkel fell silent without uttering even a single bitter remark. Each gave undeniably valid arguments, and provided far more than enough persuasive reasons for why the girls despised Heinkel and regarded him with hostility. The former was something that had always tormented Heinkel, and the latter was an offense that had ended up causing him new suffering, applying pressure to his entire body like a stone weight. Even so, Heinkel, I can't die. The voice dissipating through his molars could be interpreted in two ways. The first was that he could not afford to die, even when cornered to such an extent. And the second was that even after being cornered to such an extent, he still was unable to die. Even Heinkel himself was unsure of which way he had meant those words as they had escaped his lips. Heinkel, ugh. As Heinkel stood upon such an unstable foundation, the twins showed him no mercy, no hesitation. Circulating the flow method through their bodies, the arms and legs of the girls had become as strong as steel, and so receiving a flurry of their strikes, it was akin to being out under a downpour of a rain of iron. Above and below, left and right, ahead and behind, met with the incessant onslaught of Flam and Grassis's perfectly coordinated opposition. Heinkel protected his vital points with his sword, and could not do anything save for keeping up the defensive as he was showered with blows. The flow method, come to think of it, Heinkel had failed to properly master that too. Even though he was given well-reasoned and thorough instruction on the many combat techniques that first-rate swordsmen and warriors were always subconsciously performing, Heinkel had been unable to perfect them for the purposes of actual battle. Were Flam and Grassis really still just 12 years old? Even though he had spent more than twice their age in time, Heinkel's flow method was nowhere near the level of those two girls. If Heinkel resigned himself to it being a matter of natural talent, would the 100 things that anguished him perhaps decrease by one? Heinkel, fucking shit. Swinging his sword in a show of force, the twins, coordinating through a mere exchange of gazes, swiftly evaded it. His imprecise swordsmanship accurately read, He was struck in all the weak points on his elbows, sides, and neck. His bones creaked, and the mouth that had only coughed up gastric juices until now flowed with droplets of blood. As soon as he unintentionally looked downwards, the twins executed a somersault as if they had been waiting for him, their kicks launching right up into his mug. Heinkel, gah! Sent reeling, Heinkel toppled backwards, the back of his head slamming onto the ground. With his vision flickering and a distant ringing in his ears, Heinkel forcibly restored his consciousness from its momentarily befuddled state, and hastening to rise to his feet, he readied his sword as he glared to the fore. Before him, the twins stuck the landing of their somersault next to each other, gently brushing the hems of their clothes as they looked up. As their gazes crossed, Heinkel detected a faint hue of bewilderment from the pair. Heinkel, likely, the cause of the sisters' confusion was the fact that Heinkel was still standing. In a matter of a dozen seconds, Heinkel had been thoroughly beaten up. His clothes were covered in mud, and his unkempt face was lavishly soiled by a dripping nosebleed. However, Heinkel had not been defeated. Consciousness unceasing, his eyes remained open. Based on their reactions, this was unbelievable to Flam and Grassis. Heinkel, ha, ha, HK. But alas, the endurance that had astonished those twins was of no pride to him whatsoever. The tip of his sword shaking as it pointed at the twins, Heinkel's bluff was obvious to the eyes of all. His defeat was already all but decided, nay, it had not even amounted to a battle in the first place. Since it was not a battle, there was no such victor to be decided. They were not on the stage of vying for victory. Heinkel, even so, HK. He could not afford to be defeated here. He had no choice but to endure. Were he to be taken down here, then for what reason had he even come all this way? For what reason had he stabbed his father, Wilhelm van Astria? He would lose sight of the answer. But if he managed to pull through, then by the skin of his neck, there would still be a glimmer of hope. The light at the end of the tunnel would surely be visible. Aldebaran, or the divine dragon, or even Yi. In the worst-case scenario, even the Sin Archbishop would be fine. If someone would just wrench open the tide of this battle, then Heinkel's hopes it happened then. Roy, you know, Tilda, uncle, you shouldn't stay moping around forever, so how about you get energetic and lively, Tilda? Suddenly, a voice seemed to rend the battlefield, causing Heinkel to raise his face in surprise. He consciously realized it for the first time. The large figure of the divine dragon was nowhere to be found on the battlefield. On the battlefield where not only Aldebaran and Yi had disappeared, but the divine dragon too, the only ones remaining here were Heinkel, and Heinkel, Sin Archbishop. Also confronting an enemy of his own, the only other one left here was Roy Alford. Wondering when the situation had become like this, Heinkel felt disappointment in his profound inability to heed his surroundings, and attempted to surmise the intentions of Roy, who had called out to him. Something like cooperating with a Sin Archbishop. Honestly, even he thought it to be deranged. But it seemed like in the Valetian Empire, Natsuki Subaru, the Knight of Emilia, had seized control over gluttony. Thinking about it like that, he forcibly swallowed his intense feelings of reluctance. They had already gone out of their way to free him from the prison tower. Even a Sin Archbishop would surely not want to die. Even if they were despicable, if their objectives aligned, then there would be room for them to join hands, Roy. Shall we just go ahead and free you from your Tilda burden, Uncle Tilda? However, the words that followed were ones that directly betrayed Heinkel's hopes. Heinkel, neither was it a proposal of, nor was it a request for aid. Merely a terribly inappropriate, selfish remark. Just what the hell was he thinking? Did he understand the current situation? Neither Aldebaran, with his incomprehensible power to wrest open a path forward, nor the divine dragon, with its status as the strongest life form, nor Yi, with her expertise in intricate techniques and harassment, none of them were present. Even though the only ones present here were the weak, fragile, powerless Heinkel, and the great sinner of a nature most defiled, Roy, what could possibly be accomplished by making a rift between them? No, it was not that a rift had been made. There had always been a rift, an unfillable gulf, an unsurmountable precipice, an absolute isolating pit. He had only now just clearly understood that such things did indeed exist, and knowing that, what would come of it? What would come of the things this guy was saying? Having understood the significance of what this guy was saying, what would he do? Freeing Heinkel from his burden. this burden that was already so firmly infused into Heinkel's soul. Such a thing would never be allowed of him, and he would never allow it. Roy, Thar Tilda teased the spirit. That voice of delight stemming from the depths of Roy's heart reached not the ears of Heinkel. Confronting Heinkel as he rose, swaying side to side like a revenant, Flam and Grasses tensed their cheeks, and exchanging wordless glances, they nodded to each other. And then, Flam, esteemed family head, prepare yourself. Grasses, I will hit you with everything that I have. Perhaps seeing it as their perfunctory strikes having backfired, it was evident that the twins' resolve was being sharpened. In accordance with their declaration, a blow utilizing all of their bodies might was likely imminent. And after he conjectured so, Flam and Grasses kicked off the ground, speeding directly towards Heinkel. No, not directly. Flam and Grasses. Raya. Voice and movements overlapping, the twins dug into the ground with their legs and kicked it up in front of him. Shrouding his entire field of vision, the excavated earth made its approach. With a swing of his sword, Heinkel cleaved it in twain. Neither was it a person nor a life. If it was merely an object, Heinkel would not think twice about cutting it down. However, beyond the bisected earth, the sight cleaved open was bereft of the figures of Flam and Grasses. Instead, the twins pincered Heinkel from left and right, and with the greatest amount of acceleration thus far, mercilessly thrust into both Heinkel's flanks. Heinkel, go. Without exaggeration, there had been enough might to bury the fists of the twins up to the wrists into Heinkel. Shattering Heinkel's ribs, the blows landed a direct strike on the organs contained within. As copious amounts of blood spurted from his mouth with tremendous force, Heinkel was on the verge of fainting. But faint he did not. He held his ground. He held his ground, and not only that, gritting his teeth and swiveling his body, he seized the arms of the sisters that had thrust into him. Flam, Grasses, this is bad. At the pain of their wrists being tightly squeezed, Flam and Grasses grimaced. Then the two of them used their arms opposite the ones that Heinkel had seized, as well their free legs, to barrage Heinkel with attacks, striking him like a tempest of steel, but Heinkel did not release their arms. It was not something he had desired. Even so, the one and only thing in which Heinkel assuredly surpassed most other people was this towering sturdiness, and the best way to make use of it was probably this. Even while being showered in blows, he grabbed his opponents. As a disgrace to swordsmen, it was an unrefined, uncouth counterattack, one most fitting for Heinkel Astrea. Heinkel, sullied by a nosebleed, his face was swollen from all of the beating it had endured. Heinkel swung both his arms overhead and vigorously moved to pummel the twins in his grasp down into the ground. That instant, Heinkel forgot the fact that his opponents were children, that they were people who served his family, and that they were the granddaughters of Kerrol and Grim, whom he had known ever since his own birth. No, it was not that he had forgotten. He had merely shut his eyes to it, and so staking it all, he slammed the two of them down to the ground. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never sing. With corpses as chrysalids, their metamorphosis fueled by life's last embers, butterflies of rainbow eclosed the spell devised by the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows, was by no means something that constructed new life. These butterflies had merely been shaped in such a form, and contrary to being a construction of life, their essence was that of death made manifest. Roy. This was also Neosama's trump card, wasn't it, Tilda? Magic of rainbow spectra. Amidst the devoured memories, a throbbing sensation arose as he delightfully recollected a sword clad in a rainbow aurora. Fundamentally, the special technique deployed by the finest of knights was of the same ilk as the rainbow butterflies, that which the finest made manifest through his talents and the powers of his contracted spirits. The Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows conjured in exchange for the dried-up dregs of life. Such was the entirety of the matter. Roy, but its might stands unchanged, you see, Tilda. Butterflies of death that would entirely obliterate anything they made contact with, Roy's smile giving the cue. Around 20 of them surged towards Ram and Melee in unison. Faced with the oncoming threat, Ram and Melee instantly moved in perfect sync. Melee, Ram Wanison. Ram, that is not how you are to address me. Melee, I goatee it, madam. Following a moderately serious exchange, Melee sat astride the Giltilaw, advanced. Then, patting the back of the jet-black witch-beast, she prompted it to wield its mighty arms, forcing nearby trees to come crashing down. As destructive roars sounded from the falling trees, Ram dashed to their now vacant position and crouched, her wand extended straight ahead. Ram, El Fula. The surging gale savagely blew the severed trees, hurling them crashing into the kaleidoscope. Striking true, they smashed through the butterflies' scattering scales of death, triggering an aurora of prismatic explosions that lit up the sky. Roy, Q tilde tilde HK. The optimum solution, cognizing it as such, Roy repeatedly stomped his feet, unable to bear his shuddering. The rainbow-hued butterflies riddled with devastating, might capable of unraveling the very structure of almost anything, could have been designated as fire magic stones that would spell the end upon a single touch. In exchange for their extensive destructive power, they were limited to just one shot before being used up. Detonating and dismantling them through application of obstacles was the strategy guaranteeing the utmost safety. Yet, for them to counter it whilst witnessing it for the very first time left Roy astonished. Roy, ho tilde we tilde v tilde r. For the butterflies to have been exterminated in such a manner would have only left the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows sobbing in his grave. The butterflies he had sent into a direct charge vanished in a rainbow-hued explosion, but detouring around the dazzling explosion, the surviving 5 butterflies swiveled wide and aimed for Ram and the others. What was more was that it was not just the butterflies this time, but Roy as well used the power of the leaper to charge in their direction. Thereupon, with the burly arms of the Snow Valem, he aimed to pound the Giltalor to death first. Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows times Leaper times Snow Valem. An inescapable 3-pronged assault mercilessly detonated upon Ram's group, a flashing aurora smokescreen blocking their front, the surviving rainbow butterflies flanking both sides, and Roy warping into position at their rear that instant. The sound of a crying child slashed Roy's eardrums. Gadgia gadgia. The piercing shrill unbecoming of a battlefield momentarily pilfered Roy of his thoughts, and before his eyes, baying the cries of an infant, was a blasphemously molded witch-beast that ought to have been deigned a failed creation of God. It brandished 2 spears ablaze, forged of bone, incinerating the encircling rainbow-hued butterflies in one fiery sweep altogether. An explosion of aurora blossomed yet again, and with hair waving due to the shockwave, Roy laid eyes upon the grotesque being who had advented before him, the hungry horse king, only supposed to be present in the below ground of the sand sea. Mainly, it was a lot of trouble, bringing it a low tilde ng. Cranium constructed with an enormous horn, and a torso akin to a human trunk accoutred with a gigantic mouth. Holding them up was an inordinately large build of a horse, far too distorted and repellent to be called a chimera of human and horse. This hungry horse king had now become Meili's mount, having exchanged places with the Giltalor. Roy's thoughts fragmented into disarray at that reality, and a great conference of memories foraged for an answer. Raised as the agendas were, the truth behind the happening before his eyes, a precise counter to the imminent crisis at hand, and an apposite reaction to the astonishing reality, such was jumbled together by the pressing urgency of the situation. Right before he selected the agenda to utmost prioritize. What? Looking dumb as a pig, you. The proprietor of the voice who had appeared right behind him, his giant knuckles punched right through Roy's petite frame. Roy, HK. His back pounded, Roy's body was shot into flight above the heads of the hungry horse king and Meili. Outdistancing even the erupting aurora, Roy skidded across the ground, halted his momentum with one hand piercing the ground, and stuck the landing whilst twisting his body, his acrobatic movements to reposition himself, forcing the enemy to abandon pursuit. In his field of view, Roy captured Meili, astraddle the hungry horse king, a giant pigman garbed in a black suit who had appeared beside them, and finally Ram, who was now positioned in a definitively separate locus from before. The arrival of a new enemy, and the tactic of inexplicably instantaneous positional substitution. These were resurfacing a possibility which was supposed to have been relinquished. Roy knew tilde, that wasn't it. It had, unwisely, slipped past him due to extraneous preconceptions influenced by the memories he possessed. that since this instantaneous substitution had to have been brought forth by an authority, it would have been a power belonging to Clind. Thus he had reckoned he need not keep an eye out for it on the battlefield after Clind had disappeared alongside the divine dragon. However, if you're also a father, then don't go laying your hands on kids. Audible there was a thick, anger-blazed voice, and sounds of the vehement impact that followed at the edge of his vision. He could see Heinkel grasping the twin girls with both his arms, basking in a fist square to the face. Delivering that fervent blow was a large man, present within the memories belonging to Roy as expected. It was someone who was not supposed to have been here the moment the battle broke out, Gaston. Heinkel walloped right in the face. Heinkel toppled over backwards, allowing the twins to just barely escape peril. Whether Roy's provocation had proved effective or not, Heinkel appeared to have been on the verge of success, but his counterattack was abruptly crushed at its inception. However, Roy would not laugh at Heinkel. After all, he had also been thwarted by the same opponent with the same technique. And as for the identity of that opponent, it had not been Clind. Roy, Tilda. Could it be Tilda? Such a thing is possible, Tilda. Unable to conceive of any other possibility, even Roy found himself doubting that exceedingly unexpected reality. Carried within that voice was nothing but genuine astonishment, bereft of any and all denial or disdain for that fact. Bereft though it was, even supposing that was the truth, it was preposterously unexpected. From across every memory that contained her presence, only one conclusion could be drawn. No way. It was not Clind. In both Roy's clash against Ram and Melee, and the battle where Heinkel was being pummeled by the twins, someone had intervened with perfect timing. Whilst overlooking this all-out war, they had continuously employed an authority to reconstruct the situation. That was Roy. Petra-chan, since when did you become a Sin Archbishop? Now that's just extremely slanderous. If you're going to call me something disreputable, then call me this. With those words, having dominated the battlefield through an authority, the playmaker harboring a witch factor, Petra Leti, placed her hand over her chest and stuck her tongue out with a bear. Then she declared Petra, the witch of Tristisha, Petra Leti. Arc 9, Chapter 43, True Name. Human translated by Archbishop Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources UU 9526 6 WH to Z Rockaroka. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never play with children. Petra. For instance, if someone else were to use the witch factor held by Clind Niyasama. If I were to use it, could I use teleport as much as I wanted even without paying the compensation? When she had first been informed by Clind about the existence of the witch factor of Tristisha and its authority of compression, the first thing that had popped into Petra's mind was that method of abusing it. Clind was not compatible with the witch factor, and as a result, compensation payment was required to exercise the authority of compression, so he had told her. At the same time, the witch factor of Tristisha was a one-off factor created to be used by a specific person, so by no means would Petra have been compatible either. Hence, the special tag team consisting of the warlock who possessed the authority that was returned by death, Natsuki Subaru, and the witch who supported him, Petra Leti, was disbanded before it was even formed. While that was a relief, it was also true that she had felt regretful about it. Hence, the matter of the witch factor of Tristisha was placed outside the topic of agenda, with them having decided on utilizing Clind's compression to reconvene with their allies and to plunge into the final battle against the enemy. But with Al's authority of turning back time having come to light, the spotlight had once again been placed on the authority of Tristisha while they were working out a plan to decisively stop the Al troop. Clind had informed Petra and the others that, due to incompatibility with the witch factor, it was impossible to exercise his authority without compensation. However, the meaning hidden behind that was, Petra, as long as the compensation is paid, then even people who aren't Clind Niyasama can use compression, right? At Petra's verification, Clind's expression did not shift. However, that only served to convince Petra of the validity of her own conjecture. If he had truly wanted to hide it, Clint ought to have acted more surprised, saying, "I had never even thought of that." Petra, in order to do something about Alsan and his group, it's absolutely essential that we split them all apart. Outside of Alsan himself, the most troublesome opponent would be the divine Dragon Sama, but Klin Sama will do something about that, right? Raswal. On that point, I can also provide assurance. Klind is a key person to serve as a trump card against the divine dragon Volcanica, indeed. Did I use that right? Petra. Yes, that's correct. During the strategy meeting, the one who had boasted of being able to subdue the divine dragon was Klind. Honestly, including the matter of the witch factor of Tristisha, it made her exasperated to think about how many secrets he was hiding along with Roswal. But there was nothing better than his reliability. However, just because Klind was reliable did not mean she could take advantage of him for everything. Petra. But if Klin Sama is going to be busy dealing with the divine dragon Sama, he won't be able to take people in and out with compression, correct? Klind. I do not deny it. Affirmation. Of course, exhausting all of the power in my possession, I will deliver all personnel to the battle front without fail, but, Petra, no. If you do it like that, I think compression will lose its strengths. The best point about compression is that, like a teleport, it can take our fighting strength in and out and switch things around. There was likely no falsehood in the words Clint had sworn with a quiet expression. However, in them, a certain heat did dwell. Their greatest fighting strength would securely be sent to the enemy lines. That alone was already an extraordinary feat. But this was also a battle such that, if they could afford to hope for more, then they ought to hope for as much as they could. Ram, and so we shift to the matter of transferring the authority. Though, before we start to consider it, I'd like to verify if that plan's actually even possible. Klind, about that, hesitation. Petra, Klind Sama, please lay all the ingredients out on the table. Klind, Petra, I think that right now is the time to discuss what cards everyone has in their hand and the extent to which we might be able to use them, so don't hide anything. As Klind hesitated to speak out, Petra plainly requested him to. She understood his reasons for being uneager to share, his reasons for worrying over keeping the information hidden. She understood, but this discussion was a meeting dedicated to saving the kingdom, saving the world, saving Natsuki, Subaru, and Beatrice. It was rather charming how Meili had been glaring at Petra as she had told him to not hide anything. Klind. If you wish to know whether it is possible or impossible, then it would be possible. Approval. The witch factor of Tristisha fails to be compatible with myself, and it is merely within my possession. Responsibility. Ram. In that case, it is simply a matter of shifting ownership. Ha, that should be quite easy to handle then. It would be a disaster if Klind were to leave it behind. Rem, this also goes for if it were to be left behind, but it would also be quite scary if it were to be stolen or confiscated by someone else in that sense. It's understandable that Klind was the one holding on to it. Unexpectedly, the witch factor of Tristisha seemed to have been managed in a precarious state. The notion that it was understandable that Klind had been the one entrusted with its management, with that Petra agreed. Klind, who always handled everything in a brisk and tactful manner, would have made for an ideal custodian. However, Petra, it might be better to give up that duty to someone else this time. Emilia, someone else, but which factors are really dangerous? It's something I saw before at the sanctuary. They aren't things you can handle safely at all. Petra, there is definitely a risk, but if it's used well. Meili, HK, Petra-chan, I'm against it. You know, tilde W. At the sharpened voice opposing her with the most emotion, Petra lowered the ends of her eyebrows. Petra knew that Meili had constantly been worrying about her. It made her happy. After all, when Petra had just met Meili, she was always attempting to get the latter to like her. She had thought that affection would be the best weapon to dull any murderous impulses, and she had hit the nail on the head. Petra, though it might have been a bit too effective. Subaru, I'll say this now, but I'm of the same opinion as Meili. You haven't told me what it was, but you've already paid Klinsan with something, Petra. You can't compromise anything further than this. The voice of a phantom inaudible to anyone else, it instilled Petra with the feeling that she was truly being held dear. Let it be declared. Imaginary Subaru might have been a convenient delusion of Petra's, but the quality of the recreation should have been high enough such that, beyond any doubt, if it had been the real Subaru, he would have said the same thing. Petra, I'm glad that neither Frederick and Isama nor Beatrice Jan are here. Even just Maylie had caused Petra's heart to waver a fair amount. If Frederica and Beatrice had supplemented that with a 1-2 punch, Petra might have been knocked out. What about if Garfield and Otto had been here? Garfield would have likely shouted angrily, but she felt like Otto would have understood. After all, Otto was the one currently overexerting himself, by far the most out of the camp, so Petra did not think he would have had any right to complain to her. Harboring the self-awareness that she truly was such a blessed and beloved girl, Petra spoke. Petra, let's divide up the roles properly. That way, everyone can do their job to the best of their abilities. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never visit that nostalgic place. Tightly ascertaining the sensation of the rectangular box stored in her breast pocket, Petra focused her attention on the witch factor of Tristisha, which she had successfully received by manipulating her words, cajoling the people around her. Petra, I have to concentrate. By putting that to words, Petra firmly cautioned herself so as to preserve her own sanity. In honesty, until today, Petra had thought of herself as someone possessing a tenacious mental fortitude. She had not lost her mind even after reading a book of the dead, and even if her beloved was not swayed by her in the slightest, she had never once thought about giving up on getting him to turn to face her. She was aware that she had been through many difficulties and gambles for someone of her age. And despite all that, the destructive sense of omnipotence brought on by the witch factor made Petra's head spin. Petra, no, that's no good for me. Subaru, cheer me on. Subaru, Petra, do your best. Don't lose. If you lose after staking everything on a gamble I told you not to do, you know what that'll mean. I'll end up hating you. Petra, in that case, I definitely won't lose. Cheered on by her beloved within her mind, it felt like a bit of a last resort to revitalize her state of mind. But it did happen to be actually effective, showing how magnificent the power of love could be. A witch factor. Just what could such a thing do in the face of love? The struggle against a witch factor was ultimately just a mental problem, so it was only natural that the power of love would serve as a wonder drug. The efficacy of that remedy, which had made it impossible for Petra to remain as a mere village girl, was something she understood better than anybody else. Therefore, Ram, noble Taff Fire 8, then hit M with a soldier Taff Flowers 3. At the firm voice striking her eardrums with vigor, Petra opened her eyes wide and grit her teeth. With the activation of compression, Petra deployed those designated personnel to those designated positions on the battlefield that had been divided up into an 8x8 grid within her mind, the same configuration as a shatranj board. Sure enough, 2 individuals aligning with the Felt camp had been delivered to the battlefield in the blink of an eye. One of Felt's followers, Gaston, and a fierce-looking pigman known as the King Pig, Doltero. Swinging their mighty arms, they walloped Heinkel and Gluttony respectively, each of whom had been attempting to launch their own offensives and sent them flying. Tilda. Could it be Tilda? Such a thing is possible, Tilda. Having sidestepped the punch with acrobatic maneuvers, Roy raised his irksome visage, and tearing his gaze off of Ram, whom he had been fixated on until then, he looked at Petra. At Petra, who, maintaining a distance from the duos of Ram and Maylie, Flam and Grassis, who were all engaged in direct combat, was positioned so as to grasp the entirety of the battlefield, sat atop the shoulders of Ramjai. Roy, Petra-chan, since when did you become a Sin Archbishop? Perhaps as ought to have been expected from a Sin Archbishop, he perceived the whereabouts of the witch factor. Nay, were that the case, then he would have noticed their trick much sooner. Likely, it was the result of having correctly fathomed that compression was the work of an authority and thinking about who was in the position to use it the most pertinently. Nothing impressive at all for a Sin Archbishop. Petra, now that's just extremely slanderous. If you're going to call me something disreputable, then call me this. Without revealing her caution towards that insight of Roy's, Petra placed a hand over her chest, and while ascertaining the sensation of the small black box she had received from Clind, she stuck out her tongue with a bear, declaring thus, Petra, the witch of Tristisha, Petra Lati. In most cases, introducing oneself with such a title would have been received with no warm welcomes. While calling oneself by that was already bad enough, being called that by somebody else was absolutely out of the question. Regardless of whether one was steeled in their resolve or not, that was a title akin to a curse, that of being abhorred by every person throughout the world. However, Petra had boldly declared herself as such, as if it was something to take pride in. After all, the master whom Petra served was the witch of glaciation, and her beloved was a kind, admirable knight whose heart was smitten with that witch. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never hold beautiful flowers. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never partake of my favorite food. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never return to my hometown. The witch of Tristisha, Petra Leti. Upon Petra declaring herself so, Roy Alford felt a sense of apotheosis, owing to the surprise that she was capable of going so far, and the delight that she had indeed gone that far. To take in a witch factor, and by one's own volition, become a possessor of an authority, a being who would be called the likes of witch, or warlock, or even sin archbishop, was an act seeming utterly devoid of sanity. The point upon which they had passed such an aberrant decision was when their scrupulousness to spare no measure, that was to say, their love and affection that was the very spirit of hospitality, was something Roy felt potently, profoundly, vastly, and warmly. Roy, the greatest. So glad you turned up, Tilda. Spreading his arms wide, Roy stifled his ecstasy and proffered his gratitude to their hospitality and rendezvous. Seeing that she named herself the Witch of Tristisha, Roy's inference that the opponent's authority was derived from pride had been off the mark. However, Roy had once been told by a monster who entitled itself his mother that the witch factor of Tristisha was a special, defective article with which nobody would prove to be compatible. The witch factor of Tristisha was one of the things that his mother had desired, so upon hearing of its hideaway, his mother would certainly be delighted. Naturally, he did not feel like giving up even a single bite of such a special feast to his mother. Roy, it's a cute, selfish request of a hungry child after all, so she'll surely overlook it, won't she, Tilda? This was a matter of his mother, the personification of the desire for acknowledgement, who loved nothing more than to be revered. Roy could imagine how he would trigger her temper upon her learning that he had given priority to himself over his mother. Once, Roy used to find this egotistic selfishness of his mother's to be unhelpably bothersome, but his current sentiment was slightly different from before. The sentiment that even such egotistic selfishness and conceitedly diseased self-love were irreplaceable attributes to be cherished. Ram, Queen Ta Earth 6, Hunter Ta Yang 6, Noble Ta Yin 5. Conquering to the aged giant's instruction, a dim glow sojourned in Petra's eyes. It was not as though they were actually shining. As a consequence of her devoting her consciousness to utilizing an authority that was impossible to get accustomed to using, the moments in which she was exerting herself could be pinpointed. Normally, it was a trivial habit, not worth paying attention to, but in the midst of battle, where an instant's difference demarcated the line between victory or defeat, even that became information coupled to life or death. From Roy's field of vision, the forms of Ram and the pigman and Melee astraddle atop the hungry horse king disappeared, and concurrent to their disappearance, they appeared as though surrounding Roy from three directions and waged their offensive, the timing of which he could quite clearly grasp due to the glow in Petra's eyes. Roy, yes, yes, excuse us for a bit. On the brink of their offensive making contact, Roy joined his hands before his chest. When, in that instant, the ground rose as though sand dunes were swelling from force applied from left and right, cutting off Ram and the pigman's line of sight from Roy. Entrusting the two to that, Roy focused his concentration on the utmost loud and annoying crying voice of an infant. The field of vision from the back of his head that came to him even without needing to turn. Therein were the bone spears of the hungry horse king that Melee was riding on, and alongside that, launched in tandem, the Giltalaw's monstrously proficient arms swung. Bending his body a great deal back, Roy accreted dodge after dodge after dodge, then licked his lips. The compactor, Figda, was a hitman who had specialized in burying alive, wielding a strange ability to squash everything from both ends of his field of vision into its middle. And the priestess of 1,000 visages, Irna, was the proprietor of an expansive heart and outlook, all 360 degrees top to bottom and left to right, never to miss bearing witness to the tears of the lamenting, grieving weak. However, the ability of the queen of witch-beasts, Meili, did not fall short of them either. Hungry Horse King, Gadja, Giltilaw, Aruu, the pack of Ulgam, the hungry horse king of the Sand Sea, and the Giltilaw, renowned as the jet-black king of the forest. Meili's ability of sallying forth witch-beasts in succession granted Roy Neri a breather for emotional impression. Meili's stratagem of manipulating witch-beasts with unbroken horns was something he had been prepared for through his memories, but since he had been deferred from experiencing its true worth at the Pleiades watchtower, it was a great excitement to witness it in all of its glory. Roy, having been born possessing such a divine protection, your life mustn't have been full of ups and downs, hasn't it? The way of life have you walked till now? Teach us, Tilda Meili. Meili. Teach us what way of life have you walked? That was something Subaru Oniason and Emilia Wanachin said to me once before, to Tilda O. Roy, really? And then. The bone spears of the hungry horse king and the honed claws of the Giltilaw. Nimbly and agilely evading them, Roy slurped on his drool, while Meili, glaring at him, with her face harboring animosity and repugnance, pulled her eyelid downward and stuck out her tongue. Meili. The same as what you said about love being whatever before. But in the end, what matters even more than what you say is who says I tilde T. At the truth which left him with no place to grapple, Roy could only muster a Taha tilde, with no words to give in retort. At Roy's rear, the pigman smashed through the ground wall barrier, and from overhead, Ram dropped, disappearing and appearing yet again. Front, rear, and above, enclosed from 3 dimensions, Roy distorted the space between the length of both of his legs, invoking the magical technique of the Maga Manus Magister, Yardre, who had been submerged in the shadows of history, and finally eaten spears of flame, ice, and earth were brought forth by magic, and immediately locked on to their targets. Their aims were Meili, the pigman, and Ram, but she was not there. Ram. To lose sight of Ram again and again. Why don't you just throw those away? That set of eyes. There she was. At a distance close enough for a hug, Ram's slender frame came into sight. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never shed a tear in the company of others. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never wipe the tears of another. Roy, witch of Tristishia, the compactor times priestess of 1,000 visages times Maga Manus Magister. Surpassing even the combined power of these new suprarational individuals, the trio closed in from all multifarious directions, and knowing the identity of the one who had orchestrated this, Roy's throat roared the name out. What had made his throat quake was not rage. It was delight. Throbbing lively, his heart's thrumming pulsations would not cease. Entrusting himself to those thrumming pulsations, Roy re-aimed the spears of 3 attributes from their initial targets, bringing them crashing into one another. By way of the blast and vapor generated, Ram and the others would inevitably be forced to reposition. Roy. Wah. Ram. Did you think we would teleport to avoid sustaining injuries? With his line of sight obscured, the scorching vapor, which ought to have coerced a teleport via the authority of Tristisha, was rent asunder through pure strength, and from the other side came flying the proprietor of pale crimson eyes. Plunging headfirst into the inescapable scalding heat, she had caught Roy off guard, the latter having erased the possibility that they might deliberately choose to sustain injury from his head. Forthwith, born was the option for Roy to take the initiative, employing the teleport of the Leaper to forcibly reset things to square one. However, Roy, the greatest. The instant he recognized his opponent's brilliance, Roy Alford's bizarre eating awakened. With an outcry of jubilation screeching through his mind, Roy's brain sparkled with branches of countless choices. Flinging the doors open on the plentiful treasure house of memories, he sought that which sparkled amidst the countless miscellaneous treasures tossed aside. The articles what had been lying dormant, impatiently awaiting the chance to raise their first cries and rise to the stage at last. At present, the foremost point of focus was the truth of the hospitality that had rendered eclipsing a failure. Roy, having reached his hand out towards his opponent in an attempt to eat their memories, Roy's eclipsing towards Ram had failed. But she was unmistakably Ram. That was evident from the freshly devoured memories. The originator of the memories called her by the name Ram, and those in the environs beyond that also called her Ram. If anything, even her own first-person pronoun was Ram. She was Ram through and through. Regardless, he could not meet the requirements for invoking eclipsing on the name Ram. In that case, the most probable reason behind the failure of eclipsing was, Roy, an alteration of the true name. 1. Required for eclipsing were the provisions to plunder the target from the name registry of souls managed by Ard Lagna. Hence, the target's name would need to match exactly what Ard Lagna had recorded it to be. In most cases, it was the vow averred during the naming ritual at the time of one's birth. The moment those prayers arrived, the true name would be recorded in the vast empty mind benamed Ard Lagna. Primarily, once the true name was defined, it would not be altered, regardless of however an individual might opt to acknowledge themselves. The alterations which Ard Lagna did recognize, one of those few exceptions, Roy, Ram Mathers. Ram, HK. Piercing through the vapor, as Ram attempted to have her blow connect, Roy forestalled by touching her. The predominant reason for alterations of the true name were those brought about by marriage. In addition, Ram had compelled Maylie to refer to her as Madam. Even from just the memories, there laid no room for doubt pertaining to whom Ram harbored affection. Fostering conviction, Roy invoked eclipsing upon the soul of Ram No, upon Ram Mathers. Her pale crimson eyes dilated wide as he sought to devour her memories, to understand her through and through, not sparing a single portion. Roy, let's blurg. In that instant, Roy split his eyes wide open at the sensation akin to muck being crammed into his open mouth. That was the proof of eclipsing's failure, his entire body quaking with a vehement sense of rejection. Roy's heart, supposed to have graciously received a treat, now tore apart from within, an absurd dubiety governing his mind. Why, how understanding marriage, Ram, true name, doting to her younger sister, awful tastes, the Margrave, earnest, ill-natured, superiority, dependable, merely awful tastes, her nature also ill, marriage, passion, Ram. Did you peer into Otto's memories? Truly a fool. Roy, Ram. Did you really think Ram would use this emergency as a pretext to position herself as Raswal Sama's spouse? If you truly knew Ram, that was a misunderstanding you would never have made. As Ram sneered, her lips twisting into a slim smile, Roy understood. To have herself be called Madam was yet another misdirect, a ploy to draw him to a false conclusion, exploiting the memories of someone close in truth. Roy had dismissed the low-risk choice of using the leaper's technique, opting instead for the high reward of reaching Ram's soul with his tongue with the conviction that he would be able to eat her. A decision he would have never made had he not eaten those memories, had he not eaten Otto Suwon. Ram. For the most part, this is for Otto. Ram apprised him so. Then her wind-clad fist, the pigman's rock-like knuckles, and to top it all off the fiery bone spears clad in blasting burn and the stout arms of a fiendish beast, all impaled Roy Alford in perfect synchrony. Translation notes. 1. Used here, as well in as the title of the chapter, is the term Chinese letter, literally meaning true name. However, there is some nuance with this term and how it is used in Japanese society. It is used to describe the written kanji version of a person's name, as opposed to rendering that name in hiragana or katakana. This concept is also enforced with the Book of the Dead belonging to Subaru, which displays his kanji, true name, Chinese letter, Japanese symbol, Chinese letter, as opposed to how his name is typically rendered through the story, as Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese symbol, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. All this to say, this Japanese concept of a true, written name is given a degree of importance in Rei. 0. What with how names are recorded in Ard Lagna, and we may see more of this explored in the story to come. Arc 9, Chapter 44, Collusion Beneath the Water's Surface. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop, Art Sources, Heinkel Luana 8 Humi. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never speak of fond reminiscences. If you're also a father, then don't go laying your hands on kids. Compared to the fist ploughing straight into the opponent's mug, those words must have been far more scathing. Laying eyes upon that sight, Ramjay fathomed such a guess regarding the pain Heinkel had received. With a counterattack strategy that fully relied on his ability to take hits, Heinkel endeavored to strike back against Flam and Grassis. But just before that could take form, he was superbly thwarted by Gaston, or to be precise, by the intervention of the young girl who had inserted Gaston there via compression. Ram, geez, really is quite something. After verifying the safety of the twin sisters who had been released from the opponent's grasp, what Ramjay turned his attentive gaze towards was the young girl riding on his shoulders the side profile of Petra. Petra, with her large, round eyes narrowed, and the lovely features of her cheeks strained, Petra diligently cast a serious gaze towards the two battlefronts, those being the bouts of combat clashing against Roy Alfred of Gluttony, and the swordsman who had betrayed the kingdom, the backstabber, Heinkel. Originally, present there had also been the principal offender, Aldebaran, alongside his obedient shinobi, and the divine dragon which had bowed down before him. There had been discussions on splitting up that dangerous ensemble, creating theaters of war such that each enemy could be dealt crushing blows individually. But it would have been no exaggeration to say that it was Petra who held the key to that stratagem's success. The plan had been constructed around the opinions of Clind, a man intimately familiar with the authority of Tristisha, and while all personnel were united in their efforts to bring about the success of this stratagem, the one ultimately contributing the most was Petra. Without her, nary would this battle have even commenced, and that had now culminated in this very moment. Petra, HK. Tightly biting down on her lip, Petra's nails firmly dug into the shoulders of Ramjay as she sat on him. He felt no pain from the likes of a young girl's nails, but the state of her mind, as she subconsciously did so, was unimaginable. The witch factors that reduced people to witches and sin archbishops. The burden of handling one was something that could only have been understood by those who had actually done so. Furthermore, the duty that Petra now shouldered was one for which Ramjay's own name had also been raised as a candidate. Albeit lacking in direct combat ability, his quick wits and ability to make decisions made him desirable to have on the field of battle. That was precisely the role of Ramjay and Petra, and while the difference in their camps had ultimately been the deciding factor, Petra's duty was one that Ramjay could very well have ended up shouldering. Hence, while Ramjay's ultimate priority in this battle was to take back Felt, he had decided in his heart that his secondary priority was to do everything in his power to support Petra. If it meant that Petra's burden could become even just a bit lighter, he would devote his entire soul to ensuring that no blunders or oversights occurred in his judgments and instructions regarding the war situation. Ram, Queen Tar Flowers 3, Noble Tar Lightning 2, Hunter Tar Flowers 5. Overlooking the battlefield, Ramjay issued commands such that Petra could hear from atop his shoulders. Each time Petra received his instructions and exercised the authority, the scratches on his shoulders would deepen, becoming all the more numerous. Primarily, it was the battle against gluttony in which compression could be utilized. Roy seemed to be aware that Ramjay and Petra were making contributions to the combat, but the way Ram conducted herself was exceptionally skillful. She continued to dexterously draw the opponent's attention, ensuring that he could not lay a hand on those in the position of command. The fact that the combat continued to ebb and flow with a paper-thin difference, even when including compression, stemmed from the abundance of moves and cards in Gluttony's hand. But this stood in stark contrast to the other front, where the moves and cards in hand were desperately few. Heinkel, Ka. With even his screams getting lost amidst the sounds of pummeling, Heinkel continued to be showered in blow after blow. Joining the twins Flam and Grassis, Gaston supplemented their speedy flurry with the might of his arm, causing a one-sided beatdown that ought to already have been labeled punishment without fair trial to unfold. But since the other party had still yet to bend the knee, Flam and the rest could not afford ease off either. On both fronts, a nudge would be required for things to progress. It happened right after he had reached that thought. Petra called out Ram Ogiason, and with Ramjay her eyes met. Petra. By the mere crossing of their gazes, Ramjay understood that Petra had arrived at the same conclusion he had. Without even sparing the time to nod in agreement, Ramjay kept a keen eye out for a golden opportunity. And then, Ram, Queen Ta Yang 5. As Ramjay let the command fly, Petra exerted strength into the hands on his shoulders, into her round eyes, and activated compression in a manner most magnificent. The fruit of cooperation between Ram and two others vehemently surged towards Roy. Petra, all right. Roy's petite frame engulfed in wind, he basked in the attacks of the king pig alongside two witch beasts and was blown away. Spraying blood as he was shot up into the air, Roy had unmistakably been dealt a serious blow. Just before that decisive blow was made, Roy had attempted to invoke the authority of gluttony on Ram, but with that ending in a misfire, he had given birth to a significantly fatal opening. Once again, he was deeply impressed by the courage of Ram in laying that trap and having it actually succeed, as well as Petra's ingenuity for having proposed it. Formerly Ram, now Ram Lati. Taking advantage of the system, an unnatural proceeding to become adopted children had been performed for all personnel on the front lines whom gluttony had a chance of targeting. 'Twas an outlandish stratagem that betrayed the expectations of the Sin Archbishop. Ram. But with this, the situation had shifted. At the certain materialization of the move that had been desired to break the deadlock, Ram Jai tightly clenched his fist. And then, maintaining that momentum, he shifted his sights in an attempt to progress the other situation. Heinkel, nobody fucking move a muscle. If this personage's life is valuable to you. With the variation that had been birthed on that front, he was confronted with the worst predicament possible, that of Heinkel pressing his sword against Felt, pinioning her hands behind her back. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never retell my favorite stories. Aldebaran, sorry for everything up till now. In a lot of ways, I've put way too much burden on your shoulders, old man. Giving that apology, it was right after Aldebaran had mercilessly beat down Heinkel by sheer force, just when the latter had been about to take an overly hasty action while conversing with Felt. To be frank, Heinkel was aware that he had been about to carry out a deed that could never be undone, and thus reflected that he had no right to complain about having been beaten down. He had no choice but to accept the apology. However, the reality that Felt had caught wind of that alone, he absolutely could not afford to leave unchecked. Heinkel's ever-slumbering wife, Luana Astria. 'Twas the fact that the slumber of the woman Heinkel held most dear was caused by his son, Reinhard. Aldebaran, well, hold on a sec. I ain't gonna ask about what happened between you and Lil, Miss Felt, old man, but didn't I tell you? Old man, it was my fault for making you shoulder all that burden, yeah. Heinkel, where are you going with this? What good will apologizing do? Aldebaran, of course I won't say something like I apologized, so just keep hanging in there. For now, I'll deal with the matter of Lil, Miss Felt. Heinkel, even if you say you'll deal with it. Aldebaran, I ain't gonna do anything dangerous, though it might be a little crude. As Aldebaran spoke those words with a shrug of his shoulders, Heinkel's cheeks tensed. Regarding what he was thinking, he was a man with many inscrutable aspects to him. Even so, what Heinkel did understand was that, driven by the sorrow of having lost Priscilla, he had begun to turn the world against him. That at the very foundation of Aldebaran, certainly present, was a love towards that blazing sun princess. However, Aldebaran had retained just enough good conscience to not go as far as sacrificing everything just for that purpose. It felt as if such a thing no longer bound him, that he had broken free from his shackles. Heinkel, what are you planning to do? Aldebaran, I won't do anything bad to you, old man. Only, there's just one thing I'd like to confirm. As he unwittingly gulped aloud, Heinkel felt a strong sense of thirst from his throat. It was a certain kind of premonition that only cowards were endowed with, that of wanting to hear what words came next, but with a simultaneous desire to not hear them. Ignoring those feelings of Heinkel, Aldebaran vocalized his question. That was, Aldebaran, 15 years ago, about the name of the royal who was abducted from the castle for Heinkel nay. For anyone in the kingdom of Lugunica, speaking that name had gained a perception of being something of a taboo. 15 years ago, the daughter of the king's younger brother was abducted from the royal castle of Lugunica, and ever since then, her whereabouts had been unknown. In the long and storied history of the kingdom, it was not as though there had been an absence of royals who had led lives of misfortune. However, despite having been blessed by birth, she was the only one whose growth and conclusion were never spoken of. Philor Lugunica. 1. The 41st king of the kingdom of Lugunica, Randahul Lugunica, the daughter of his younger brother, Ford Lugunica, was the royal whom Heinkel had been suspected of abducting 15 years prior. Albeit, the suspicions of abduction were false accusations after circulating from one place to the next. Heinkel had, unto the royal family to whom he ought to have sworn his fealty, and unto Ford whom he owed a great debt of gratitude, committed a blasphemy which he could never retract. Far beyond simply betraying the kingdom, that was a clear breach of faith on his friendship with the royal family. Let's eat. An abominable ritual of unspeakable sin, effectuated before his eyes. From Aldebaran's question, that was something Heinkel had foreseen, and likely even hoped for. Despite being fully aware that the ritual had served as the impetus for many a tragedy, he still had hoped so. After all, if that was enacted, Heinkel would not end up needing to kill her. Thank you for the treat. Placing two hands together, Roy announced the completion of the ritual, and with eyes upon that small figure's back, Heinkel came to his senses. He had been so eager to avert his gaze that, submerged in his thoughts, he had quite literally overlooked the deed taking place before his eyes. Though he found it absurd that his heart still ached with each new unknightly deed he enacted, Heinkel stepped forth to change places with Roy, the latter cackling in delight. And then, Heinkel, Philor Sama. Getting down on one knee, Heinkel called out to the girl in such a manner. Just what sort of answer had he been expecting? If she replied acknowledging that it referred to herself, then it would signify the failure of the ritual. If she replied that she did not know what that meant, it would still likely end up causing Heinkel anguish. Sure enough, not even holding the answer within himself, the answer Heinkel received was Philor. Who might that be referring to? No, in the first place. Heinkel, Philor, who am I exactly? Ultimately, the reply signifying the ritual's success wounded Heinkel, causing him anguish. Philor, Philor, that is my name. Something about it does not feel quite right. With her memories devoured, Philor's attitude truly felt as though she were a different person entirely. Her mannerisms, conduct, and way of speaking had all previously given the impression of crudeness and having been poorly raised. But as if that had all been a lie, she now carried herself with a grace and gentleness befitting royalty, greatly surprising Heinkel. If not for the tragedy 15 years prior, she would have likely been a member of royalty beloved by all. Aldebaran. But in exchange for that, she would have probably ended up dying of the same illness as the rest of the royal family. As Heinkel was stricken with such deep emotions, Aldebaran made a rather tasteless comment. But that was likely the truth. The epidemic of unknown origin that seemed to have only targeted royalty. If Philor had been in the castle, she would have likely not escaped harm. Heinkel had been about to realize something about what that signified, but he shut his eyes, refusing to confront it directly. By this point, Heinkel's mind and body were already filled to the brim. With the fulfillment of his dearest wish just ahead, his heart could not bear the shocking facts that kept being added on one after another. Philor, is there perhaps something troubling you? As Heinkel subconsciously placed his hands over his face, Philor inquired so of him. Even though she had been the one in a far more uncertain situation, being without her memories, for her to still display concern for others was an act in which Heinkel certainly glimpsed the blood of the Lugunican royal family. At the same time, convinced he was of a cruel reality substantiated the moment the authority of gluttony was activated, of the fact that she was undoubtedly Philor Lugunica. And yet, Heinkel, with this, I guess the royal selection's over. Aldebaran, why do you think that, old man? Heinkel, is there anything at all left? The reason why the royal selection is being held is to find a successor worthy of the throne. If it has to be said, it's a backup plan because the royal family perished. Now that we know that they didn't die out, it's a given that everyone will go back on it. As irony would have it, it was a truth that had only come to light because following Priscilla's death, Aldebaran had gone rogue and broken gluttony out of prison, and because she had gotten to the crux of Heinkel's heart before losing her memories. It almost seemed as if the world itself had exerted its control in order to install Philor on the throne. Of course, Heinkel did not suggest anything so insensitive as saying that even Priscilla's death had been for that purpose. But ultimately, Philor taking the throne would have been the most desirable outcome. He would awaken Luana. So long as that was fulfilled, it was in Heinkel's best interests for all matters to be settled without any problems. Hence, the Witch of Envy would withdraw, and Philor would take the throne. Such did he desire. Aldebaran. Alter, this is the most peaceful way to settle things. Got any problems with that? Just barely, because I was able to compromise on this. The Lil Miss avoided getting hurt. I think it's a brilliant solution, Origin. It's just Aldebaran, it's just. Did you really think of this plan by yourself, Origin? It doesn't really seem like something you'd come up with. Aldebaran. Next to Heinkel, as he came to terms with things, Aldebaran and the divine dragon debated over the treatment of Philor in such a manner. Be that as it may, at least the problem Heinkel had been carrying was shelved for now. But then again, there was no doubt that bringing Philor around without her memories would only sow the seeds for new problems. In that case, it won't become a problem or anything of the sort Tilda. Right, Alsama. As he stealthily peered at his face from right next to him, Heinkel's breath caught. As if she had seen straight through Heinkel's inner apprehensions, she sent a sidelong glance his way as if mocking him, before proceeding to encourage Aldebaran as if presuming upon him. From Yi's disparaging attitude, he felt no sense of unease. What did give him a sense of unease was the demeanor Aldebaran displayed towards her. Aldebaran, yeah, I did promise the old man after all. Heinkel, promise. Aldebaran, that I'll be the one who deals with the matter of Lil Miss Felt. No, Lil Miss Philor. Declaring so with an aloof, yet evidently callous attitude, Aldebaran ignored Heinkel's bewilderment and dealt with it. At that decisive nay, that uncompromising attitude, for better or worse, Heinkel was dismayed. The shift in the relationship between Aldebaran and Yi, the emotions the divine dragon harbored towards Philor, the expansion of the scope of actions permitted to gluttony, and the truth about Philor that had come to light. By no means were they a group with a unified relationship, but Heinkel could feel the strains and discrepancies gradually growing larger. Amidst such a group, Heinkel resolved himself to at least remain as one who maintained his sanity. No matter how suffocating a difficult situation he was placed in, Heinkel would be troubled were this group to fall apart before his goal was fulfilled. Hence, Heinkel, even if it's just me, I'll act decently. Indeed, receiving the result of Philor having been dealt with the black orb around the size of a beanbag in which she had been sealed, thus did Heinkel vow. Indeed, he had vowed. Heinkel, if you don't want Philor Sama to get hurt, then stand down. He had vowed, and yet, faced with a predicament, Heinkel had done an about-face on that resolve of his. Binding the arms of the grown-up Philor behind her back, he pressed his sword against her slender neck. Felt, HK. Upon witnessing Heinkel's act of violence, a man of solid physique called out to Philor by a different name in frustration. Flam and Grassis, who had been pummeling him without having ceased their movements, faced off against Heinkel, their gazes filled with anger and disdain, likely mixed in with a bit of anxiety and bewilderment. From their perspective, there would have likely been two strands of surprise. Similar to how they had been repeatedly appearing and disappearing, Philor seemed to have appeared in Heinkel's hands without any forewarning, and furthermore, Heinkel had called her by a different name than the one they knew. There was no avoiding the perplexity and unease surging up in their eyes. Heinkel, I'm deeply sorry, but I do not wish to be rough. Please bear with me. As Heinkel pinioned the arms of Philor and spoke those words to her, he was disgusted at his own chicanery. He had endeavored. In this battle that had commenced all too suddenly, Heinkel had endeavored to the utmost to avoid getting Philor involved. But he had given up. As always, his efforts had borne no fruit, and so, shattering the black orb with which Aldebaran had entrusted him, he released the sealed Philor to the outside, and holding her hostage, he threatened the enemies who had appeared. Heinkel, don't move. You don't want this personage to get hurt, yeah. Even as he stained his hands with such an atrocity, his secret courtesy towards Philor proved some fragment of conscience still lingered within Heinkel. Before he had gained conviction that she was Philor, he had been able to disregard the beautiful golden hair and blazing red eyes that were proof of royalty as being not more than a mere accidental resemblance. But now that he had been convinced of her identity as Philor, Heinkel was unable to interact with her the same way that he had up until that point, where he asked if it was a matter of changing his attitude based on the identity of the other party. The answer would have been yes. To devote fealty towards those of the Lugunican royal family, 'twas a tenet entrenched in Heinkel by his parents. Philor, HK. Serving as a belated trump card, Philor's throat rumbled as she was made to raise her visage. Freshly liberated from that black orb, Philor complied with Heinkel's will, perhaps because of the lingering disorientation of her consciousness, or perhaps because the sudden change in situation had caused her to lose her bearings. While that irritated him to no end, the threat had been effective, with the opponent's movements having dulled. Seizing that opportunity, albeit he was still worried about Aldebaran and the others, Heinkel chose to prioritize rescuing Roy, who had fallen into a trap on the same battlefield. Felt. Unlike that which had been wrung out by the man of solid physique earlier, this was a voice carrying strength. Across the battlefield thundered a shout woven from joy upon reuniting with a person held dear, faint ire beneath deep affection, together mixed in with a fear for her safety, and the ironclad determination to bring her home, no matter what. Philor. At that voice, Philor stirred within Heinkel's arms. Even if she was in a state lacking memories, in a position unsure of friend or foe, any strong emotions directed towards herself would likely be conveyed. Slowly, she blinked open those signature red eyes of royalty and met eyes with the old giant who had called out to her from afar. Then, opening her lips, she began to spin words. Those were Philor, Ramjay. Take Gaston and everyone else and fall back. That is coming. With all the royal grace up, until a moment prior cast aside, a voice laden with a gruff strength, as if lost memories had been forcibly reclaimed at the call of someone treasured. 'Twas the roaring cry of the regal and valorous golden lion. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never call others by terms of endearment. Of course, the reason why Felt had been able to warn her comrades of the oncoming peril stemmed not from any fairy tale convenience, like the miracle of love that Heinkel had thought it to be. The ruthlessness of the authority of gluttony was extended far past the likes of Felt, evident in the tragedies of the people who had fallen prey to it and those who surrounded them. There existed nothing so absurd like the hotbed of those countless tragedies being resolved merely by the emotions that surrounded Felt. Hence, the reason why Felt had returned from being Philor to Felt here was plain and simple to begin with. Roy had never even eaten Felt's memories. Roy, about after this, Felt-chan, seems we've got no choice but tilde T to eat your memories. Felt-chan, how about cooperating with us? The words left Roy's lips soon after Aldebaran had resolved to deal with Felt, who had become a liability that threatened to fracture their group's cohesion after discovering an unnecessary truth. The unnecessary truth Felt had surmised would be devoured entirely by Roy along with her memories, and it seemed like this opportunity was also being taken to get rid of Felt's personality of impertinently prying into things one by one. The idea was that so long as her life was not taken, it would be fine, but if Felt were to be asked, the moment she lost her memories and stopped being her current self, it would be tantamount to killing her, so she did not approve of Aldebaran's methods. Felt, but that doesn't mean that I'll suddenly approve of yours. To begin with, by cooperating with the likes of you, what the hell are you trying to get me to do? Roy, haha Tilda, that attitude is tantalizing, you know. But no need to worry, Felt-chan. After all, drafting scrupulous stratagems or having a perfect plan, that kind of stuff isn't our creed. What we want to ask you to do, Felt-chan, is decidedly for you to pretend your memories were eat. Felt, go on. Closing a single eye, Felt detected a possible value in hearing Roy out. Viewing her reaction, Roy chortled, "Tha tilde teased the spirit tilde," in delight from the bottom of his heart. Roy, it's not bad to keep going along with Helmut Uncle and the others like this tilde, but if we don't take any action, the best we can hope for is being used up and tossed aside when the ideal time comes. See, we're engraved with a curse mark, and it's quite the unfavorable situation we're in. That's why, you see. Felt, that's why. Roy, while you're pretending to have lost your memories, Felt-chan, just keep aiming and watching out for a chance to retaliate like you've always been. We'll take advantage of the opportunity you might create, Felt-chan, and attempt to slip out from our position as captive Sin Archbishop, after all. Felt. If I were to tell that to the helmet bastard, causing a falling out between you guys, you'd easily be eliminated. That line of thought also exists, you know. Roy, yes, yes, that's exactly it. Keep laying those sorts of traps, Tilda. Roy clapped his hands in great ecstasy, and trying to probe deeper into his true intentions, Felt quickly dismissed it. If he did happen to be concealing his true feelings, she did not think she could see through them, and it seemed to Felt that Roy was speaking sincerely. And in reality, given Felt's position, it was also the best proposal she could ask for. Felt's position at this rate would be that of being robbed of her memories, with not a thing she could do about it. Felt, however, you'd need to have my name in order to even eat me in the first place. Your sibling didn't know it, and that caused him to throw up. Roy, well, Tilda, that's true. But even you know it somewhere deep in your heart, don't you, Felt-chan, that your real name might very well be the same as that of the princess renowned from the kingdom's Tilda Jedi. Felt, Roy, a Tilda H, or perhaps you would like to confirm, though if eclipsing succeeds using that name, we'd end up acquiring your memories, but we'll be able to verify. How about it? Felt, now there's a cheap provocation. Fine, I'm in. As Roy languidly hung out his long tongue and peered at her face, Felt scoffed at him. Just who actually was she? Such a worthless question did not matter in the slightest to Felt. She knew that there were those to whom it might have mattered, but it was the same logic as before, that having her memories stolen would have been the same as being killed. Felt had already accumulated all her life experience as a person named Felt. Sorry, but regardless of how it started, any life in which she was not Felt had ended before even starting. Such things were unnecessary. Hence, she would take advantage of the repulsive gluttony's machinations. Felt, I'll be the only one victorious. Roy, cuckoo, ahaha, Tilda. We thought you'd say that. We believed it. But even we will do our utmost by placing insurance to make sure that Felt-chan isn't the only one who wins, you know. Felt, insurance, eh? Don't say such lame things. Wager everything on a single shot. Roy, such gallantry is cool and whatnot, Tilda, but what's important to us isn't the likes of such Tilda. Eat or be eaten, that's all. With those words, Roy gnashed his teeth as if to celebrate the establishment of the collusion. And thereafter, as promised, Roy had pretended to eat Felt's memories, leaving her as she was. Felt too abided by the collusion with Roy which she had half doubted, and acted as though she had no memories. She performed the role of the royal whom she did not even know, Philor Lugunica. Felt, sorry, but the only person I could think to mimic was Krushnichin. In the sense that she was a victim whose memories had been eaten by gluttony. The first thing that came to Felt's mind was Crush. Having used the sudden changes in her demeanor and manner of speech as a reference, it seemed like Philor had somehow satisfied Aldebaran and the rest, and above all, Heinkel. Fortunately, the times she needed to play Philor were neither long nor many, as Felt had soon ended up being sealed in a peculiar black sphere through Aldebaran's magic. The sensations within that orb were exceedingly suffocating, and it was nothing nice, but there were aspects that had helped her. By reducing the amount of time she had needed to play Philor, she had managed to avoid revealing their subterfuge. Had Felt unwittingly revealed it, Roy's insurance would have been invoked. With such she had been threatened. Supposing Felt did not go along with the proposal, it had been prepared to ensure she had no choice but to go along with it, and to prevent her betrayal after she agreed, proving to serve as insurance in quite the literal sense of the word. That was Felt. It's coming out from my shadow. While Heinkel pinioned her arms, holding his sword fastened against her neck, she shouted. Deceiving Aldebaran and his henchmen, the face-down trap card prepared by the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, in order to flee from their grasp. Listed alongside the white whale and the great rabbit, it was the last of the three great witch beasts, Felt, the black serpent. So it was that in response to the breach of the agreed-upon collusion, brought forth to this theater of all-out war between the two factions was the Black Serpent, the witch-beast of pestilence responsible for having massacred the most living creatures in this world since its birth. 2. Translation notes. 1. Given that the Japanese base for this name is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, furrior, we deem it likely that it is based on the Italian term fior, meaning flower, and thus have localized it to Phylor due to its similarity and aesthetic sense. 2. The term here Chinese letter, has been rendered here as the singular term pestilence for brevity. While Samarianan's original translation used blight, we have opted for this to put more emphasis on the disease aspect and to avoid using the same term that might be associated with blight dragons. The original term itself has more of a meaning like lesion or source of infection, but in this context, it more so refers to the base meanings of the kanji for disease and nest. The nuance is to say that the serpent itself is a nest, den, or crucible of sorts in which this plague festers. An apt translation might be nest of infection or nest of plague, but when taken in totality with the witch beast of part of the phrase, these become unwieldy compared to just opting for a singular term like pestilence. Arc 9, Chapter 45, Clash of the Super-Rational. Translated by Archbishop 142, Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 art sources, 8 Humi Rakaroka, God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never invite another into my home. In her defense, Felt had not initially accepted Roy's conditions with the intention of immediately reneging on them. The insurance he had imposed on her had certainly been insurance. That threat was known to Felt, and if she were to act carelessly in any way, it was very likely that she would bring enormous harm to not only her own life as a matter of course, but also to her surroundings. Therefore, despite how annoying it was, she intended to go along with Roy's plan, playing the part of Philo Lugunica and waiting for as large of an opening as possible from Aldebaran and the others. Of course, she intended on further outmaneuvering Roy as he tried to outmaneuver them. However, that determination within Felt was soon forced to change course. Felt, released from the sealed space, while feeling the frigidity of steel against the skin of her neck, Felt poured everything into getting a grasp on the situation. The first thing was the insurance, that she would act as Phylor to prevent that which had a risk of being invoked, regardless of if Roy was watching or not. On top of that, she was seeking an opportunity to give any members of Aldebaran's group a taste of their own medicine. Such various determinations cracked the moment that familiar voice had called out to her. Felt, pinned in a Nelson hold, Felt raised her head slightly and looked. At the edge of the battlefield, the loud voice that had called out for Felt was Ramjay, whom she was already missing after only 2 or 3 days. She was overjoyed, but at the same time, she understood that she was a hostage for this purpose, and she forcefully fastened the mask of Phylor that was beginning to slip then. Their eyes met. With Ramjay, it was not. Rather, it was with the pale blue eyes of the girl perched atop those shoulders with his. In that instant, information flooded into Felt's head with a terrifying ferocity. Felt, ugh. Within the blinking red eyes of Felt, the muddy torrent raged like there was no time that could be spared. Apparently the middle of a battle, Aldebaran and Yi, and the divine dragon absent, all out war with only Roy and Heinkel remaining. Divide and conquer plus ambush tactics. My Ramjay in command as expected. Reinhard continuing to engage the witch. On top of that, on top on Felt. Ramjay. Take Gaston and everyone else and fall back. That is coming. After wading through the unrelenting muddy torrent of information, Felt raised her voice with the belief that this was the optimal choice. Even should she continue to act as Phylor for fear of the insurance, there was a high probability that Roy, who was caught in a predicament on the battlefield, would break his promise in order to overturn the situation. To begin with, he was a sin archbishop. It would be a mistake to place such faith in matters such as them keeping their promises. After all, Roy had been lying from the start, conspiring with Felt to escape after exploiting an opening made by Aldebaran, and the others was an outright lie. From the onset, Roy had only ever thought of devouring everyone. Felt, Aldebaran, Yi, Volcanica, and Heinkel included. As such, Felt, it's coming out from my shadow. In this act of forestalling Roy, she had harbored no hesitation or indecision whatsoever. If there was but one thing, it was solely the fear that they would be unable to handle the insurance. But that fear had been dispelled by the presence of those here, and in particular by Ramjay. If Ramjay was present, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. The hope that many throughout the world held in the sword saint, Reinhard van Estria, was something that felt harbored in this elderly giant. Therefore felt the black serpent. Even though a dreadful torrent of death poured out from her own shadow, in Felt's eyes, in her heart, there existed not a single shred of fear whatsoever. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never nurse the deathbed of another. One of the three great witch-beasts, the witch-beast of pestilence, the black serpent. While blighting humanity was in the core nature of the species known as witch-beasts, the reason why the three great witch-beasts were considered to stand in a league of their own even among that genus was simply because, in addition to embodying that base ecology of witch-beasts, the scale of destruction they wrought was far too catastrophically vast. Surrounded many a time by the military campaigns of every nation, and enshrouded by a mist that entirely erased the majority of those forces, the white whale, leaving no scraps behind as it devoured countless livelihoods with a calamitous appetite, the ravenous bane that stripped even tragedy bare as it cleaned its plate, the great rabbit, enrolled alongside the black serpent, the dreadfulness of those extolled as the three great witch-beasts went without saying. Yet, even beside the white whale and great rabbit, the black serpent stood apart, an anomalous existence that defied all regularity. As stated previously, the three great witch-beasts were beings that wrought frighteningly more harm than any other witch-beasts. If that condition were to have been strictly obeyed, then the black serpent, rather than having been listed among the three great witch-beasts, would have instead been worthy of reigning as the great witch-beast, singular. After all, the black serpent had bereaved a number of lives astronomically greater than that of either the white whale or the great rabbit, what with it having delivered ruination unto a great country that had formerly existed, reducing what were once the five great countries to the four great countries. Ram, Enwa, apprised of the arrival of the black serpent, Ramjir's voice subsequently erupted in surprise. That instant, burgeoning from the shadow at Felt's feet, was a dense conglomeration of miasma so dark that its true state could be ascertained on sight, appearing just as though the shadow itself had poked its head up. It was an utmost malefic menace made manifest, unparalleled in its ability to remind all living creatures of their instinctive aversion to death. And yet, Ram, hey, what in tarnation, S with them eyes. Despite the fact that she would have been acutely feeling the dreadful aura of the witch-beast up close, the fact that Felt's eyes housed no fear as she looked at him, instead carrying only an unwavering faith, brought Ramjir's heart to a boil. Suppressing the instincts of self-preservation that were all too superfluous for the elderly, a desire to meet her expectations was blazed within him. Ram, Petra, understood. Forthwith, the young girl who had responded hopped down from Ramjir's shoulders. Drawing his chin back at the clever girl's decision, Ramjir fixed his gaze afore compression was invoked. Ram, a sharp sensation, as if consigning his surroundings to oblivion, tremored through Ramjir's soul. Supposing this power had been at play in the many battles that Valga Cromwell had come to be involved, with then the tactics utilized, the outcomes begotten, even history itself would have likely undergone a massive upheaval. By merely laying eyes upon the power of an authority, by the mere sensation of a witch factor in close proximity, he could not help but conceive of such what-if scenarios. Likely, that was the unmistakable genesis of what captivated those chosen by witch factors with prospects of power, leading them astray as they drowned in delusions of omnipotence, invariably degrading them into repulsive abominations. Wielding such a thing, Petra, H.K. Firmly clenching her molars, it was with a brave heart that Petra endured. A brief while though it might have been, there was no doubt that the witch factor was saddling her with a correspondent burden. Despite wishing to liberate her from it as soon as possible, reality betrayed his wishes, forcing her to exercise that power. The fact that Ramjir, too, was not more than a part of that odious reality irritated him to no end. It was precisely for that reason, precisely because it was being forced on her, that he would at least return home with the greatest results possible. Ram, Warrior Tar Lightning 8, Soldier Tar Flowers 8. Concurrent to that vocalization from his thick lips was the sensation of thoughts bursting asunder. In accordance with Ramjir's commands, Petra passed brisk judgment, retrieving the trio of Flam, Grassis, and Gaston through compression, and dropping them towards the rear of the battlefield. Ramjay, having advanced an equivalent distance forward to take their place, ripped Felt free from Heinkel's continued hold and planned to withdraw once again. However, how cruel, Tilda! Didn't we say that we'd run away, Toj, Tilda there? For a moment, a voice lacquered with slimy unpleasantness overlaid the nasty resonance of flesh forcibly being pierced. A scorching pain flashed belatedly, causing Ramjay to let out a groan as he locked eyes with the owner of the spear hand that had impaled his right flank with the blood-stained smile of Roy. Roy, who ought to have sustained a fatal wound at the coordinated onslaught by Ram and the others a moment ago, continued to bare his fangs while his petite, wound-riddled body was stained red with blood. Felt, bastard, doing that to Ramjay's HK. Roy, we did warn you now. These guys won't even properly listen to what we have to say, is what we're saying. Gnashing his teeth as Felt flared up in anger, Roy gestured behind him with a jerk of his chin. A befouling spire of black sprouted up on a grand scale, unveiling a genuine threat to gnaw away at one's life. To eclipse it entirely were they to merely catch a glimpse, let alone lay hands upon it. A peril instinctually perceived by any and all that lived. This was no empty threat or bluff. Present there was indeed the baleful legend known as the Black Serpent. Ram, NHH. Enduring the pain of his flank being impaled, Ramjay's thoughts flared to the point of incandescence. Attempting to do something about it here would be a bad idea even among the pantheon of piss-poor plans. But given that Roy would naturally interfere with their plans, escaping with compression would be difficult. Did Roy possess a means of avoiding the Black Serpent's cataclysmic malevolence, or was this perhaps a suicide tactic, resolved to take them down along with himself? To devise the best possible course of action in order to prevent that, think, Ram, protect the daughter of Ford. As for why his ardent thoughts had terminated upon such a conclusion, not even Ramjay himself was aware. Only, with his thought process to arrive there condensed to the utmost extremity, he exclaimed. And receiving that blood-curdling outcry from Ramjay, a lone man concorded. Ugh, Gah! The owner of that fearful, quavering voice reflexively brandished his sword, obliquely slashing at Roy, who was attempting to cling to Ramjay's giant body, blowing him away. The mastery in that silver flash was something that astonished even the very man who had performed it, and thus, having been rescued by that, it delivered a shock onto Felt, as if the heavens had come crashing down. Felt, you. Heinkel, HK, motionlessly looking back at Felt, whose eyes were opened wide, Heinkel grit his teeth and reached out his hand. Reaching straight ahead, not towards Felt, but towards the large body of Ramjay who had pulled her close, he pushed. On the receiving end of that unimaginably vehement shove, Ramjay's body was sent flying by its vigor. And then, in front of Ramjay, and Felt as they watched, having been thrust away, Heinkel, Philor Sama, that countenance, an amalgam of turmoil and regret and love and hate. Just how could anyone have described it? The words spun by those lips, enigmatic and labyrinthine to the utmost. Just what sort of sentiments had they been attempting to convey? All was unknown. Before those words could take form, Heinkel Astria was swallowed by the downpour of befoulment known as the Black Serpent, vanishing altogether. Ram. As befoulment cascaded like a waterfall, the land, steeped in baleful black, drew its final breath. Arboreal watchers of wood and bark withered, flora festered in rot, and waters seethed with blight. Nary a hue of life was left behind by the Black Serpent's foul tongue following its tarnish. Instead, it engulfed aught in its path, extinguishing all embers of life without discrimination. And of course, with that befoulment spilled all over his head, Heinkel was no exception. Felt, goddamn idiot. Roy, a tilde H, what a waste. Bearing witness to that sight, the bitter reactions of Felt and Roy ironically coincided. But as the other relevant party, Ramjay possessed no right to lament that. After all, he was at least aware that it was his outcry just now that had spurred Heinkel to enact that deed with his life on the line. But regardless of whether he was self-aware or not, his determination was immediately renewed by Roy's appetite. Roy, Philo Luguram, Hunter Tar Wind too. Whilst befouling lethality gushed forth like spring water, the voice of Roy, prioritizing his appetite, was drowned out by Ramjay's. As the small figure pounced at them, Ramjay twisted his body to keep Felt at a distance, and to his clever companion he issued an order not to have them withdraw, but to break the deadlock. Arrow. This child, not even I have confidence in stopping I tilde T. Summoned by those commands, surfacing there were Melee and the sinister beast of large build to which she clung. As a roar overlapped with the self-deprecating remark, and the beast's claws seized Roy head-on, the witch-beast master pointed at the potpourri of befoulment and yelled with all her might. Melee, sit down. The thunderclap that was Melee's command struck the witch-beast with an inexorable impulse. Forthwith, as the befoulment had been attempting to bifurcate whilst slithering across the ground, within shadow, born in its movements, was a disturbance, and having shifted places with the sinister beast, Ramjir and the others escaped the black serpent's immediate range. Having fled, he resumed breathing, and turning only his neck, he finally caught sight of the befoulment in its entirety and failed to muster even a single word. Ram. This was no life form so cute as a witch beast. This was death incarnate. The befoulment that had overflowed from the forest's shadows coalesced, taking form as a serpentine contour. However, that contour was not of flesh or scale instead. 'Twas not more than a festering den of pathology, pestilence, and plague innumerable, an endless helix of lesions, disease, and blight, brought together by malign coincidence to assume such a shape. Its ulcerations, akin to the scales that clad a snake's body, would swell and burst, releasing droplets of deep black to scatter like pus. A mere touch from a single drop enough to make anything rot and wither away with nary a sound. The tip of the contour, barely acceptable to even be called a head, began to bloom like a flower, and from within writhed countless slender, filamentous protuberances, akin to tongues or tentacles, or perhaps more aptly, an infestation of parasites. Worthy of being crowned the vilest of all witch-beasts beyond any shadow of a doubt, that was a being whose very existence told the warning bells of life. If the white whale devoured history from the ether, and the great rabbit gorged on livelihoods upon the ground, then the black serpent was none other than the very calamity of ruin that diseased the world itself, blighting it with rot. Roy, that perception's right on the money. Within Ramjir's vision as he shuddered, the loud voice of Roy cheered in jubilation upon the land befouled by the black serpent. At the same time, the witch-beast of large build was launched skyward by a palm strike from directly below, its blood arcing through the air like a crimson trail. Melee, Shadow Lion Chan HK. An exclamation, Melee's hand outstretched to no avail. The witch-beast that had been shot upwards, the guilty law, plummeted to the ground that had been befouled by the black serpent in an unavoidable crash. Its gargantuan build was licked by that foul tongue, violating it with terrible vigor. With the roar of its agonizing death screech as his backdrop, Roy too stood at the heart of the befoulment. Even so, manipulating the blood pouring from his gashed wounds, Roy had fashioned for himself legs akin to those of a crustacean, concocting a stance with his feet hovering above the ground. Roy, a tilde H, you don't have to cry, Melee. That child will be reborn just like this. Roy pronounced so and clicked his fingers, and that which used to be the guilty-law, tarnished to a clump of black matter after being swallowed by the befoulment, now began to distend, and the witch-beast's massive build metamorphosed into countless kaleidoscopic butterflies. Butterflies of myriad proportions, hued in the spectre of rainbow, fluttered into a whirling dance, whilst Roy wickedly gave an iniquitous smile within the enshrouding miasma of the black serpent. Ram, the black serpent felt, you. Felt, he did say he couldn't steer it well by himself, but he was able to pull off something like concealing it in my shadow with some conditions attached. I don't have any reason to honestly believe him. Roy, how sad, Tilda. You couldn't trust us, and for that reason betrayed us or something. Is that what it means? To do something so crooked as deceiving a sin archbishop, won't your royal-born blood cry and weep over thigh Tilda S? Felt, sorry, but my blood's made of the water and bread from the slums. No matter who or what my parents are, I don't need any meekness that have me crying over betraying a bastard like you. As Felt gallantly retorted Roy's mockery, her gaze shifted towards the coiling befoulment known as the Black Serpent, towards the location Heinkel had occupied, as he was engulfed by the torrent of black. Having witnessed the fate of the Giltalor a moment prior, it was not difficult to imagine the end Heinkel had met. He was a man whom neither Ramjay nor anyone else in the camp would have harbored a good impression of. But he was Reinhard's father. With Felt as a hostage, they likely would have also had some conversations. For him to meet his end as the Black Serpent's prey was far too cruel to be called recompense. Ulgoa. That sentimentality of his was blazed to naught by a coarse voice. Passing over Ramjay's head, hellfire brilliantly lit up the forest as it closed in on the Black Serpent. Plowing into it, the infernal explosion tempestuously perturbed the befoulment, and the hot, putrid malodor immediately asserted a sense of reality for the scene before them. And the one who had launched such a merciless offensive upon the Black Serpent was an individual who had newly joined the fray. Oi, Felt. If you're back safe, then start giving us orders. Isn't that your damn job? Having fired off a flashy attack in place of a proper greeting, Ratchin sparked a fire of determination within her. Seemingly having exerted himself quite a bit, Ratchins was already out of breath despite only just arriving at the battle. However, that determination went into effect immediately. Right after widening her eyes slightly, Felt valiantly braced her cheeks. Felt. Ramja, let me win this. Ram. Don't you go baying rash now. Felt. I wouldn't be asking if there was no shot. Ram. Didn't say that there ain't no shot. I'd said don't be rash. He was wounded on his flank, and it did not seem like he would be able to move with any haste. He ought to devote himself to the work he could perform, so with the blood that had rushed to his head coming back down, he cooled off to think rationally. Supposing Gluttony were to lay his hand upon Felt, what might occur if the name Philor Lugunica were used? Knowing the answer to that question, Ramjay quelled his sentimentality and began to work his thoughts. And as if having found that demeanor of Ramjay's reliable, Felt smacked her cheeks with both her hands. Felt. All right, time for orders as requested. Let us do this, you bastards. Everyone. Yeah. Receiving Felt's invigorating command, voices began to rise, with those of Ratchins and Gaston being the first. Facing a Sin Archbishop and the Black Serpent, foes truly worthy of being called threats to the world, whilst feeling proud of his comrades who roused their spirits instead of faltering, Ramjay also smacked his cheeks with his hands. Roy, a tilde H indeed, basking in the gazes of hostility directed towards him, Roy embraced his own body. Roy, it's irresisti tilde blee. Everyone, all of you, to the greatest level possible, love you. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never hold the hand of another. Harboring the aegis of delight, want to eat. Harboring the aegis of gratitude, want to eat. Harboring the aegis of affection, want to eat. Bearing not rage, not sorrow, not fear, not animus, not diffidence, not repugnance, not hatred, not begrudgment, not grief, not scorn, not disdain, not malediction, not acrimony, want to eat. From the deepest depths of his heart, all of those present here did Roy Alford of bizarre eating want to eat. Roy. But there's many obstacles to Thar tilde T. Discarding his clothes, torn to shreds as they were, Roy bared his skin marred in wounds to the wind, licking his lips. Requisitioning advantage on the misfire of eclipsing, Ram and Company's hospitality had dealt him enormous damage. So the equanimity Roy was purporting to show was, in reality, equanimity of which he was bereft. He was utilizing his copious volumes of blood through the magic of the blood-weeping Oni, and the witch beasts and creatures of the forest that had perished, due to the Black Serpent's befoulment, as rainbow-hued butterflies with the power of the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows. But from Roy bearing the effects of Aldebaran's curse mark, even the freedom to abscond from the battlefield was lost. But then again, even should that not hold true, in the face of those treating him to such a feast, the option to run did not so much as even pass through the mind of Roy of bizarre eating. Roy were different from Lay of gourmet after a tilde LL. With myriads of likes and dislikes, Lay, who would be fastidious about the persons to be eaten, tended to be particular about the situation as well. Befittingly, he would utilize desertion or postponement if necessary as a substitution for spice. But Roy was different. To not be fastidious meant his appetite craved all persons equivalently. Videla said, Roy Alford wanted to devour every last person in this world. Thus, to abscond would be outrageous. Should he ever become unable to meet somebody again after meeting them once, no number of aprons doused in drools of vexing regret would likely ever suffice. Roy, for us who are like that tilde, this preliminary preparation of ingredients is a by tilde t troublesome you see tilde. Through both Ram and Ram Mathers, he had foundered on eating Ram. The alteration of the true name was unmistakable. However, for no cues to match even in the newest memories of someone close to her meant that there were an interminable number of candidates for the true name post-alteration, and likely it was possible that not just Ram, but everyone in the vanguard had arranged the same preliminary preparation of ingredients. Roy, even the name of the witch of Tristisha, Petra Leti, who knows for how much can that be trust-d, even her act of having pronounced it as her name loud and clear, now this appeared to be an extensive trap. Bearing that in mind, in the present situation, that which was in scope for Roy to outstretch his hand and reach for was only to the extent of Felt, who was almost certainly Philor Lugunica, but even that was not fully definite. In the 1 in 10,000 chance that attempting such on Felt were to end with a swinging and a miss, triggering the vomiting recoil of eclipsing with a blurg, then the opening Roy caused for himself would be taken advantage of, and this time, with certitude, it would be the terminus. Thus, with a motion of heartbreak, Roy made a determination verboten to gluttony. Roy, let's put off eating, for now. At this very present moment, ascertaining the true names of these tasty treats in order to wolf every last one of them down would be impossible. In order to clean them off the plate without leaving any scraps, what must be given foremost priority in this place was the stocking up of preserved foods. Providentially, the black serpent obeying Roy was the one head with that as its forte. To that end, he had idealized to manifest the black serpent at a spot with a greater multitude of people. But with that included, Felt's decision to turn traitor was of an exquisitely unfavorable timing for Roy. Roy, but that's precisely what makes eating worth it, the precipice of exsanguination, enormously damaged, hunger amongst hunger, the utmost sensation of starvation, full force, bizarre eating. Joining his hands before his chest, he bulldozed the world from both ends of his field of vision to a convergence at its center. Trees with roots entrenched deep were smashed. Even the grounded earth trodden down in immense natural spontaneity got exhumed in the crossfire by the might of the compactor, seeking to block the escape routes of the prey retreating back to safe turf. Felt, Gaston, Doltero. The two colossi sought to cease the fabrication of that firm wall of earth through brute force. The struggle only lasted for but a moment, the resistance towards the compaction rebounding to Roy's closed hands and forcing them to spread apart as fire billowed before his eyes. Felt, Ratchins, made Nietzschean. The fireball of the Senpaku eyes coalesced with the wind brought forth by Ram, thus birthing a tornado of fire. Roy expended 3 of the world-dancing butterflies against it and countered it with a water spear of the Magemanus Magister. The butterflies that emerged from mana leftover in carcasses exhibited destructive, might despite being of simple chemical construct, but they were also capable of sequestrating magic as external tanks of mana. For Roy, who wished to subsist the flow method in his dying body with his own mana expense, they were automated reinforcements who would only be supplemented the more the black serpent slaughtered. Felt, Flam, Grassis. The tornado of fire and the iceberg collided, with his vision being engulfed by the consequent steam eruption. Piercing through the world, where the waxen white of the skies and the sable black of the grounds were repainted, the merciless sortie of the twins befell Roy, discounting his desire to take a breath. Willfully devouring it with the sturdy skin of the carnivorous beast, he reciprocated the favor with a combined offensive onslaught, taking in his right hand the fist king and the snow vallum in his left, knocking off the twins together into the ground besmirched with befoulment. But on the escarpment of the virulent foul tongue of blight swallowing the twins, a bone spear of the lunging hungry horse king collected the two, retrieving them from the span of lethality. Pulverizing the other bone spear, which had been thrust forth, alongside its arm through the song of the Blightlove troubadour, the destitute fruits of battle made Roy's stomach squirm with peristalsis of starvation. There Roy, big wave, in Roy's immediate rear, the black serpent stretched its body high up into the sky, and slowly, like a felled tree, flopped down ahead where all of its prey had assembled. a single touch being the harbinger of end. The cloud of impulses far too ruinous to be construed with a classification as tepid as murder, the black serpent conducted its hunt in a manner that, whilst admittedly lacking in creativity, could be crudely connoted as cursory, a congenital conqueror. By just scattering its mass would its opponents perish, thus it did not requisite greater astuteness. That was what callously descended upon Felt, and the others head-on Felt, live. Everyone, strong. The roars that became one transfigured into strength, and the black serpent's befoulment that would sleet down onto the ground was barged back. The ones charged with physical labor exhumed the ground. The ones charged with magic reinforced that ground to act as a bulwark. The ones charged with techniques mortared it such that the black serpent would receive the blow, earning the singular second of the bulwark's dissolution for them to retreat. Every one of everyone, mobilized to the utmost with unfathomable harmony, Roy, resolute, intrepid, what gallantry! Entering the visual percept of the black serpent scattering the menace of lethality, whilst combating Roy who transmutated the existences of formidable enemies, friends, fought so far into power, they who marched forward absent of dither possessed might that was inexplicable. Roy, normally you'd panic or be astonished or be shuddering or something, tilde W. Chaos, fright, trepidation. Their conduct elided over these appropriate impacts at which Roy vociferated. Harmony greater than that between family or lovers, blended with resolution and grit resembling the apotheosis of aberrance. Unmistakable. They were finessed to completion. All of them together were a singular, excessively extravagant platter. The moment he contemplated so, before the lineup rich in variety and the abounding assortment of hues, his heart capered that none were the appetizer, the side dish, or the main course. All of them were equivalent, invaluable, deeply flavorful uniques. As Roy's eyes sparkled in such elation, Felt rolled through the plume of smoke and hoisted a middle finger at him. She flaunted her sharpened high canines. Felt, don't stand around drooling over yourself, you manic bastard. Roy, you all are so exceedingly beloved that it's impossible not to. Towards Felt, who was acting as the nucleus and instructed directions of mobilization to her comrades, the affection exacerbated. In the beginning, he was indignant with rage for his plans being betrayed, but now he was thankful for her betrayal. To be served with hospitality so wonderful, this side must also return the favor, or it would bring dishonor to the name Sin Archbishop. Roy, upon glancing, he perceived the black serpent's movements to be sluggish. The black serpent was intrinsically a witch-beast of ploddingly laggard movement that corroded the area, proliferating blight by befouling the ground, leaving not a crevice behind. As a hunter, its efficiency was by no means high. Being just one of its heads, it was unquestionably not operating at its normal condition. But even so, its movements being yet duller was due to sit down, no tilde W, HK. Clinging to the hungry horse king with slender arms, Meili inhibited the black serpent's movements with her quavering timbre. Eyes bloodshot, she overexerted the divine protection she had been blessed with, and its recoil must have been bestowing upon her a sensation of her soul being seared, of her blood being smoldered. Yet, her divine protection of fiend manipulation was interfering with even the black serpent, one of the three great witch-beasts. Though in truth, the black serpent's responses seemed slow even when taking that into account. Roy, after having gone so far, let us compensate for that, on this end tilde, harboring the emotion to extol not the beleaguered black serpent, but the beleaguering Meili. Roy joined his hands and jutted the ground upward, off of which the rainbow-hued butterflies blasted, scattering shrapnel of the befouling variety, befoulment of death that would eliminate upon touch. If the movements of the black serpent itself were slow, then all he must do was to take up charge for the task of spattering. Accruing 3 successive eruptions, a wide acreage was spritzed in black. Roy, ha-ha tilde, ha-ha tilde, ha-ha tilde. Naturally, being at the epicenter of the eruption, Roy's life would also be in peril should he bathe in the befoul. Hence Roy coated himself in an armor of blood, braced to perfectly avoid basking in the spattering daub of befoulement. Besides a select few exceptions, there was nobody capable of dodging rain. Furthermore, it was improbable for all members of the plates of treats to be such exceptions. Thus the bombardment of the black serpent's befoulement would ruthlessly lacquer the battlefield in black. There were limits to how much the prey could protect one another. Incapacitating melee would be ideal, but Roy, ha! A vacuous, doltish voice escaped Roy's throat as he removed his face guard of blood. Before his sight, amidst the thickets felled to necrosis by the spattered daub of befoulment, was a gaping space that had eluded the blight therein, were the forms of the treats assembled together, backs joined together, successfully safeguarding from the bombardment of death. Roy, just no way. The insuperable scales of the kaleidoscope of rainbow-hued butterflies were intercepted by the boisterous dance of the ground's bombardment. Roy, there's no way. The compaction which squashed his field of vision from edges to center was curbed at its inception, thus thwarting its invocation. Roy was saying there's no way. His impediment, aiming to transpierce their eardrums through a strident song, was drowned out by the clangorous detonation kindled by gale and flame. Roy, there's just no way. We're telling you there's no way, because there is no way. Turning the stomach of souls inside out, wielding all within his grasp without restraint, using the might of the supra-rational, with even the truth of their existences fostering terror having vanished, he had begotten successive cataclysms. The older busters, however, with Felt at the helm, responded to counter all of it with precision and optimum conduct, synchronously coordinating as though all of them together formed a singular organism. This was odd. Roy, whilst repeating onslaughts which whittled the world and its common sense without pause and unremitting, Roy was posed with a doubt. No matter what, this was odd. It was certain that they were gallant. They placed trust in one another. Their purpose was one. They were superlative and adroit. They were strong. Even so, this was odd. Humans were incapable of conduct optimized to this magnitude. Yet notwithstanding, Felt and the others continued to play the utmost effective cards in their hand with the best possible timings against every possible kind of offensive. Roy was acquainted with this sensation. Aldebaran, when he had fought him at the prison tower. Upon unfastening the captive Roy's seal, Aldebaran had battered Roy to demonstrate the difference in their strength, the inexplicability that had disabled his arms and legs alike. This was the same close, but different. That had ultimately only been the abnormal essence of Aldebaran standalone. However, this was an abnormal essence dwelling in every single enemy present. Something was clearly wrong. Roy, a tilde H misjudged, haven't we tilde? The unordinary that paralyzed common sense, the super-rational inexplicable through reason, the inscrutable that precluded debate. These abnormal straits induced, his hungry stomach glutted with doubt, Roy arrived at an inordinately obvious truth and cursed himself. Based on her authoritative commands, he had been set under the impression that the enemy's nucleus had been felt. This guided direction of Roy's rationale was also a part of their plan. The true person at the nucleus was not felt, but the string puller concealed behind her. With this conjecture, Roy shot a leer in that direction. Just then, the string puller blinked their eyes with an "Ah, God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never desire reconciliation with another. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never rage on the behalf of another. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never divulge secrets to another. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never to display weakness to another. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never watch the morning sun in the company of another. Perhaps you finally noticed. As she responded so, having compressed all the thought processes of her allies present there, in addition to all the processes of discussion in order to share that information amongst themselves, the Witch of Tristisha closed a single eye and winked. Arc 9, Chapter 46, The Witch of Tristisha. Translated by Archbishop Machine. Translated by Archbishop Proofread by Archbishop #750 Japanese to English. Checking by Archbishop Art Sources Sakurels 8 Humi Theo Buroma. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never be picky about anything. The Witch of Tristisha, Petra Leti. To begin with, how had Petra ended up in a position to receive the witch factor of Tristisha? The reason why the original proprietor, Clind, had been unable to take on the role was because he had a duty that only he could fulfill, because he was the one who had to subdue the divine dragon Volcanica. And ultimately, anybody other than him could have served the role of proprietor just fine. Naturally, there were some who would be less suited to utilizing the authority of Tristisha than others, as well as those such as Emilia and Meili, who would serve as capable fighters even without it, and Rem, who had her own role to play, and thus were quickly excluded from candidacy. However, even after leaving out those girls, there were still plenty of candidates. Hence, the greatest reason why the other final remaining candidates, Ram and Ramjay, were set aside in favor of selecting Petra to hold the witch factor, was due to decisions based on more than just comprehensive fighting strength. Simply put, Petra had the topmost ability to wield the authority. Felt about the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, that Roy bastard, given that he insists on devouring everything he can get his hands on, the amount of moves he's got to play can't be anything ordinary. What are we gonna do? Slash flam. Close quarter, mid-range, and long-distance combat will all be troublesome to perform. Slash grasses, foul play, like the young master. Slash Ratchins and Gaston. If he's the same as Reinhard, then how the hell's anyone supposed to win? Ram, don't you be kicking up such a loud racket. Grasses, don't you be saying such thoughtless things. It'll only serve Tar overwhelm M. Slash Ram. Ha, you all are quite close. If you already feel like you've won, care to share that feeling with Ram? Ram, this girl's got quite the sharp tongue, Slash felt, though I get what this maid Nietzsche is trying to say. What do we got? Slash Ram, we'll keep up the fundamentals like this. The opponent indeed's got cards Tar play no matter the distance, but, Slash Ratchins and Gaston. But, Ram, no matter how many cards he's got in his hand, he's only got one head Tar chose which of M Tar play. If we continue attacking in waves, he'll inevitably end up playing the wrong card. Slash Ram, even without that, the opponent's wounds are deep. Once he gets impatient, he will end up wanting to force a progression of the situation. Quite brilliant, Ramsama. Slash felt, heh, my Ramjir is amazing, isn't he? Slash Flam, indeed, we will be counting on Ramsama. Slash grasses, clap clap Ramsama. Ram, we're in the midst of putting our lives on the line for crying out loud. Slash Meili, sorry to interrupt while you're all having Fu tilde N, but there's a lot I have to say to Hungry Horse King Chan and the O tilde others, so it sort of feels like my head is about to split apart tilde RT, you know. Slash Ratchins and Gaston, sorry. With that, the contents of a war council, equivalent to if they had gathered face to face and had discussed earnestly, were compressed to have happened in a single instant by Petra, exercising the authority of Tristisha. Having also accreted compressions on the thought processes for all of them to conceive their best ideas, she had done so. If we can compress the distance and time for traversal, like Clinsan's been doing, then it should also be possible to compress things like thinking time and discussion time. An essential component of such conceptual type abilities is that type of paradigm shift. Petra. Since Clin Niasama had always continued to use it the same way, I guess he's just way too blockheaded. While concentrating on the intricacies of operating the authority, Petra bantered with the translucent imaginary Subaru. They were amidst combat. Ordinarily, one might be tempted to complain how distracting it was, but in the particular case of the current Petra, her exchanges with Subaru were proving to be a source of great relief. The small box in which the witch factor of Tristisha was preserved concealing that which she had inherited from Clind in her breast pocket, Petra continued to experience firsthand the dreadful force of attraction brought about by this power. Petra, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but the term attraction just fits way too perfectly. Likening the sensation to that of being irresistibly drawn in by attraction, Petra scolded herself. Were she to let her mind relax for even a second, the witch factor would immediately tempt Petra with thoughts such as you could try this, and you could even try that, attempting to remove an important shackle binding one to their humanity. Without that or anything to hold on to, she felt like she would surrender to the sensation of being swallowed up as she shakily stared down over the edge of a great cliff. But that's a no-go. The sensations of omnipotence, a sweet nectar intoxicating to the likes of man, which factors were prone to exploiting those weak hearts of humans, and yet their way of going about it took the form of offering, well, how about this? as a means to grant that which one desired most. The more one treasured something, the more they harbored a wish they could not relinquish, that harder it would become to resist its allure. Certainly neither the Witch of Greed nor the former Sin Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, had been exceptions. Even Petra did not know what might have happened to her if she had lacked a means to sustain her sense of self. However, Subaru, Petra, Tanshin need a follow-up. Petra, Kansan's on break after all. Leave it to me. As that gallant, boyish voice struck the eardrums of her heart, Petra exercised her authority as Ratchins and Gaston agonized over how they ought to handle the onslaught of the brandishment of the blood scythes and the befouling downpour. She compressed their processes of thought and communication, having them select the best course of action. The pair immediately made a switch to dealing with the approaching assault. Gaston caught the sanguine scythe with his flow method, and Ratchins unloaded a gatling volley of fireballs into the befoulment, magnificently tiding them over. Seeing that, Subaru gave a thumbs up, and Petra also returned the gesture. Subaru, that's it, Petra, just like that. You're so cool. Even if it was just an illusion and not more, the way her beloved was smiling for her cheered her heart to high spirits. This was it. Thanks to this, Petra could transcend her limits whilst remaining as Petra. Unlike the many who had been enthralled by witch factors throughout history, Petra was not alone. That was what kept Petra from falling into corruption as the Witch of Tristisha. After all, Petra, I don't want Subaru to hate me. If there were any who would laugh at that vanity, then laugh. Fingers ought to be pointed, and ridicule ought to be cast upon Petra. If necessary, she could make as many excuses as she liked. This was a battle to save the world. She would rescue the many people who lived in the kingdom from their unease. She had no choice but to protect the grand stage that was the royal selection. She was carrying everyone's hopes upon herself, after all. I have far more reasons than simply the excuses I'm making. Ramni Sama's always eager to slack off on everything, but she's fighting her hardest. Frederick and Isama's staying back to attend to things, but she's praying for me. Otto-san's always acting way too recklessly. The fact that I'm moving in accordance with the master's expectations is truly unpleasant. I want to show off to Emilia Nisama and Remni Sama. I'll roar out like a tiger on Garfsan's behalf too. Meili-chan, don't make such a worried expression. Beatrice-chan, I'll definitely save you so you mustn't cry. All of those were precious to her, and no doubt reasons why Petra was giving it her all, but the number one thing was different. My number one is you. To you, I don't want to show any part of me that's uncool. I don't want to show any part of me that's pathetic. After all, when I find myself reflected in those eyes of yours, I don't want your attention to drift away for even a second. With your heart taken by a person who's always glistening so brilliantly, if I need to present myself with a form that's always so glisteningly radiant in order to get you to turn to me, then so be it. That attraction has long since pulled me in. Don't call it anything like a witch factor. The entirety of my being is made up of love and affection. Petra, that's why this is nothing. No matter how tempting the witch factor might be, Petra would never succumb. So long as these feelings of love resided within her, then neither gluttony nor the black serpent were dreadful in the slightest. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never cry for another. The latent might of the Alderbusters now, of the assemblage apt of being named as the Witch of Tristisha and her apostles, was something that far surpassed Roy's anticipations and postulations. Roy, how nice! Perhaps it is nice, very nice, surely it is nice. Certainly it is nice, nothing but nice as it is nice, because it can be called nice, because it can be praised as nice. Gluttonous drinking, gluttony. Penultimately, what the Witch of Tristisha was carrying out was unbeknownst to Roy. He simply comprehended, with lucid precision, that she was countering the authority of gluttony, enacting the authority which she possessed to its utmost, and bestowing the means to survive upon the entire troop of Felt and the rest. Pertaining to the battle, Felt and the others had failed to bear fruits greater than their own abilities as well. The maximum of their ability was constantly being drawn, poured into the best cup, and being utilized, that was all. And what made this possible was the efficacy of the authority of Tristisha. However, Roy, it's not supposed to be something so tilde convenient that it can be used as much as pleased, you see. As aforementioned, Roy had hearkened from his mother's mouth the flaw present within the witch factor of Tristisha. which factors that could not be compatible with anyone were supposed to be defective articles that, on one hand, granted the possessor tremendous might that interfered with the rules of the world, but demanded compensation to that end on the other. That was to say, the seemingly flawless opposition of the Witch of Tristishire would eventually reach its limit, and the arrival of that limit would likely be contingent on how much compensation she was willing to pay. Roy, we do know Tilda W. Petrochan absolutely loves Natsuki-san after all. The stomach of souls upon following the newest memories settled within the treasure house of all that Roy had eaten. He could earnestly feel the valorous sentiments of the witch, newly born into this world, to be stabbing at his chest. A young, immature girl, but a girl who shan't hold her own life dear for the sake of her flaring love. Upon being told of the necessity to use anything but life itself for firewood in order to regain something valuable that had been robbed, she would perhaps devote anything as fuel without falter. And in reality, that was what she was doing. However, the stockpile was not endless. Roy, the rest, is about which side gets consumed to exhaustion first. Just as the Witch of Tristishire had limits, Roy too possessed an allotted time of life. The reason as to why he willfully did not heal his wounds, blood gushing profusely from them, was because he reworked even his flux of blood into an armament for fulfilling his own objective, employing it as a means to fight. That sizable forfeiture of sanguine ichor continued to keep alight the fuse of Roy Alford's life. Indeed, this battle at present had mounted upon the frontier of whether to eat or to be eaten. Roy, Tilda. Exhaling a hot, feverish breath, Roy expressed gratitude to the hunger enlivening his soul. Until now, as bizarre eating, Roy had messily eaten all kinds of articles haphazardly and indiscriminately, eating them, licking them, coveting and indulging and devouring them, eclipsing to spoil 11 lives. Roy Alford had done so in order to seek an article that would appease the hunger that he had borne since birth. For that purpose, until he discovered the flavor of his wish, Roy scoured for a match all throughout the world, resuming to subsist his ethos with this bearing of heart. He ate and felt dispiritedness. He ate and felt despondency. He ate and felt disappointment. No matter how much eclipsing and eclipsing to spoil he partook in, he was forevermore tyrannized by the sensation of starvation ever unappeased. One, in this heretofore ethos, was born a change. Its progenitor. Here, try it out and see. To eat me up, depending on that you live or you die. Come on, you prick. Largely responsible was, within the tower piercing the heavens in the midst of that sand sea, the proprietor of an overwhelming soul that drove him to distortion, nearly filling to bursting the vessel called Roy Alford. Reed Astrea. Coming into contact with the soul of the man christened as the first-generation sword saint, enkindled a drastic reformation in Roy. Naming himself bizarre eating, conscientiously and indefatigably devoting himself to his ethos through multitudes, Roy had been mourning in lament. That the hunger borne by the existence known as his self would never come to be fulfilled, perhaps. That's not really unique to you or anything such, though. This lovely lady, as well as all the other rabble, everyone, every Tilda one, is seeking love that won't be appeased. How about this lovely lady assists you in finding that nameless something you want? In exchange, what this lovely lady wants is, you get it right. Vocalizing so whilst laughing with a beguiling, sadistic smile, the monster stated itself to become Roy's mother. Neither did he trust to open his heart to her, nor did he depend upon her being, in avarice for a possibility Roy could not find by himself. He used his mother. It was probably likewise. However, no matter how much he ate, no matter how he took a hand blemished with love, he failed to acquire that article which he wanted. Lay searched for means to appease hunger by finding and picking out worth in each and every singular meal. Louis meanwhile had a definite, tangible prospect of the article she wanted in order to appease hunger, apparently. Only Roy alone, did not have that, which now at last had been discovered. Read, it ain't hard, you prick. Eat or be eaten, that's how life works, ain't that so? Yes, that's right. That's precisely right. What was wanted was the real feeling of living, just the reason to be able to say with a smile from the bottom of the heart that he was alive. Mother, to pour this lovely lady's entirety for the sake of something wanted, isn't something like that plainly obvious? Yes, that's right. That's precisely right. Even without affection, esteem, or anything at all, only that teaching of his mother's was helplessly correct. That was why Roy, unless all possible moves all in their entirety, without hesitation and wholly altogether, are sunk into I tilde T. It's not called love, isn't I tilde T. Because the opponents were kindly transcending their limits, his side must also respond in kind. Should he humbly not finish eating the treats that had gone out of their way to be prepared, it would make the name of gluttony weep. Roy, no tilde W, no tilde W, no tilde W. Welcome yourselves to eating, welcome yourselves to tasting. Contrary to his limbs, benumbed to cold by the efflux of blood, the voltage of his heart had risen to a crescendo, transforming his exuding blood into thorned legs made in the image of those belonging to insects. Roy pulsated thrummingly, and in his backdrop, in concert, the black serpent speared into the heavens, becoming a pillar of befoulment, recommencing its hunt comprised of flopping onward with wholly one side. Black serpent. Rumbling the wind as if thunder, the contagion relentlessly descended upon the flora. Birth thereupon was a seemingly undeflectable billow of toxicity, terribly blasphemous. It quite literally swallowed the battlefield in black, pressing to kill all things with murrain pestilence, but felt, live, everyone, strong. The command and response akin to a fool's single bit of knowledge became an arrow of counterattack baled with composite strength. Ram's rend of wind tore the tidal waves of black, and a brigade of beasts with the hungry horse king obeying melee at its vanguard breached an opening. Following up, the well-physiqued men, including those newly summoned, lumped themselves together to convene. The hammer swinging forth vehemently shattered the ground, successfully erecting a bulwark that protected against the blighting toxicity. That was the stalwart might consequent of the convening of ones who would fail to compare by their individual strengths, a battle of a potpourri of raw effort that retaliated against the advancing fruition of surging death. Roy, judging from the looks of things, Petrochan's authority is around the shortening of events Rai tilde GHD. Petra, Blay, won't tell. Roy, that unfriendly reply is so tempty tilde NG. Amidst the black serpent's befoulment downpouring like rain, ceasing not his onslaught, Roy bolted like a flash of lightning whilst clad in his armor of blood, switching between the odd talents, techniques, and deviances of different supra-rational individuals in succession, and the force fist, the magic, and the curse ballad layered atop one another to torrent upon the herd of prey. But on every instance, they all immediately rearranged their formation, knit the physical with magical attacks, and weaved together resistance who guarded what was unintelligible now. Merely the truth that all of them accepted the offense, and all of them countered it would keep on rewriting the battlefield. Even in midst of this battle's escalations, Roy darted his eyes about in inspection of the prey. The witch of Tristisha's authority being shortening more or less was unmistaken. It thus reduced the time and distance for movement, and was probably also dealing with the time for thought process and judgment. Its evidence was how the apostles of the Witch of Tristisha, consecutively accreting appearances and disappearances in the battlefield, would grapple with sudden situations without any perplexity, including those participating in the war for the first time now. By shortening the perplexity part of it, they were prepared to be capable of immediately participating in the confronting situation. Roy, but how much longer will even that latildescent, their grappling resilience and sprightly morale purchased admiration, but both sides were likewise close to limit. Although if Roy were to have one step of an advantage, it was the menace of the black serpent he had kept in reserve behind him. Even should the Witch of Tristisha and company vanquish Roy, they then must grapple with this atrocious, fiendish witch-beast. That was to say, they could not exhaust all of their strength against Roy as their opponent. And to their circumstance of expending not the entirety of their might, lest it deplete, adding a further pinch of seasoning to the platter, Roy, now's the time to not shoot for the stars, but to shoot for the eclipse, you see tilde. The black serpent's ginormous frame once again speared the heavens, the befoulment on standby to torrentially downpour. Preparing for it, the Witch of Tristisha and company simultaneously stood guard, towards which he disgorged the memories. This was, Roy, eclipse binaries. Neither solar eclipse nor lunar eclipse, Roy Alford's novel and original table manners, did he let cascade. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never wish upon a star with another. In that moment, what surged onto the battlefield was merely one part of the hoard of memories, multitudes that were apt to be called simple food, that Roy Alford had eaten until now, but failed to find and pick out worth in them to remember. Following his experience at the Pleiades watchtower, bizarre eating had revised oneself's own cognizance of ethos, gratitude unto all ingredients, reverence unto all trysts of fate. There was no such thing as a foul ingredient in this world. It simply meant that his self was the proprietor of a foolish tongue that failed to recognize their goodness. Take a venomous fish, for example. Should the fish's organs which store venom be adequately disposed of, it would become possible to surfeit a delicacy superior to consuming venom. The same applied to the prey from gluttony's vantage. In this universe, there was no such ingredient, from the head to the rear, that was entirely useless, that lacked all worth of being tasted. Any and every kind of ingredient had portions that were usable. Thus he used such. Roy, memories of agony. Over the course of an ordinary life, plausibly everyone would possess a memory or two of having suffered unbearable pain. These multitudes of memories of agony, Roy extracted them from the stomach of souls he had stockpiled, blended them together, and hurled them toward the battlefield before his eyes. This was not something visible to the eye. Consequently, there were no ways to evade it either. Its identity, a blasphemous deed of forcing an abstract concept onto the opponents. Most of all, pelting opponents with memories of agony would not produce immediate results. They were literal memories that the body bore no recollection of, so even upon being pelted by them, there lay no margin for the herd of prey to taste those agonies. Then, what would transpire? It would merely incite a chain of remembrance of memories in close proximity. Ah! At first, a faint voice leaked from inside the troop. They had until now roared with voices of intrepidity, worn valor, and resolution on their visages, and anchored in themselves the mettle to confront every obstacle head-on, truly worthy of being called heroic warriors. From those lips leaked a timbre, neither a war cry nor a call of each other's names, but a shrill note. HK. And upon its onset, the leak persisted ceaselessly. They dilated their eyes, opened their mouths wide, and placed their hands on parts that became the unsought founts of screaming, screeching helplessly as though spouting blood. Moreover, this was not one lone individual. Everyone present in that locus began to scream. Everyone, HK. The synthesis of memories of agony that Roy had hurled impelled the bodies to remember agony within proximity that had been tasted before, for those who were within range of that abstract concept, as though it was a thing of the present moment. Agony that had been tasted once in the past could be endured. Nay, this rationale was erroneous. Agony that was unbearable in the past was unbearable yet in the present, and yet so in the future. Everyone, Gargit was a voice unbecoming to be voiced, a cacophony uproared in succession by Felt, by Ram, by Old Man Ram, by Maley, by Flam, by Grassis, by Gaston, by Ratchins, by Doltero, by the apostles summoned to the battlefield by the might of the authority of Tristisha. Nobody could brave it, and the one to screech the shrillest wail above and beyond, Petra, was none other than Petra Leti, her eyebrows spasming upward, compelled to taste and even relish the concourse of agonies that had chaperoned Natsuki Subaru to death. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never rendezvous with another. Subaru, Petra. Hearing the frantic outcry of the imaginary Subaru, the fact that it seemed like he did not have to experience any of this pain, given that he was a phantom watching her, served as a relief to Petra. 'Twas not so. It had been unable to serve as such. Any possible leeway for that existed not within Petra Leti, tasting in the torment of death. Petra, arg, a hoarse breath, spilled forth. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, 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 it hurts it, 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 hurts. Hurts it, 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 hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Petra. Ig. Lacerated abdomen hurts. Crushed eyeball hurts. Stabbed chest hurts. Misfortune wrought by passing malice hurts. Finger cut by poor knife skills hurts. Skin fissures from kitchen work hurts. Head caved in without warning hurts. Body tortured alongside sound of chains hurts. Throat gouged by wind hurts. Jumping off and crashing onto pointy rocks hurts. Body and mind after vicious beating hurts. Hands and legs after putting on airs and being taken easy on when disciplined hurts. Frozen and shattered fingers, ankles hurts. Licked eyeball feels disgusting and hurts. Wrists freed from handcuffs frozen and broken hurts. Falling to knees on ground completely congealed, everything creaked and hurts. Body shoved away by a perturbed Otto hurts. Unsightliness trying to escape the white whale after that hurts. Soul amidst being frozen in zenith cold hurts. Thread of life running amok to convince an assisted suicide hurts. Chest assailed for the sake of assisted suicide hurts. Heart grabbed upon confessing return by death hurts. Being grabbed by tenacious pursuit of the authority of sloth hurts. Stabbing own throat for fear of losing rem hurts. Abdomen disemboweled for the first time in months hurts. Entire body struck by debris, arms mangled up, finally body being devoured from inside hurts. Toyed with by ferocious beast, entire body bitten to shreds again hurts. Finally, stabbing own throat again, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Petra, Subaru, Petra, Petra, that's no good, don't give in, Petra. The entirety of the mind was dominated by pain. Even though the inside of the body, the inside of the mind, the inside of the heart were all supposed to be filled to the brim with black, 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 the pain eclipsed everything entirely. From the top of the head to the tips of the toes, there was no place within the body that was not feeling pain. All throughout this being, the entirety of what shaped the self transformed into pain in order to make the self experience pain by constructing the pain pained, and the paining pain in. Petra. Egg. Vision stained bright red. Their own incredibly noisy voice seemed to ring like tinnitus. A sharp scent of blood deep in the nose, drool spilling from within the mouth with the taste of death, the shock causing an unbearable level of goosebumps on all the skin of the body. Once again, the torment of black, 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 that had failed to truly be understood by merely having read the Book of the Dead, was clearly steeped into black, 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 black as well. Through that pain, black, 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 black gained a painful understanding of black, 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 in the truest, most literal sense. As the pain blotted over both the inside and outside of black, 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 black entirely, deep down, a painful understanding. Petra. Og. A painful understanding that the entirety of pain endured was linked to black, 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 black S, to na black, black Japanese symbol black square bar black square S, to na black square Ki Japanese symbol SUB a black square S to Natsuki Subaru's memories of repentance accompanied by sublime feelings of loss. Petra. It had hurt. Letting Emilia die. It had hurt. Letting Felt die. It had hurt. Letting Ramjay die. It had hurt. Letting Rem die. It had hurt. Letting everyone in Arlem village die. It had hurt. Letting Ram die. It had hurt. Letting Frederica die. It had hurt. Letting Petra die. It had hurt. Letting Beatrice die. It had hurt. Letting Otto die. It had hurt. Letting Roswell die. It had hurt. Letting Ryuzu die. It had hurt. Letting Garfield die. It had hurt. It had hurt. It had hurt. Utmost vexation. Petra vexing. It hurts. 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 Why was that? Petra don't want to lose. Even if it hurt, even if it was painful, it was far better than sorrow and vexation. Love everyone, so will not give up on anyone. Love you, who loving everyone would not give up on anyone, so will not give up on you. Hence, Petra, Just who do you think I am? Black, 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 black was. Black, black are a Japanese symbol, black square, why black square was. P black square are a Japanese symbol, black square it was. Petra Leti was a bundle of potential, rich with talent and quick to learn, harboring great promise, with a bright future ahead of her. That person, those people, all believed that about Petra. Then she would do so. Petra can do it. It ought to be possible for you, Petra Leti. I won't let everyone who told me that I could do it become liars after all. Or perhaps were they all just liars who believed in a weak, pitiful Petra who could not do anything? Petra, there's no way it could be that. It's possible. It ought to be possible. If it's possible, then stop being all talk and do it. Do it. Just do it. You can do it. Do it now. Do it right this instant. Now, come on, do it. Do it, just do it. Petra, compression, no. By means of the power of the authority of Tristisha, compression would be invoked. Just as distance, traversal time, thinking time, and discussion time had all been compressed, right now, on the dreadful instant that had befallen Petra and the rest, compression would be invoked. Pain, oh, what a dreadful thing it was. Even a slight amount of pain would cause one to get teary-eyed. When it turned to a matter of pain that was a bit sharper, one would become unable to sleep at night. When it came to having an abundance of dull pains, it might very well have sway over the rest of one's life to follow. Be it slight, sharp, or dull, the time in which pain was experienced would always feel long and drawn out. On the time that would make a second feel like 10, an hour feel like 12, and a day feel like an eternity, compression would be invoked. Petra, everyone get ready to grit your teeth. Subaru, HK, it'll be over in a second, but it'll hurt 100 times more, that it might be 10,000 times more, he did not tell her. Regardless if he did, regardless if her heart was ready for it, the fact of her doing it would not have changed after all. Petra, compress agony. The power of the witch of Tristisha, ascended to a brand new stage, was unveiled. God, Buddha, Ad Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never lament parting with another. Roy, the new art he had debuted, erupted unerringly, fissuring the flawless coordination of the herd of prey. Whilst his ears hearkened the wind's rumble as the black serpent's body flopped forward, contrived with befoulment, abound with toxic blight, a vari-colored pandemonium of screams, screeches, and wails reached him from the other side. All of it seemed so aching, so agonizing that if Roy had been conferred the time, he would have wept through the whole night thinking of them the utmost, then inscribed those feelings into verses of poetry and set them adrift atop a river. Time for that he had not, however. Neither did he have the erudition to compose poetry, so it would not have been of any decent makings. But it was the truth that he thought of them with compassion. He bore no begrudgment toward them, nothing akin to hatred either. Not even an intermixed blend of love and hate. All he felt was nothing but simply love. Who would ever want to see anything such as the figures of their loved articles wailing in agony? That would be nothing more than spice for when their lives were surfeited. Spice was not staple food. To set it as the main dish was the deed of an aberrant. Roy, we will not commit such a terrible act, you know. In the wake of Eclipse binaries, which sparked a chain reaction of memories of agony, the herd of prey's ability to mobilize had been ruptured. 2. All that remained was the downpour of the black serpent's befoulment. This particular head was charged with representing elders' blight, so it would not go so far as to rob them of their lives. It would occlude their thinking and mobility, restraining them on the precipice of mortality in perpetuum. Should that happen, the rest would be like a wine cellar. Until the time of drinking, when their true names were brought to light, arrived, he shall await their time of ripening and fermentation. He had heard that the precipice where they would be restrained offered no refuge. Anguish and darkness lasted unceasing. But in the end, the pain and affliction they shall taste would settle within Roy and vanish, so it was fine. Tasting such bitterness, licking it to finish, and surfeiting himself with it too was yet ethos. Roy, a tilde H, even though they can't be eaten immediately, looking at ripened fruits is so painful. As he about uttered so, Roy's words were interrupted. There was no counterattack. If anything, it was the opposite. The herd of prey bellowed a bitter, chest-stabbing screech on a higher order of magnitude in both intensity and volume. They held a sonorousness that could understandably be perceived as death wails. Roy widened his eyes for a moment, but it progressively indicated the success of his plan felt. Liag, Livy, everyone, strewn. The subsequent instant, fathomless response and unity defied the inevitable demise that should have swallowed the herd of prey. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never walk into the sunset with another. That instant, a sensation as if all the skin on her body being peeled off, followed by Reinhard scrubbing her flayed body with a metal brush steeped in ample amounts of salt water, assailed Felt as a hellish pain. Felt, Eog, for the first time in her life, the pain she experienced was so intense that it felt like her insides were twisting themselves inside out. A paralysis crept through the corner of her mind, and she even hallucinated a sensation of her blood flowing backwards in her veins. Exactly what had just happened, she did not know. No, she understood. Petra had done something. Felt that pipsqueak's quite impressive, and so Felt quietly praised the strenuous efforts of the girl who was nearly the same height as her. From the discussions that had been squeezed tight with absurd momentum up until this point, she knew that Petra had coordinated brilliantly with Ramjer to establish the combined forces. This was an incredible feat. After all, Ramjer was the wisest and most reliable man in the world, so Petra must have been nothing short of a genius. And that genius had done something beyond imagination in order to land a crushing blow on the something that the opponent had done. Felt, even still, you've really got some damn terrible luck, you know that. Cheeks contorting as she spoke, Felt caught sight of a small shadow in the corner of her eye, Camberley. Unlike Gaston, who had been in the fight since the beginning, or Ratchins, who had joined the fray midway through, Camberley had made his grand entrance at the most critical moment. But at that exact instant, the unimaginable pain had been unleashed upon them, so calling it terrible luck would have been a gross understatement. However, Felt, you've got terrible luck, but you're the best. With tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, that which Camberley had carried here in his hands was now snatched away by Felt. Something of a trump card of their camp, the Star Staff. She would fire it. With every fiber of her being, every ounce of strength she could scrape together, Felt would give it everything she had. All that remained, Felt, is finding an opening to fire it. God, Buddha, Ard Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never tread upon the shadow of one who walks beside me. Felt Liag, Livy, everyone, strewn. An exclamation that rendered imperceivable which exactly was the walkcry of a witch-beast. The roar pulsated, and the black serpent's body, analogous to 1,000 calamities baled together, was jostled backward by the shark wave immediately below it. Raging across the battlefield with a vehement torrent of light and dark, the heaven-rending impact broiled Roy's entire body with astonishment. What had occurred? What did they do? All of it, he questioned not. Roy, Petrachar, tilde N. With only the identity of who did it certain, Roy Alford reached zenith. It was an amazing thing to accomplish. Ovation and a round of applause. Becoming one with the multitudes of the crowds of memories within Roy, he must bid them thunderous applause. Just how much sacrifice of oneself would it take to make the witch factor of Tristisha do that? By any measure of imagination or surmise, the ordinary, average kind of happiness in all of its forms would have to be parted with, or it would not be possible to materialize this battlefield, this close of a skirmish, this extent of outrageous insolence, would it? Want to become happy? That was bound to be the unconditionally imperishable, fixed, and indivisible wish, as a human being. It was bound to be an unconditionally absolute prayer, no different even for Roy now, even for Lay, and even for Louis, even for the sin archbishops, even for evildoers, and even for criminals. Living and continue to live for that purpose. But lest it be parted with, this battlefield shall not. Roy, pupils bedewed with delight, drying them with a single blink of his eyelids, Roy looked upon Felt, who had snatched a white staff from the hands of her comrade. Since the dwarf, who did not seem to be any war potential for the most part, had gone out of his way to bring it here at this 11th hour, unmistakably meant that it was a special, secret weapon. In other words, Roy, if that won't do, then will you start crying? Rainbow-hued butterflies danced, spears of fire and ice rained, titanic scythes of blood from multifarious directions were fired. A pressure that crushed everything not from left to right, but from the rear to the front precipitated, and a soprano befitting of a young boy cursedly resonated in song. Ram, protect Felt. Wind sundered the butterflies altogether. Magic bullets of ice and fire shattered the spears of fire and ice. Burly muscles intercepted the titanic scythe of blood through lacerations received. A momentary twin impact perforated the ground, surging from the rear to the front, and the enormous builds of the aged man and the pigman shielded against the curse ballad that disintegrated flesh and blood. Roy, Magnifist tilde NT. Boo tilde T, his wave-like onslaught blocked by the bastion of coordination. Roy, however, did not lose heart. Invoking the teleport he had restrained from utilizing until now, Roy's silhouette appeared at the heart of Felt's troop in the blink of an eye, his aim being Felt not, instead, Roy. The two over here are also pivotal, Ry tilde GHT. Within the personnel braced to intercept, he aimed for the spines of the two bereft of energy to stand up. The Witch of Tristisha and Witchbeast Master, both of them wore potential essential for the opposing contingent to rival Gluttony and the Black Serpent in battle, and nobody's hand shall timely reach Roy who stood right behind them. Licking his lips, Roy hosted the Fist King in his right hand and the Snow Vallum in his left, and with tender kindness that moment, Maylee's hair wriggled and crawled, and a corona was shot through Roy's left eye. Roy, cow. Impaled by a sensation of scorching heat, the left side of Roy's perception vanished. Just what was this? Roy bared his remnant eye, and in his vision entered the virtuoso that had crushed his left eye. A little scorpion lurking in concealment within Maylee's hair was reflected therein. A being unknown to him. A trump card absent in memories. A face-down card, viva fight to the finish. Roy, even a tiny ally like that, is gallantly devoting its might, was how he was to resume, but did not. Hastier than that, the ground upon which Roy's legs were braced double-crossed him, rocketing him into the sky without omen. Roy, magic it was not. Nowhere could the wavelength of mana be perceived. Then was it the Witch of Tristisha once more. Nay, not even she fostered eyes on the back of her head. What had transpired was an eminence protruding from the ground. With nary an omen or prior signal did that burgeon. Good grief, my amazing self's comrades are way too damn reliable. That which had beat upon his eardrums all too suddenly was a sharp voice, an exceedingly common recollection in his memories. By the soles of their feet did they achieve concert with the earth, such that during the intervals whilst they were planted firm upon the ground, steeled that person would become as though an iron keep, unfellable to all who sought its conquest. Precisely because of being so dependable, the bark of their timbre ought not to have been heard. Whirling up into the air, stretched out amidst Roy's vision, upside down was the earthy landscape where the witch-beast of pestilence writhed, and thereupon would he set it to wreak havoc. Unlike before, a distance had now emerged between it and Roy. Albeit his armor of blood was beginning to shed, with the befoulment to be spattered out like a shower of rain, the herd of prey would have to divert their efforts towards countering that. Sit down. For but a moment, the black serpent's movements were thrown into disarray by the weeping outcry. But the duration of its stoppage amounted not to even the blink of an eye. Even if it had been deprived of that interval, that would never amount to Roy's machinations falling out of that instant, the serpentine form of the witch-beast, while seeking to reach skyward as though a spire piercing the heavens, ruptured. Rupturing, its befoulment spilled out from within, and onto that besmirched ground did a lone silhouette tumble down. Piwa, Geho Gahagak, Roy, your kiddie tilde NG. Violently coughing, the red-haired man who had fallen into a pool of the most abhorrent befoulment in this world delivered unto Roy an impact that could not be explained by simple tenacity or a pathetic adhesion to life, leaving him lost for words. For what reason was he alive? The question and the appetite welling up made Roy's stomach growl unwittingly. Yo, look, fuck over here. With an effortless leap, the golden-haired boy caught up to the airborne Roy, and gnashing his sharp fangs, he raised aloft one of his fists clad in silver gauntlets in a grandiose hoist. Should those smite him, the half-killed status Roy would be left in would strip him of standing any chance. Despite knowing it would only amount to stalling for a few moments, and not more, from his choices of withdrawing to refuge, Roy sought to follow suit of the odd talent of the leaper and invoked lunar eclipse, Roy, BGH. Zada bugs cannoned into him from the blind spot on his left, disrupting his focus. Roy, upon allowing his line of sight to be lured by the irksome buzz and abhorrent texture laying ahead, Tens of meters distant were trees onto which a light blue ground dragon had been latched, and with his body entrusted to it was the silhouette of a man supposed to be hollowed empty. The man pointed his finger in this direction, and upon noticing their gazes cross, smiled, transmitting to him, "You have been bested." The subsequent juncture, the wind howled, and a fist bedizened with wind pressure blitzed straight towards Roy. It was awfully slow, seeming like it would take some time before it reached when he noticed. "Roy, this is Petra Chan's doing, is that what it means?" "Petra, yes. Thought I'd properly say it at the end, that it serves you right." Feet stationed atop the ground, the Witch of Tristisha proclaimed triumph to Roy in the time that she protracted. There no longer seemed to be anything that Roy could do pertaining to that. Also, the fist strike of the ravenous, raging tiger had drawn imminent to about a distance the size of 5 coins away from him. In the time until that direct hit, what was there that he could do? He ruminated, and it occurred to him. "Roy, it's an amazingly, amazingly big deal, Petra Chan. But you know, Tilda W. weren't the sacrifices you made to win just too big? Petra, making excuses like a sore loser. Nobody's been taken down on our side. Just so pathetic for a sin archbishop. Roy, with the Witch of Tristisha as the opponent, would lose face. But what's called a sacrifice doesn't apply to lives alone. The future, the hopes, the possibilities, it's those kinds of things. We are worried from the bottom of our heart that Petra Chan's long, long life here on out will become so lonely, you see Tilda. 4 coins away. At the very least, to dredge out the compensations, albeit her wish to hide them, and engrave oneself into her through that agony. Such was Roy's unscrupulous ethos, to which Petra fluttered her eyes and put on a puzzled face. It couldn't be, surely she had not paid them without realizing, whilst these thoughts dwelled. This reaction was, Petra, could it be your misunderstanding? Roy, misunderstanding. Petra, that's strange. I thought Otto-san would likely say something like it. That this time the entire world is your enemy, that sort of thing. Roy, 3 coins away. He had not been told so firsthand. However, such ardor was extant in memories. Considering Aldebaran's deeds and the devastation he perpetrated, this cognizance could be called just and legitimate. However, that ought to be something with no greater or lesser purport. Roy, it can't be. Petra, it is. 2 coins away. Within the confines of the sensation of protraction, it was impracticable to commit an act so extravagant as gulping a breath. But in the throat of his heart, Roy gulped a breath of his heart, and looked at she who smiled as it befit a witch, tenderly. The young girl supposed to be incompatible with the witch factor, however, was beyond question the Witch of Tristisha. After all, Petra, the witch factor of Tristisha can be used by anyone should they pay compensation, and if the compensations are properly harmonized, anyone can act as the agent. So, it's being paid together with everyone in the royal capital. Roy, Petra, well then, I'll say it one more time. Serves you right. 1 coin away. After all, unbeknownst to Roy was any being who had abused the witch factor of Tristisha to this degree. If this were not the Witch of Tristisha, then what could it possibly be? Roy, a tilde H, thank you for the treat. 0 coins away. Gorgeous Tiger's thunderbolt exploded. Roy, it mercilessly shattered into Roy's countenance, knocking it down toward the ground where the black serpent writhed. His petite frame plunged right towards the core of the befoulment just before that. Felt, fire, felt roared, and the staff scintillating in her grip fired a corona that washed the world with its paint of alabaster white. It altered into a smite of judgment, without and escape forbidden, swallowing ones who were auxiliaries of malefaction and atrocity. So was the denouement of the ethos of bizarre eating. Translation notes. 1. Ethos is a wordplay on eat and ethos, to reflect the author's wordplay of altering Chinese letter, way of life ethos, into Chinese letter, replacing the life component of the word with Chinese letter, indicating eating or food. It is not an existing term in Japanese, but the author's creative discretion. We interpret this as being to both Roy's general way of living his life, as well as the entirety of the life he has lived, not truly living, but rather a life entirely defined through eating. 2. Eclipse binaries. Chinese letter, Shokurens, lit. Eclipse binary stars may also be a nod to the Pleiades, Chinese letter, Rokurens. Arc 9, Chapter 47, Voice. Translated by Archbishop Machine. Translated by Archbishop. Proofread by Archbishop. Archbishop. Japanese to English. Checking by Archbishop. Art sources. Shen 1461889 Theobioroma. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea who I was whatsoever. Where this place is, when the present time is, who I am, what is happening, I do not have the slightest idea. I cannot see, I cannot hear, I cannot move my hands or my legs. My feet are not on the ground. I cannot breathe properly either, and I am in extraordinary discomfort, and yet I can sense voices. Even though my senses of sight, smell, touch, taste, and most of all sound are blocked off, there are voices. Many, plentiful, innumerable voices, showering down upon me, unable to do a thing, as if I am a powerless baby thrown into the cradle of hell. Ceaselessly, bereft of intent, the tempest of voices continue to pummel me. Just as a baby would be defenselessly struck by the rain, I am being drowned in voices. At this rate, I think I would prefer to just drown and die like this. Laddie, laddie, are you all right? You're going to be rescued now. A loud voice, it rang in my head. Amidst the numerous, countless voices, it is a voice that feels clearly directed towards me. I cannot do anything, but still I can understand. The powerful voice directed towards myself. Hence, Artabro, grit your teeth now. Hearing that voice, a feeling of suspension arrived along with a terribly violent sound, a sound that was not a voice, vibrated my eardrums and restored the means for my tightly sealed eyes to take in light. And so I was finally able to face the owners of the voices, those who had directed their voices towards me. Really fucking sorry that it took me so long to get here. Everything, it's my amazing self's fault. Really fucking sorry that it took me so long to get here. Everything, it's my amazing self's fault. What are you saying, Garf-san? If Garf-san and everyone else hadn't come, Laddie would still be strung up even now. Ah, laddie, laddie. Do you understand what I'm saying? What are you saying, Garf-san? If Garf-san and everyone else hadn't come, Laddie would still be strung up even now. Ah, laddie, laddie. Do you understand what I'm saying? Present there is a golden-haired boy alongside a large ground dragon with a pale blue hide. The voices that I feel are overlapping with the voices that I hear, but there is no doubt about it. The ground dragon is nestling close to me as I sit on the ground, and the boy is forcefully grabbing at my shoulders. Boy, you don't understand anything right now, but that's all right. We'll get it back with everyone else. Everything my amazing self's lacking, for everyone's gonna lend their hands. Boy, you don't understand anything right now, but that's all right. We'll get it back with everyone else. Everything my amazing self's lacking, for everyone's gonna lend their hands. Boy, Enso Artabro, you just sit tight here, boy. Enso Artabro, you just sit tight here, rest assured. I think he wanted to say that. It seems like the boy before my eyes knows my empty self and is trying to do something about it. In all likelihood, he knows the reason why I am empty. I want to know, I want to ask him about it. Naturally, I feel inclined to do so. I do, but there be anything that I could possibly do? Might there be anything that I could possibly do? The voice that spilled from my mouth, I do not know whether or not it actually formed as a proper voice. Only, seeing that both the boy and the ground dragon were widening their eyes, I could tell that my words had been conveyed. To be honest, I do not understand anything. I do not, but there is just one thing I can say. I am grateful that they rescued me from that cradle of hell. Above all, when you guys speak to me with such earnest voices, of course I will want to respond accordingly. When you guys speak to me with such earnest voices, of course I will want to respond accordingly. Boy and ground dragon, ah that's, boy and ground dragon, ah that's. Hearing my words, the boy and the ground dragon opened their eyes wide, and as their breaths and voices synced up, they spoke. Ground dragon, just like you, laddie. Ground dragon, just like you, laddie. Boy, just like Yeratabro. Boy, just like Yeratabro. At those voices, I began thinking of myself before I became empty, a smile coming over my face. Directed towards whoever did this to me, it was a smile as if to say, you have been bested. Here, delivered alongside the loud carillon of a silver bell, was a powerful kick in contrast to its lightness. Gripping the handle of her morning star, Rem bore witness to that satisfactory outcome of her efforts. Using magically crafted footholds of ice as practical disturbances, she had drawn the attention of the opponents upwards, successfully supporting Emilia. Of course, If it had been possible, she would have preferred victory to have been decided through the affectionate iron ball that Subaru had continued to polish. But she must not be too greedy. Subaru had also taken things step by step with Rem in the Empire. If Subaru had been impatient, and instead had pressed Rem with everything being about me, Rem, back then it might not have just been his fingers, but his arms and legs that would have gotten broken as well. Now that her memories had returned, even just the thought that she would ever enact such violence unto Subaru was enough to make her faint. But Rem herself recognized that it was entirely possible for her to have done so, given her state of mind at the time. Hence, it was important to do everything step by step, in the proper order. It was the same with cooking. Even though she was relatively proficient at cooking, Rem had a bad habit of disregarding that principle when it came to anything else. And when it came to bad habits, she had another, Rem, must not jump to conclusions. The reason why she would quickly always be convinced that something was settled, and thus relax her efforts, was due to a lack of imagination. The one who had preached to Rem that ceasing one's thoughts was wrong had also taught her, when she had been bereft of memories, how to determine her heart, Priscilla. Even if she was gone, her teachings yet lived on, and so long as those teachings kept Rem alive, they would remain so. That was why Emilia, HK, you're joking. When Emilia raised a voice of astonishment, Rem had not ceased her thoughts. Directly below, Emilia rose up to deliver a kick within the blind spot of Al and his shinobi, and her ice-clad foot ought to have struck him with spine-shattering force. But Al had protected against that. Covering himself and his partner with a box of stone, he had done so. Rem. That's what Ram Sama was talking about, the efficacy of turning back time. Rem had judged it to be so. For a split-second defensive maneuver, that which covered his entire body had been far too flawless. In order to use magic, what was required was a mental image of the effects and the construction of the technique. If either was lacking, magic would not take form, and the more complex the endeavor being attempted, the longer it would take to conceive a mental image of its effect. That which Al had performed was born of a mental image far too certain in regards to a surprise attack from his blind spot. Rem, even though she understood the principle behind it in her head, Rem once again bit down on the inside of her cheek upon witnessing that cheat technique. To begin with, Al's authority had already proved it was capable of sidestepping even Reinhard. Even if they continued to attack like this, would he not just continue to evade everything? Such negative thoughts were Emilia. Rem. Just as she began spiraling into negative thoughts, Emilia's holler snapped her out of it. Across the rocky box that had emerged midair, Emilia and Rem crossed gazes. Unlike Rem, who was overwhelmed by the threat of the authority, a powerful glint was housed within Emilia's amethyst eyes. That gave her heart. Rem. As strength flaringly returned to her own eyes, the invigoration of her horn by way of her Oni form swelled Rem's entire body with vitality. Plummeting through the sky, 30 seconds had already elapsed since the battle had commenced. What allowed for that to be accurately measured were the marks engraved into the large rock visible far to their rear. An enormous fissure in the land that existed within the Kararagi city-states, the Agzed Canyon, had a difference in elevation of 5,000 meters from the surface to the deepest part of the valley, and the time it took to descend all the way was around 100 seconds. Markings had been engraved beforehand along the rock face for intervals of every 10 seconds, and they were currently passing the third. 70 seconds remained until they hit the bottom. Emilia, we're still. Rem, just getting started. Emilia and Rem's voices overlapping, they resumed combat with renewed morale and an upsurge of strength. Rem greatly bent her body, and Emilia, spinning around, produced mallets of ice in both her hands. In that moment, the Morning Star was fired like a cannonball, and the ice hammers were unleashed on both sides whilst clad in a powerful wind, pulverizing the stone box that Al and his accomplice had enclosed themselves in. Fragments of stone scattered alongside a thunderous crash, and the enemies, split up between the top and bottom, fiercely commenced their attacks unto Rem and Emilia. Al headed for Emilia, and for Rem came the red-haired shinobi, Rem. No, you're also. Shinobi. Indeed, I'm Al-Sama's helpful all-purpose maid, Yi-chan. Rem. That's Rem's designation in regards to Subaru-kan. Putting a halt on the statement of the not shinobi red-haired maid, no, of the woman who called herself Yi, Rem pulled back her iron ball with her right hand and moved to slam her mighty left arm into Yi as she flew towards her. But Yi stopped midair through some unnatural braking mechanism and evaded it. At a glance, she sent a thread from her backhand to connect to Al, using exquisite tension and flexibility to halt her movement, before a shimmer shot from her other hand towards Rem's neck. Rem, Huma. Intuiting the incoming threat, Rem's spinal reflex guarded her vitals by forming a collar of ice. As soon as the thread attached itself to the collar, she removed her head from it, avoiding decapitation. Just as Rem survived through quick judgment, she veered the rising iron ball towards targeting Yi's back, the latter having raised her eyebrows slightly. However, as the iron ball approached Yi from behind, she evaded precisely as if she had eyes on the back of her head. As Rem expressed astonishment whilst catching the iron ball that had barely missed on its return path, Yi stuck out her tongue. Yi, it's reflected in your eyes, you know. Momentarily enraged by that provocation, Rem accepted a scolding from the Katia in her heart, nodding in agreement with the imaginary Katia as she clamored like a cat, idiot. That's exactly what your opponent wants. Rem praised the talents of an enemy capable of utilizing what was reflected in their opponent's eyes. Rem, in that case, kindly strain those eyes well. With those words, she took the retrieved iron ball of her morning star and covered it in layers and layers and layers of ice, doubling and doubling and doubling its mass, and hurled down a lump of ice around 10 meters in diameter. Yi, maybe my provocation was a little too effective. The roaring iceberg slayed all wind in its approach, and as Yi, her voice quavering, furiously waved her hands around, she chiseled, notched, and carved away at the morning ice black star, fragmenting its mass over and over and over again to stop it. Ultimately, stripped naked from the ice, all that remained was the bare iron ball, and as it hurtled right at her chest, she caught it with a web of threads, dispersing the impact as it forcefully shot her downwards. What awaited her down there, Emilia, this time? Unlike the royal capital, I won't let you get away. Although normally, if you do that, I just end up running off with the win. As Emilia and Al clashed against each other, they traded blows in the form of both weapons and words. In their vicinities, each had floating armaments of ice and stone respectively, and they both continued to promptly grab any of the weapons next to them, wielding them with no concern for their surroundings as they bashed them against each other. Emilia, ya, Turia, here. Uya, Toria, tay 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 tay. Contrary to her cute war cries, Emilia's offense did not leave any room for breathers. However, for all the swords, spears, and axes that rained down upon Al, he parried with his own axes, spears, and swords, and continued to pull through. As Emilia utilized acrobatic movements to enact her incessant offensive, Al met her every blow with weapons at the shortest distance possible, successfully defending against it. Likely that was also the effect of turning back time. Once an attack landed, he would return to before it landed, and then place his weapon over the spot it had landed. Rinse and repeat. Yi, Al-Sama. After being spiked down by Rem, Yi arrived at the scene of that back-and-forth combat. Realizing that she had blundered by temporarily creating a 2-on-1 situation, Rem too attempted to increase her falling speed by using a foothold nay, Rem, Emilia Sama. Instead of catching up herself, Rem passed instantaneous judgment and tinkered with the angle of the iron ball she had sent down there. Although Yi had dispersed its impact, the iron ball still plummeted with her at a constant speed, and as if carrying Subaru's spirit, who had polished it, it flew towards Emilia to aid her in her predicament. Then, just before a joint attack from Al and Yi could strike her, Emilia was caught by the chains. Rem, Uriah. Using the foothold she had made a moment prior, not to launch herself off of, but to brace herself, she fished Emilia up with the chains that had caught her as Emilia was lifted up between Al and Yi just as they were about to reconvene. The two factions regrouped into divisions of upper sky and lower sky. Emilia, thank you, you're really strong. Rem, you're welcome, the feeling is mutual. Grabbing the hand of Emilia, who had been elevated to the same position, Rem was impressed by the enemy's strength. Originally, Rem and Emilia were supposed to be responsible solely for Al, so Yi's participation here was incredibly troublesome. Not only did she divide their forces, she was also incredibly skilled herself. Moreover, being together with Al was not just an addition to her strength, it served as multiplication. Rem, Indeed, just like myself and that person, Emilia. Just now did you say something about Subaru? Rem, apologies, that is a matter for after this is finished. Responding so to the wide-eyed Emilia, Rem ascertained that they were passing another marking on the rock face, that 60 seconds remained until they landed at the bottom, and firmly grit her teeth. Her thoughts from just earlier were correct. Yi was formidable and made even stronger when Al was with her. In order to do something about that, Rem split them up. Emilia Sama. Emilia, yes, do it with me. Holding hands, they raised up their opposite hands, Emilia's empty and Rem's with a weapon, directing them towards the pair directly below Emilia. Al-Rem, Huma. As the two types of Huma intermingled, ice began to appear in the air whilst a creaking sound perforated the atmosphere, of course. Were they to simply attack by hurling pebbles, it would only be a repeat of failures up to this point. So, to prevent that from happening, rather than focusing on how the ice came out, they plotted where it would emerge. Yi HK. Al, TCH. Obstructed by the expanding ice, the sound of tongue clicking within that helmet was inaudible. Yet, judging from the results alone, there was no doubt that he had indeed clicked his tongue. The mass of ice produced by Rem and Emilia. A thin, level sheet of ice was wedged between Al and Yi, one below, the other above, thus preventing their reconvergence. While maintaining the sturdiness of the ice sheet, it had been stretched to a disk of around 30 meters in diameter. It would have been a Herculean task for them to get through it and reunite while falling, and furthermore, since it had been made flat, the threads could not carve through it either. Yi, Al-Sar, Al. Yi, hold out for a bit. Facing each other across the ice sheet, Al ordered Yi from below. What sort of state of mind Yi had arrived at after receiving that was something Rem understood quite distinctly. Rem was participating in this battle for the sake of Subaru, and so, for the same reason Yi was, Rem. When someone precious puts their hopes in you, it sets you alight with motivation. Yi, you're wrong. With a curt response to Rem's understanding, Yi folded her knees and spun her body, going barefoot. The enormity of the ice sheet resulted in significantly more air resistance, bringing their falling speed to a limit. As Yi landed atop that ice, Rem and Emilia were perched to her front and back, as if pincering her. Barefoot as she was, each of Yi's 10 white toes were equipped with a ring. Yi, once again, magic is quite troublesome, Tilda. I'm grateful to the teachings of the village elder. Rem, thank you so very much for the praise. My mentor was quite an outstanding personage, after all. Emilia, same for me. I was always being told, you're learning so quickly, Leah. Yi, that's the same way they raised me at the village, so you must also be quite the genius, Emilia Sama. With a bitter smile and a shrug, Yi glanced between Emilia and Rem before prefacing with, so, you see, Yi, the fact that I'm even here means that y'all's plans have failed. Val Sama will come rushing over here before long, so why don't we omit the futile exchanges and just have you two surrender? Emilia, we can't do that. Sure, it was quite the surprise that you were together with him, but Rem and Emilia Sama aren't playing around either. Besides, if you are counting on the divine dragon Sama, it won't be coming. Our lord is the one serving as its opponent after all. Yi, this is against the divine dragon, you know. Aren't you expecting a bit too much? Emilia, so are you not expecting anything from Al? As Yi inclined her head, it seemed as if Emilia's question had pierced her directly. Holding her breath with her MPH, Yi then released it, straining her white fingers and toes as she readied herself. Rem retracted her iron ball to her hands, and Emilia gripped beautiful twin blades of ice. Glancing down at the sheet of ice, the distance with Al, subject to lesser air resistance as he was, continued to widen rapidly. After all, Al was having Yi buy time for him. Rem, Emilia Sama, Alsan is. Emilia, yes, I know, we really have to hurry. Reaching an understanding in just a short exchange, Rem harbored an out-of-place sentimentality. She had never conceived of being so in sync with Emilia like this before. Such was her sentimentality. Setting aside Rem's inner feelings, the trio atop the ice silently roused their fighting spirits. Yi, Crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin. Emilia, the Witch of Glaciation, Emilia. Rem, the hero's confidant Rem. Finishing their introductions, Rem and Emilia immediately charged toward Yi across the ice. As Yi bent her knees and ducked down, 20 dancing threads shot from her appendages, and while those clashed against chains and magic, Rem, in order to reach Al below the ice, challenged the one blocking the path, the crimson Sakura. Rem, ya. Howling a battle cry, Rem was not bluffing or putting up a strong front. She wholeheartedly believed that Ram and their allies, who were taking on Gluttony and other foes, as well as Raswal and Clind, who were dealing with the ultimate threat of the divine dragon, would all fulfill their respective duties. For that purpose, right now, she would defeat Yi, who stood before her, and reach Al, passing another marking. There now remained 50 seconds until they reached the floor of the Agzed Canyon. As he plummeted below, Al trained his gaze upon that beautifully tempestuous clash atop the ice. Al, I don't think you'll lose, but don't forget, Alter. After all, there's something I need you to do no matter what. That voice, whispered only within his own mouth, never reached those atop the ice. Aldebaran, who had betrayed the sun, and his henchmen. The battle against the scoundrels who were fully capable of pulling the trigger on the world's collapse, the bouts against Gluttony in the mountains and Aldebaran at the Agzed Canyon, both transitioned to their next stages. Naturally, the same applied to the third bout, forecasted to be the most rigorous. By the authority of Witch of Tristisha, newly born into this world, the battlefield had shifted to a rocky region where collateral damage was of no concern. There, the one extolled as the guardian of the kingdom, the divine dragon Volcanica, the usurper who had bent that almighty dragon husk to their will, now faced confrontation by its rightful dragonkin. It was a battle in which all fighters were concealing tremendous power, further ravaging the rocky wasteland that was already not more than sand and stone, into a place where nobody would ever dare set foot. Unmistakably, those had been the scars of war forecasted for such a battle against the divine dragon. However, vision blurred, consciousness hazy, ringing in the ears transcending noisiness to end up as silence. Limbs bereft of strength, unsure if both were properly still attached to the body. Each frail breath brought pain akin to being struck by a flash of lightning from head to toe, likely a sign that fractured bones were tearing up the insides of the body all throughout. Thinking to that extent, they realized that they had collapsed face down on the hard, rocky ground. Upon realizing one thing about their current state, other realizations quickly followed. Evidenced by the ground's violent tremors, the sensation of the sky bursting asunder, and the faint shift in the scent of the atmosphere, the environment had undergone a tremendous upheaval, so not long had passed since they had collapsed to the ground. A minute, 30 seconds. 5 seconds, Master. Report. They were bestowed with an exact answer to their question, however. They lacked the leeway to even curve their lips into a wry smile. The other party had not expected a response, either nay. It was simply that they were not in a position where they could afford to be placing expectations. The tremors of the ground, the bursting of the sky, and the upheaval of the atmosphere, all were caused by that tactful other party and their opponent. The battle between dragon and dragonkin ravaged the world as though it were a natural cataclysm, reshaping it through feats of strength. Off to the side of that battle, not merely half dead, but rather 9/10 dead, they laid collapsed. No longer could they even hear voices properly. The life of Roswell L. Mathers flickered like a candle flame before the wind. Arc 9, Chapter 48, The Ultimate Life Form. Translated by Archbishop 142 Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop Isligud Archbishop #750 Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources Gluck 000C Turkmenianil Roswell and Klinsan say they can do it, so why not let them handle it? At the tactical briefing, whilst the Alderbusters were deliberating over who should confront the divine dragon Volcanica, it was Emilia's remark that ultimately served as the decisive blow. Emilia's decision to entrust the battlefield to them without demanding a detailed explanation was not reckless impulsiveness. It was rooted in genuine trust, and for that, Roswell felt both admiration and gratitude toward her. The situation was what it was. Even if his long-planned schemes were to be somewhat derailed, Roswell was at least half prepared for the moment he would have to reveal Clin's origins. That was the identity of the divine dragon's dragonkin, Roswell. But if we're going to talk about that, it would inevitably involve touching upon the matter of our contract as well. Naturally, Roswell knew very well whose dragonkin Clind really was, welcoming him into the Mathers household as a servant regardless. Of course, this was not due to his exceptional abilities as a steward, but rather because he believed his presence would prove to be useful. The long-cherished desire that Roswell must fulfill no matter what he believed Clind to be indispensable to that purpose. Clind, even if you were to reveal it, I doubt it would change any of their stances. Advice. As Roswell kept trying to remain quiet on this matter, Clind, as one in the know, made such a proposal. There was no reason to stubbornly deny him. In fact, Roswell shared his view. Even if Roswell's circumstances were to be revealed, it would likely not change the attitudes of Emilia or the rest of the camp. Still, Roswell's inability to reveal any details was simply in his nature. Roswell could not face others without placing himself in a superior position. He had to grasp their intentions, seize their weaknesses, and if necessary, he even wished to take hostages to secure his advantage. The numerous years in which he could not afford failure had molded Roswell into a cautious, even cowardly villain. That was why, even though Roswell knew that Subaru, Emilia, and the others were terribly kind-hearted, he simply could not bring himself to reveal his true intentions to them. Roswell, I don't believe that will be a hindrance, though. The key was not to reveal everything, but to prove oneself capable where it counts. In this regard, Roswell was proud to say that he did not lag behind his comrades. In fact, precisely because he carried the guilt of hiding his true intentions, he felt compelled to deliver results. Roswell, feeling guilt, me, the witch's disciple of all people. Though he recognized such doubts within himself, Roswell shelved them for later. In any case, without revealing Clind's circumstances, Roswell found himself headed toward the same battlefield as him and toward a fight against the enemy who had stolen the dragon husk of the divine dragon. And so, Roswell, let's take this opportunity to put it to the test. That is, all my diligent studies, in order to slay the dragon. In that battle, there had been no such trial runs. Removing his monocle, Clind arrayed himself in surging bolts of violet lightning from his cranium, protruded two black horns, and casting off the long-worn mask of the versatile steward, he became not but a lone dragonkin. As soon as he took a single step forward, flashes of lightning were birthed at the soles of his feet, and the initial velocity of his explosive leap emitted a cacophony that tore through the air. Clind, rupturing the atmosphere, each step upon the ground quaked the world as if it were cannon fire. Propelled by fulminations of violet lightning, Clind charged directly towards the majestic figure hovering in the ether. The divine dragon Volcanica spread its valiant dragon wings whilst carrying the sun upon its back, thrusting forth its gaping jaw. Volcanica, Haran. In that instant, a ray of white heat coalesced from the unleashed breath, seizing Clind head-on. The dragon's breath was a torrent of pure mana raw power that had not been bestowed with directionality through magic. Even so, just as drops of water, harmless on their own, could amass into a flood capable of washing away nations, mana charged with overwhelming vigor could easily tear apart the realm of reality. Clind, your address at Curtain's Rise is bereft of all artistry. Crude. Swinging his hand down like a blade performing a bamboo-splitting strike, Clind severed the white light that had been fired with might capable of leveling a city. One. The breath was split clean down the middle and passed straight behind him as if it was trying to avoid a direct hit. In exchange, the scorched ground was upheaved. Rock fragments were pulverized until they turned to sand, before being melted all down into viscous streams of red lava. Leaving all of that in his wake, Clind pressed forward, his body leaping high up as he drew ever closer to the dragon amidst heavenly skies. Volcanica, TCH, you impudent little shit. The roaring dragon gyrated its body, delivering a swing of its thick, tenacious tail. Striking the wind dead, the tail whip revolved relentlessly, and leaving no place to run, it seized Clind head-on. Roaring thunder crackled. Purple lightning of a noticeably stronger degree illuminated the sky, and a moment later it was the dragon's tail that had found itself repelled. The principle mirrored his earlier ground kick acceleration, a shark wave generated by the eruption of the violet bolts surging around his body. Whilst airborne, Clind had triggered that phenomenon at his feet, using the impact as a foothold, Then, by fulminating lightning through his shoulder, elbow, and down to his fist, he repelled the dragon's tail with an unbelievably powerful punch. And frighteningly, that purple lightning was, Clind, bear with me for a little while longer, inexhaustible. As if ignoring the fine weather of those cloudless, clear skies, those surging flashes of lightning were discharged ad nauseum. Volcanica. Oh. Raising its voice in anger, the dragon beat its wings and swiveled through the air. In the surroundings of that dragon, Clind dashed about freely, accelerating with each eruption of indigo lightning. As before, eruptions of purple lightning at the soles of his feet kept Clind airborne, bestowing the wingless dragonkin the right to maneuver through the sky as he pleased. Of course, the diligent dragonkin was not merely enjoying a leisurely stroll through the air, and he did not forget to unleash ferocious offensives against the dragon. Clind, evading the dragon claws by a hair's breadth as they swung at him, he drove lightning-clad strike into the face of the opponent with whom he harbored far too great a difference in both stature and reach, and thereupon did he unleash the apotheosis of all thunderbolts. This assault, layered with the twofold preparations of strike and fulmination, was not performed merely once or twice. In the blink of an eye, it repeated 10, 20 times. Volcanica, shit HK. Its dominance of the air-space robbed by the overlapping eruptions of purple voltage, the dragon spat that out and ascended to a higher altitude. Possessing wings, it was the special right of the divine dragon to choose its battlefield not merely on the ground, where the wasteland stretched out as far as the eye could see, but even in the sky, covering 360 degrees in three-dimensional space. However, Al-Duet. Ascending to a high altitude, the divine dragon's head plunged right into an enormous mass of water, losing all sense of up and down. Volcanica, HK. Exhaling a large air bubble out of astonishment, the divine dragon's colossal body was swallowed by a sphere of water spanning over several dozen meters in diameter, created by focusing the moisture in the surroundings and the streams of water on the surface together at a single point. As the water pressure began to creak, the divine dragon, held captive in its aquatic jail, widened its golden eyes. To think you would forget about me and become so invigorated, how cool, Tilda. Beneath the dragon, Raswal, who had imprisoned the dragon in the water sphere, flashed a smile. Licked by the tongues of the heat wave from the breath that Clind had initially severed, the surface of the ground had been transformed into glass of black luster, and standing atop it, Raswal pointed to the sphere of water in the heavenly skies, and folded it in on itself. Duet signified an instrumental duo, and so this magic did not end at merely entrapping the opponent in the sphere of water. Immediately after, the water sphere in which the dragon had been sealed began to froth with a scintillating heat, reaching a boiling point. Thereupon, violet voltage flashed a degree yet stronger. Clind, I shall now get a bit flashy. Roaring thunder. The thunderclap unleashed by Clind's fist harmonized as it thrust into the water sphere. That instant, the voltage surged through the entirety of the mass of water, frying the water sphere itself, along with the dragon, purple lightning scurrying through all its insides. In the following moment, the heat and pressure both reached their limits. The water sphere burst asunder in a thunderous overture. The purple lightning, with nowhere else to go, cracked through the battlefield. The tempest of steam, capable of rivaling an eruption of flames, blew radially outward as a devastating blast. The water that had lasted through the incandescent heat poured down onto the land incessantly, as if rain from clear skies. Clind. The vehement detonation that was induced harbored the power to wipe out a small village entirely, leaving nary a trace behind. While it might have been assisted by a dragonkin, it was a level of destructive force impermissible for a lone magician to exhibit, and receiving the full brunt of it without restraint, even the dragon would surely, Volcanica. Ah, shit, I've cooled my head now. Tearing through the white steam with its dragon wings, the divine dragon grumbled those words amidst the locus of the epicenter in the sky. Indeed, it grumbled. If it had sustained any extent of injury, the grumble would have likely been a viler curse instead. That was to say, the airborne dragon was going strong. Nay, it was completely unscathed. Raswal, even though it was something we had known, it's quite disheartening to bear witness to it firsthand. Eosant Tilderit. Gazing up at that feat of having survived unscathed from the ground, Roswal closed a single eye whilst leaving the blue one open. Even when subjected to such an extent of firepower, the divine dragon had not sustained even a sliver of damage. This was neither because Roswal's magic was trivial, nor was it because the dragon had spontaneously devised the most optimal defensive maneuver. Though the latter was closer to the truth, reality was far more despairing and overwhelmingly unreasonable. Clind, Master, do not be dispirited. Encouragement. Beside Roswal landed Clind, who had escaped the blast radius and dropped down. Using purple lightning to dry off after soaking in the water sphere, Clind spoke with an unchanged tone and expression, but conveyed therein was a faint consideration founded in the long time they had known each other. During their long acquaintance, Clind had told him much about the divine dragon's unreasonable absurdity. Roswal, as expected, the dragon scales and dragon hello protecting the heartstone are quite troublesome. At Clind's failed attempt at an encouraging response, Roswal vocalized proof that he had not lost his fighting spirit. The dragon scales and dragon hello, those were the greatest reasons why the divine dragon Volcanica had come to be known as the most powerful existence in the world. The unreasonable absurdities that would need to be surmounted, no matter the cost. Roswal, the cloud dragon Mesorea, and the blight dragon Valgren. If one questioned where the differences between those two dragons and the divine dragon Volcanica lay, the answer would be in the dragon scales and dragon hello. Mesorea, still young, was yet underdeveloped as a dragon, and Valgren, having lost the equilibrium of its mind following the death of its birth dragonkin, had thus forfeited its future. Each of them had proved lacking in the cultivation of their dragon husks, failing to forge the same two types of armor possessed by the divine dragon. That was Roswal, dragon scales impervious to any physical attacks, and a dragon hello that wards off all magical attacks. Clind, without conquering those two armors, the heartstone of the dragon will remain unreachable. Reaffirmation. Inducing a sense of despair, Clind's words presented the greatest obstacle in conquering the divine dragon. The overwhelming physical defense of the dragon scales, and the absurd magical defense of the dragon hello. Unless they stripped it of those two powerful safeguards, none of their attacks would be able to reach its weak point, the heartstone. It was not a matter of which, both were required. Unless they stripped it of both armors, neither would they be able to surpass the astounding regeneration of the dragon's mana body, nor would they be able to render it incapable of combat. Ergo, in order to defeat the divine dragon, experts in both hand-to-hand and magical combat were necessary. But then again, Roswal, even if its dragon hello is still intact, it's impressive how even that much firepower resulted in no damage, Ria Tilda. Clind, it is not known as the most powerful dragon in the world just for show. Sigh. Roswal, was that not a bit of a proud Siduous Tilda now? However things may have ended up now, this opponent was originally yourself. If there are any weaknesses that only you are aware of, it's fine for you to secretly tell me, Clind, there is, the dragon sword. Immediate response. Roswal, rather to the point. The dragon sword, having been immediately given in response, was an enchanted sword that made it possible to cut things that could not be cut. With the ability of the dragon sword, it would have certainly been possible to disregard the dragon scales and dragon hello and launch an attack straight for the heartstone. If the wielder felt so inclined, then even just hitting the divine dragon with the dragon sword might have dealt a notable amount of damage. Of course, it was fruitless to discuss a weapon they did not have at hand, and it would not change the situation for the better. Clind, as a point of reference for the dragon scales, I will target the reverse scale on its neck. Old wound. As for the dragon hello, I suppose it will depend on your strenuous efforts, Master. Expectation. Roswal, aren't you speaking to me a little too casually after my first trump card proved completely ineffective Duos Tilda now? Clind, is that so? Though Echid Nasama would have been able to do it. Soliloquy. Roswal. As expected, the duration of their acquaintance went both ways. Hearing that shameless extra comment from Clind, despite knowing that he was playing right into the former's intentions, a flame was verily set alight in Roswal's heart. Of course, even now Roswal was not so conceited as to believe that he had reached the level of his mentor. But Roswal, A disciple must never cast shame upon their teacher after tilde all. The karma of past lives that he needed to fulfill no matter what, and the deepest, most cherished wish he desired to fulfill. These breathed life into Roswell's scarred soul, granting strength to his eyes as they grappled with the challenge presented before them. The history of magic was a helix of trial and error, and the same was true for the span of Roswell's lives. Once one problem was solved, the subsequent problem would immediately stand in the way, and he would continue to struggle onward in order to find a solution. But it was by solving all of those problems that he had arrived at where he was today, just as he had done ever since he had lost his mentor, all by his lonesome. Roswell, to begin with, there exists nobody who stands a greater chance than I. He would intentionally proclaim it himself. Without a doubt, Roswell was the strongest magician of the present era. There existed none who had a greater potential of overcoming the dragon hello of the divine dragon Volcanica than Roswell. No, even that infinitesimal possibility was something he had cultivated over these 400 years. In the field of magic, if there was a wall that needed to be surmounted no matter what, Roswell, without fail, would find a way to surmount it. Anything less was an impossibility. That was the vow Roswell L. Mathers had taken, the path of thorns he had resolved to walk all by his lonesome. That was why, Roswell, with the entirety of my being, I shall vanquish this plight. Alongside his declaration of resolve, in order to break through to the untrodden domain of surmounting a dragon hello, Roswell once again began formulating techniques in the sky of a complexity that would scorch any ordinary mind to naught. The position of dragonkin was one which Clind actually found to be quite troublesome. In the first place, dragonkin were ultimately the forms taken by the next generation of dragons, and strictly speaking, were not identical existences to their dragon progenitors. Nevertheless, they inherited many of the memories, experiences, and emotions of their dragons, harboring an amalgam within their minds that made it difficult to classify them as separate beings entirely. Clind was no exception to that, and the influence from the days of Volcanica was markedly reflected in his current self's way of being. To give an example, this could be seen in his strong envy towards unrealized potential. Born as a member of the absolute race known as dragons, Volcanica innately esteemed the unripeness within humans as radiant, as it meant they needed to grow and develop whilst they headed towards their goals, thus validating its own absolute way of being. That disposition was carried forth into the present with him as a dragonkin, and now, unrealized beings who concealed within themselves great potential children were something that Clind could not help but greatly revere, respect, esteem, love, and cherish. That nature of Clind's, carried over from his past life, so to speak, was something that Frederica and the like harbored an enormous misunderstanding about. Only there was another matter concerning Dragonkin that he wished to keep concealed from Frederica, so he deliberately refrained from clarifying that misunderstanding with her and those around her. Clind, while that may be the case, it is a tad vexing to be kept at a distance from Anna Rose Sama, Petra, Beatrice Sama, Maylie, and Emilia Sama. Discontent. In any case, not limited solely to Clind, there existed an inextricable bond between dragons and their dragonkin. Given that a dragonkin's development would spur on the growth of their dragon, and that a dragonkin's death would destroy the mind of their dragon, that bond was evident in fact. If the need ever arose, a dragonkin could even house their own mind within the empty dragon husk, wielding their rightful strength as a dragon to their heart's content. Clind. I have heard that in the Empire, Meserair and its dragonkin had done so. Interest. Though a long time had passed since Clind had become a dragonkin, his points of contact with other dragonkin were essentially non-existent, so he thought it might be nice if he could one day exchange words with one who had newly been born into Valatia, Madeline, at which she was said to have performed. The housing of one's own soul into their dragon husk was an act which Clind had also performed many times in the past, returning to the divine dragon Volcanica in order to abide by the covenant with the kingdom of Lugunica. Clind, albeit at present, governance of the dragon husk has been seized through some unknown means. Foul play. In essence, All that was required for a dragonkin to house their soul within their dragon was the act of touching their dragon husk. But for Clind, his soul's first homecoming in approximately 40 years had ended in failure, his dragon husk remaining in the palm of the usurper. Clind, it is not as though I was without concerns, but regrettable. However mighty an existence the race known as dragons was, the means to commandeer an empty vessel did not amount to zero. In particular, an evil spirit whom Clind knew harbored the power to possess the bodies of others, and he had also discussed the possibility of such a power being capable of seizing a dragon husk in private with his allies. Juice, it had been an awfully long time since he had seen the evil spirit who went by that name. Clind, there is no helping it now. Sentimentality. Regardless, Clind knew that it was possible for a dragon to have its dragon husk hijacked, and that in order to recover said dragon husk, there was a need to strike its heartstone. The problem was, it was the divine dragon's dragon husk that had been annexed, so its dragon scales and dragon hello were obstructing the way to its heartstone. Clind, I will deal with the dragon scales by piercing the reverse scale, so the master must surmount the dragon hello. Devotion. By way of the absolute defense belonging to the divine dragon, the heartstone was protected behind its dragon scales, and dragon hello, the feat of striking that, was the victory condition for this battlefield levied upon Clind and Roswal. Fortunately, there stood a prospect for breaking through those dragon scales. The old white scar carved into its neck at the culmination of its deadly clash against the sword saint, Reed Astrea, was the one and only opening in that absolute defense. Clind, the fact that in the end, that which has become our means of grasping victory is a blow dealt by that insolent fellow, how truly aggravating. Infuriation. That dragon meat-eating freak was always going, gimme your damn tail, or lemme eat your damn guts, and so forth, before ultimately staking his attempt to carve out its heart. Just what in the world had he thought of his traveling companion on their journey? At the end of it all, they had clashed in an attempt to sever the other from the thread of life, irrespective of the circumstances of the wound's origin. There already existed a breach in the dragon scales. Ergo, the path that would lead them to triumph depended on whether or not Roswal could surmount the palisade that was the dragon hello. Clind, it is my duty to buy time for that purpose. Concentration. For 400 years, Roswal had devoted himself to diligent studies. And now he would be put to the test. Standing witness to that ordeal extreme to the utmost, Clind once again reproached his troublesome position of dragonkin. After all, Clind could not help but find the dazzling blaze that was Roswal's life, having commenced as but a seedling of unripeness, as something that ought to be esteemed, beloved, and cherished. Volcanica, Haran, harrowing the heavens, affrighting the lands, and imperiling the world, the roar of the divine dragon thundered far and wide. The mighty voice incited quakes all throughout heaven and earth, rending the sky as its resonance took shape as a torrent that deluged Clind in his entirety. The bellow ravaged aught in its path, and swallowed by it, Clind's body was also sundered. Rupturing before that could transpire, a voluminous cloud of mist emerged, and plunging right into it whilst clad in violacious terravolts, the roar of the heavens quite literally dispersed into the mist. Fine particles of water created passageways for the sound, immensely dampening the ruinous shockwave. Roswal, Al Trio. Above Clind's head as he bolted through the mist, honing in upon the dragon were tricolored radiances. Red, blue, and green. The triadic varieties of light achieved a brilliant harmony, and in that instant the swelling of illumination scorched the sky. Wind and flame erupted on a scale of nigh 100 meters, and the glacial inferno berserking through the storm enveloped the dragon, hues and spectacle befitting the world's end, painting the clear skies of the battlefield with the spitting image of hell. Clind, SHHK. Into that hellscape, Clind thrust himself forth, galloping through the air with lightning by his side. The world's demise, the degradation of the battlefield's sky to hell to survive even if it was a realm of such absolute death, was the mark of a powerful being who had lived in the age of the witches that wielded their power as if to assert their very existences. Volcanica, welcome, reigning over the sky, woven with a chaotic, incoherent blend of colors as it was, the divine dragon bellowed sonorously as it demonstrated its pristine condition. Behind the dragon, whilst it spread its wings, suspended in the air were colossal arms of crag construction, numbering 12 in total. The sturdy firsts ferociously burred, as if a joyous gesture of welcoming, meeting Clind head-on. Clind, sealing shackle, unleash second stage. The moment before he crashed into the monolithic arms, Clind intensified the light emitted from the black horns on his head a stage further. Purple lightning surging around his body, Clind temporarily attained a protection equivalent to that of the dragon. Weaponizing that sturdiness, Clind wielded the entirety of his body as an indestructible armament capable of combating the divine dragon's onslaught. A flash of roaring thunder, a detonation of purple voltage that caused the heavens to cry out, pulverized the rocky arms forged by the dragon, actualizing a volley of blows between the two who possessed far too great a difference in stature. Clind, you fight with reckless abandon, exceedingly unthinkable for a dragon, creative ingenuity. Volcanica, were both far past the stage of choosing a clean way of winning, yeah. The recent trend of all my adversaries is that they're all damn strong guys who don't hesitate to come at me with unfair methods, you know. As he shattered 1, 2, 3 colossal arms, Clind nodded in affirmation to that response. He was not fond of self-praise, but as one might expect, the one most proficient, most capable of wielding the dragon husk of the divine dragon Volcanica to its fullest strength was undoubtedly Clind. No matter how powerful the receptacle was, if the contents did not match, its true potential would not be fully exhibited. To make up for that which was lacking, the usurper did not draw forth the true value of the dragon husk, but rather explored many varieties of delicate tricks and techniques that the actual dragon would have never attempted. And the scope of those delicate tricks, arriving at a domain bereft of all charm, began to drive Clind into a corner. Volcanica, Ag. Unleashing a tempest of the 12 monolithic arms, its dragon claws, and its tail, the divine dragon began to thunderously churn a maelstrom of light within the depths of its throat. Needed in synchrony to that was a torrent of flame and water being compressed in the dragon's oral cavity. Contrary to what common sense might dictate, the flame and water did not simply cancel each other out. Encasing a terrifying amount of heat and volume of water, with no place left for it to go, seeking an outlet to direct its power, erupting outward that instant, Clind induced a shockwave of purple lightning to his fore, launching himself backwards to extract himself from the divine dragon's line of fire. Clind, coup, that was prevented by the colossal arms of stone that had stretched out to surround him. As the bouldering palms moved to clasp him, even as he attempted to blow them away through a boisterous dance of thundering bombardments, Volcanica, get blasted away. Following that, alongside the ear-piercing bellow, detonations began to erupt all across the battlefield as if it was being hailed with strikes. A wave of heat to scorch away aught that had been birthed, a wave of shock to rend away what was the very world. The onslaught of each granted Clind no method of escape, merely passing a surplus of divine punishment unto the fool who had dared to challenge the dragon. Clind, HK. Clenching down on his molars firmly, Clind rescinded the bulwark of purple lightning that had clad his entire body. Instead, he promptly discharged voltage through his black horns, generating the maximum output of purple lightning as a valum that rivaled the dragon hello. Even still, supposing the attack were to have been taken directly, not even Clind would have been able to escape a fatal wound. Indeed, if he had taken the attack directly. Raswal, Al Quartet. Vocalizing such, the one present to Clind's rear, past the scorched, colossal arms of stone that had crumbled beyond recognition, was Raswal, performing an incantation of great magic. Having taken flight into the sky by means of aviation magic, Raswal had joined the fray of aerial combat between Clind and the divine dragon, invoking 4 attributes simultaneously against those tremendous detonations, a feat that cancelled them out entirely. Volcanica, oi oi, you've gotta be kidding me. Faced with that reality, it was no wonder that even the divine dragon spilled a voice of astonishment. The attack from the usurper just now harbored a destructive power mighty enough to wipe an entire city off the map, leaving no trace behind. For that to have been offset by the measure of man, having fully protected Clind on top of that, was a level of precision light years, beyond anything that could have been considered ordinary. If there had been even just a single, slight miscalculation, it would have instead bolstered the divine dragon's attack, and quite possibly scorched both of them to ashes. It truly was a feat befitting divinity, threading the eye of a needle from a kilometer away. Only this could not be called a perfect victory. Raswal, I'm beat. As such words feebly spilled out from Raswal's lips, in a state of delirium, he lost control and began to fall head first. Clind, master, haste. Kicking off the air to catch up to the plummeting Raswal, Clind gazed in wonder. The mere aftershock of the offset detonation had torn Raswal's body to shreds, and his right arm in particular had sustained tremendous damage. Hideously charred to a red and black chunk of flesh, it was too painful to even look at. Albeit Raswal had mastered all manners of magic, the one and only thing he could not employ was healing magic. As for whether he could continue to fight whilst bearing such a wound, would be far too volcanica. Don't take this the wrong way, but Origin's waiting on me. Clind, HK. Clind embraced the severely wounded Raswal in his arms, however. The divine dragon did not relax its onslaught. Furling the wind in their wake, dragon wings became blades of light in fearsome approach, and violently discharging purple voltage, Clind bolted through the sky as though lightning, continuing to evade, and evade. Whilst basking in the shame of having allowed Raswal to sustain a wound, he pulverized the blades of wind with kicks, and catching the scything dragon wings with his body, thereupon did lightning fulminate by the force of that impact. They were sent flying backwards. Forcibly distancing himself, he restored his posture that instant. The dragon's tail came crashing down. Clind, HK. Converting the impact of the discharge into rotational force, the divine dragon's tail struck down in a direct hit. Even though he used his arm to protect their heads from the fatal blow, the force sent them hurtling straight towards the ground at full speed. Falling to the ground as they were, the inertia would be vigorous enough to dig their own graves for them. But volcanica, and just to make sure of things, as Clind and Raswal plummeted, the divine dragon spoke those words and inhaled a deep breath. Amidst the combat where offense and defense alternated rapidly, any action that required charging time could prove fatal. Ergo, the full force of the dragon's breath, a move kept sealed away save for the opening hand, was now unleashed. Against the destruction inescapable by even his lightning dash, naught could be done. By Clind, Raswal, Al Quintet. With all of the strength having faded from his body, having entrusted Clind with all of the offensive and defensive combat, Raswal invoked the greatest firepower that he had ever charged up. The activation of the perfected technique manifested an enormous magic circle, bailing together 5 lights in the heavens above. Fire, water, wind, earth, and finally, yang that which coalesced these conflicting principles by means of overlapping rationality that surpassed human understanding, was a power of overwhelming destruction not permitted to exist anywhere but the outside of order. It clashed directly against the unleashed breath of the divine dragon in that moment. All notions of sound and color were bereaved from the world. Raswal. The two unbridled powers contested, vividly tearing asunder the very boundary between heaven and earth. Infernos raged ferociously. The sky froze over. The wind swirled into a vortex. The earth was vehemently exhumed, and all of it was amplified by light. 5 contradictory powers took the shape of great spires of illumination as the battlefield crumbled in a chain reaction. The region that had been merely a craggy wasteland before the battle's commencement was now filled with the thunderous dance of light and sound, to the point that up could not be discerned from down. Aught was consumed in a crucible of chaos. Raswal, in the sense of destroying the equilibrium of the world, that technique was already on a level which rivaled the numerous forbidden arts whose existences had been erased by Ard Lagna. The reason why this had never had its existence extinguished as a forbidden art was none other than because there had been nobody capable of using it to make it worth prohibiting. Prior to this, the only ones who had ever materialized great magic, nay, hyper-magic to this degree, were the Witch of Greed, Echidna, and the original magician, Maimian. The hyper-magic bordering on taboo was fired not as an arrow of destruction, but as one of negation. Clind, master, truly you are. Hats off. Just who could have ever believed that the spectacle of this cataclysmic upheaval was the proof of a lone man's devotion to his diligent studies? The journey and footprints trodden by that personage, many would likely loathe and vilify its details as immoral, repudiating his way of being. But Clind would not repudiate him, nor would he scorn him. He may have deserved scorn, but the impact that would stir in the heart upon witnessing something that surpassed all measure was no different for humans or dragons. Only, Clind had been overcome with emotion. To think that a human could build something up to this extent. Clind dearly loved the potential of humans. Born as weak, fragile, and imperfect beings, the question of what they might pursue, what they might desire, fascinated him to no end. From that perspective, Roswell had nearly achieved the maximum score. As far as Clind was aware, there existed nobody else who had continued to pathetically cling to such a distant possibility, ever struggling towards it, to the extent that Roswell had. If one did not harbor any talent, they would have given up far sooner. If he had been a chosen existence like the Sword Saint, he would have reached this point without suffering to this extent. Having been neither of those, the only quality Roswell possessed was a tenacity beyond all normality. For that reason, Clind had revered his way of being, affirmed his path, and lent him his strength. Clind, that prayer yet remains shining brightly within me. Vow. Speaking of his vow in such a manner, Clind gently laid Roswell onto the ground. Shedding tears of blood, the matchless magician convulsed throughout his entire body as a result of overusing his powerful gait. The reward for his meritorious deed was an all too dreary bed of sand, but he would just have to bear with it for the time being. After all, having basked in the magician's apotheosis, the divine dragon was ever unscathed, thriving up in the heavenly skies. And thus, reality had caught up with Roswell, whose life was teetering on the brink. 5 seconds, master. Report. That which greeted the return of his scattered consciousness was an exceptionally calm voice. However, he did not seem to blame Clind for that. If he had 5 seconds, the divine dragon should have been able to kill Roswell 50 times over. There was word of them having a no-killing rule, so he supposed that they would crush his limbs and freeze his wounds for later in order to render him incapable of fighting, or something like that. Because if it were Roswell, he would have gone that far in order to render someone incapable of fighting. Clind had protected Roswell from that damage, splendidly fulfilling his role as the vanguard. The issue was Roswell. My poor display, huh? It was the pathetic feeling of having jumped into the battle between dragon and dragonkin and arriving on the verge of death so quickly. It was not that he had underestimated the situation, but he had thought he could accomplish more. Roswell. Thanks to Petra's struggle to assume custody of the witch factor herself, Roswell's preparation was spread across the battlefield, which the divine dragon was drawn into, and he had performed in what was probably the greatest magical battle of his lifetime. He could say that he had not fought a battle like this since he had faced the warlock of Tristisha alongside Clind. Simply looking at the results alone, it was not purely a matter of the divine dragon being stronger than the warlock of Tristisha. Either way, Roswell, we need to change our conditions for victory. Even now, Clind might still be fighting, believing that Roswell would recover, but he knew his own limits better than anyone. His strength was depleted, his body was a complete mess, and even his life force had been largely whittled away by his intense consumption of mana. Even the numerous great magics he had prepared were not enough to pierce the dragon hello of the divine dragon. It had been impossible, even with the simultaneous activation of 5 different types of Al-class magic. If any possibility existed, it was in the simultaneous activation of Al-class magic of all 6 attributes. But given that such magic had never been successful even under perfect conditions, there was no way it would be successful under the current circumstances. A sensation like his brain was boiling, and pain as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards, were indications that the greatest gate of his family, selected for across Roswell's 400 years, was on the verge of breaking. It was pointless for him to continue any further. If what he had prepared could not do the trick, he would lower the hurdle for what he aimed to achieve and accomplish at least the minimum required of him. Originally, the goal of this battle had been to prevent Aldebaran's plans, which they could achieve if they could just continue to keep the divine dragon pinned down here. Thus, He would be clever and adaptable while devoting himself to supporting Clind as he continued to resist here. However, Roswell, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, but it's a really important role. So, good luck. Roswell-sama, I apologize for the inconvenience until now. Finally, we can repay your kindness to us. Together, we can help that person, Subaru-kun. It's what the master said he would do, so please don't change your mind. I hate the master, but I really believe he wouldn't lose to anyone else. Roswell-sama, may fortune in battle be upon you. And please do enjoy yourself. Roswell, Oya, being clever and adaptable while devoting himself to supporting Clind, that was what he ought to have done. But the next thing he knew, Roswell was standing on unsteady feet, cradling his right arm that had been reduced to a horrible state. Roswell, it was strange. He had intended to fight sneakily, not in the manner of the grand magicians Roswell had admired, but rather by using the underhanded means of a mediocre magician hungry for victory. And yet, why, for what reason, had he risen to his feet? Surely he did not mean to say that he had not given up, even though that which he had prepared had been ineffective, even though he had never once achieved results beyond his ability. What? You stood back up. I had intended to take on the role, however. Roswell was so surprised by his own actions that the unexpected voice did not surprise him whatsoever. Roswell, the owner of that voice, slowly stepped upon the desolate earth, as if depicting the demise of the world, and stood next to the unsteady and wavering Roswell. However, Roswell, sorry, but I don't even have the strength to move my head. You're too short, so I can't tell who you are, but this is far tilde from a role for a child. Who exactly are you calling a child? You knave, you are truly an infuriating man. The other person raised his voice in full earnestness at Roswell's half-joking, half-serious words, and his unseen form gradually lifted up and entered the edge of Roswell's field of view. It was not that the other party had grown taller. He had made the ground swell with magic, using it as an improvised step-stool to match their eye levels. It was truly a silly waste of magic, yet he did not hate it. Indifferent to Roswell's inner thoughts, the black-robed, green-haired dwarf who had done so crossed his arms, and I shall engrave who I am anew, so that you shall not forget, you knave. The grey Ezokadna shall conquer the divine dragon before you. Translation note. 1. Bamboo-splitting strike. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Karate query is an attack in which a blade is swung directly vertically down, as if splitting bamboo. Arc 9, Chapter 49, Magician. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop. Fulminations of purple lightning cavorted, and amidst the sky of the battlefield, Clind dashed around through a full range of motion in every conceivable direction, free from any and all obstructions. Volcanica, Haran. As if to chase the light of that thunderous blast, dragon claws stirred the air as if a storm, ripping the empty airspace asunder each time they did so, and the resultant vacuous waves shut off the dragonkin's escape routes. His options dwindling by the moment, Clind restrained the dragon's aim to himself, and exercising caution such to ensure that its shockwaves did not reach the surface below, he maneuvered through the heavens with both prudence and boldness. Clind, you have managed to exceed my expectations. Wonder, whilst evading, sidestepping, and cancelling out the dragon's tyranny head-on, each and every one of its blows capable of reshaping the terrain, Clind could not help but admire the usurper's handling of the dragon husk. As mentioned previously, the usurper had failed to achieve a perfect control over the divine dragon's dragon husk. It was something akin to granting a newborn baby the body of the sword saint. To begin with, it was an unreasonable matter. Ergo, the avaricious approach taken by the usurper, electing to use even the dragon husk as a means to seize victory rather than drawing out its true merits as the divine dragon, was something that impressed Clind, further increasing his reverence for the strength possessed by weak humans. However, when the battle began to surpass his expectations and drag on, he realized, far exceeding Clind's expectations, the usurper had adapted to the dragon husk, all while still continuing to grow. Clind, I heard that you had also contended with the Sword Saint and Sword Demon to reach this point. Understanding. Even while possessing the divine dragon's dragon husk, the usurper had accreted battles against powerful individuals who could not be so easily defeated, and had thus drawn out a rather powerful degree of its potential as a dragon. From the brilliance of the dragon scales and dragon halo that defended its heartstone, that could be perceived overwhelmingly. Clind, the potential of humans. Heartfelt devotion. To boast as if they were perfected existences, just how comical was the way of being of dragons. For what reason had the dragons, as the strongest of life forms, lorded over the surface as if they owned the place? The answer to that lay in their massive, unapologetic footsteps. So Clind believed. They asserted themselves with might, such that nobody would be able to avert their attention from them, such that they could not be ignored. That was what had made it look as if the dragons were the most important beings who resided on the surface. Hence, when they lost their place upon these lands, the dragons had disappeared beyond the great waterfall. Clind, although he knew it to be an inappropriate sentimentality, glimpses of the past flashed through the dragonkind's mind. Heavenly skies were rent asunder into numerous rifts, amidst gigantic crags and lumps of ice that heaved up roaring winds as they flew past each other, slipping through the accumulation of shockwaves numbering 10, 20. Clin's mind went to 400 years ago. He envisioned the figures of his brethren, flying away as they were ousted from these lands. That day, those who had remained in these lands were either ones who had strayed from their ways or who were eccentrics. The dragons that had fled beyond the great waterfall were considered to be in possession of sound thinking and judgment. But if Clind were to be asked, he would give the opposite answer. The reason why dragons were the ultimate life forms was because their lives had been designed to be the most strong. In that case, a dragon must always keep learning in order to never relinquish that seat, and must always continue to grow. Was the fact that Dragonkin had been conceived not proof in itself of that way of being belonging to the dragons? Clind, above all, are they truly not aware of it? Snicker. Channeling the purple electricity surging around him into thunderous discharge, Clind pulverized the clods of rock and ice tessellating the sky in the realm of hundreds, and concentrated the dragon's attention upon himself before looking down at the ground. And present there, Ezo, the dragon scales and the dragon halo, so those were the divine dragon's contrivances to render your trump cards powerless, knave. Raswal, rendered powerless, that is a bit of an upsetting way to put it. I would rather you described it as having been rendered ineffective or rendered harmless, you knew. Ezo, is this really the time to be finicky over such worthless things? The simultaneous invocation of differing attributes was that an application of the two-attribute intersection theorem. But if you mix in a third variety, then how do you keep the convergence pressure of fire and wind under control? Raswal, it is rather elementary. Simply affix that convergence pressure as the nucleus. It is possible to correct for the imbalance birthed in the technique from the mutual interference by applying fire if the third element is water, and applying wind if it is earth. Ezo, you're saying to make use of the helical interference of attributes. Absurd. If attributes of inverse phases were to clash, the technique would cancel itself out, and it would easily exceed the critical deviation of the gate, extreme compression, is it? Raswal, ho, I did not expect that you would be able to arrive at that conclusion on your own merits. From how it appears, you have formulated a rather novel technique, even though you seem to be self-taught. No, upon closer inspection, is it not founded upon a technique left behind by my house 2 generations prior? Ezo, NGH. Raswal, by now, equilibria circulation, which views the mana flowing through one's body as a torus, already ought to have been discarded as worthless in the mainstream. The materials on that subject were lost quite a long time ago, but do not tell me you. Ezo, it takes a good amount of resolve in order to pursue the path of magic. To begin with, the book was covered in dust at a street stall. I discovered synthesis circulation from there, dramatically improving the efficiency of mana usage in the invocation of spells. Raswal, a little audacious after stealing someone's theory, Arient tilde you. Ezo, I'll admit that it served as the impetus for my ideas, but improvements and revisions are a constant for advancement. In that case, are you trying to say that you've never received any training or education from anyone, knave? Raswal, Ezo, don't fall silent all of a sudden. In the first place, even if I concede some ground here for the sake of argument, it was not even you, knave, it was the accomplishment of your forebearer, the Madam Roswell J. Mathers. Roswell, though she was not too dissimilar from myself, or something like that. Let us get back on topic. I had never thought of synthesis circulation. If you understand the main issue with the two-attribute intersection theorem, then I suppose I have no need to explain why tripedal centroid control is ill-suited to multi-attribute intersection theorem. Ezo, are you trying to make a fool of me? Each attribute added to a simultaneous invocation multiplies the disturbance of helical interference. Even if tripedal centroid control can reach a simultaneous invocation of three attributes, any more than that would be. No, just earlier you demonstrated control over five attributes at once, knave. How in the world did you perform that? Roswell, I see. So you want to hear the answer. Very well, I shall tell you. I believe the true pleasure of magic lies in exploring one's own curiosity and the essence of abyssal enigmas, but since your passion is too shallow for that, Ezo, wait, be quiet. Five attributes: helical interference, extreme compression. No, that technique was using equilibria circulation. That's it. It's tripedal centroid control, superimposed in parallel. Roswell. Ezo. In other words, you performed the simultaneous invocation of three attributes through tripedal centroid control twice at the same time and superimposed them before deployment. Among the second set of three attributes, you utilized the invoked yang attribute to support your own gate, and by fixing the nucleus as the convergence pressure yielded from the helical interference, you formulated the extreme compression between the three and two attributes remaining, resulting in that culmination. Roswell. Yes, that's exactly right. That was the breakthrough that proved the existence of the fivefold resonance point. Ezo, are you stupid? It only takes a single thousandth of a single instant of a single maneuver. If anything even so slightly shifts out of place in any part of the process, it would trigger a helical breakdown and spell the end of everything. Knave, that would cause a second Axid Canyon to form with you as its center, you know, Roswell, but such a thing did not happen. That is the towering, distant summit of this blasphemous path. Ezo, Roswell, does it scare you? Ezo Kadna-kun. Ezo, yeah, it's terrifying. That my own heart desires such a thing, Roswell L. Mathers. Indeed, the two magicians on the surface clashed with their diligent studies, sharpening one another. Clind, what remarkably lively faces, beyond expectation. There was a role he had been entrusted with from the start. Hence, Clind gladly undertook the front line in the battle against the dragon, cladding himself in purple voltage as they violently clashed. But even if he had not been entrusted with that role, Clind, following his own convictions, would have likely chosen to wield purple lightning against his own former dragon husk like this. The way that humans sharpened and polished each other would inevitably give rise to a brand new something. Unmistakably, that was the desire of Clind, the dragonkin of the divine dragon Volcanica, who had elected to be left behind in these lands, thus being deemed a heretic by its brethren who did not recognize its new sense of values. After all, that was the stoutest pillar of the mentality that would never accept the witch factor of Tristisha, which demanded the stifling of potential as compensation. Roswell did not know much about the one who was standing alongside him, Ezo Kadna. He had heard the name. As personnel who had recently joined the Felt camp, his capabilities quickly gained him a key position within the camp responsible for internal affairs. Such was Roswell's understanding. For the most part, there had also been some information saying that he was a magician, but with it having been unknown who he apprenticed and studied under, he was commonly seen as a mock magician operating privately, and since he was in fact self-taught, that perception was not very far off the mark. However, that perception of him as a mock magician was overturned upon coming face to face with the real Ezo and laying eyes upon the theories that his magic were formulated upon. He was the real deal. Thus, mutually understanding each other as the real deal, there was no need to exchange many words. Ezo, rest for a bit to catch your breath. I will be needing you to push yourself once more. As Ezo spoke those words, he hopped down from the foothold he had made for himself to stand at eye level with Roswell, before taking a step forth towards the battlefield and gazing up towards the sky. Ezo, with the successive firings of great magic and hyper-magic, further layered with the clash between dragon and dragonkin, The stagnated mana was dramatically perturbed, and the sky where blue had stretched out overhead was transformed into abnormal weather conditions of rainbow-hued flickerings. Amidst that scene, yet chaining were the innumerable fulminations of purple lightning as the dragonkin dashed through the sky, ever engaged in solo combat. Even after Raswal had fallen, unable to accomplish anything, Clind remained performing his role to the fullest. Ezo, for what reason is he fighting alone? You seem to have the wrong idea, knave. Raswal, what did you say? Ezo, you mean to suggest that a magician ought never consort with others? Nay, it is in harmony where their true worth lies. As Raswal widened his eyes, before him, Ezo spoke those words, countless spheres of water floating in his vicinity. Contained within each of those water spheres were numerous fragments of the boulders that had fallen down. At once, they all ascended up in one swift motion, sent towards the battlefield where Clind was vehemently clashing against the divine dragon. Raswal, that is excessive, or rather meaningless. In such a manner did Raswal grasp Ezo's intent. It was a simple defense of the water attribute. Nevertheless, he was impressed by that ability to easily control a number nigh on 100. However, that degree of water spheres would fail to even draw the attention of the dragon, even if they smashed an entire boulder into it. Rather, they could even spoil the tactics of Clind as he contended against the divine dragon by himself. Ezo, I'll say it once more, Raswal. You have the wrong idea, knave. Ezo's declaration, and the spectacle that ensued, took Raswal's breath away. The countless spheres of water he had elevated had not been for the purposes of attacking the divine dragon directly. The water spheres and rocky fragments burst asunder from the fulminations of purple lightning, and having thus gained a foothold as he revolved through the skies, Clind accelerated a degree further. As Clind accelerated, the water spheres guiding his path were deployed across a vast area, granting the dragonkin launch pads to make his attacks sharper, weightier, and more vehement as they bore into the divine dragon's dragon scales. The thunderous crackles and shockwaves were delivered back down to the surface, and Ezo continued speaking to Raswal as they basked in the wind. Ezo, certainly, that individual has the ability to engage in aerial combat by himself. But per my judgment, the original usage of that magical light is not suited to such purposes, and rather is meant to be an astonishing defensive ability. Since he is a powerful individual of such mastery, he is utilizing it in a different way in order to fight. But if the dissipation of that power is set aside, it might be incomparable to its intrinsic might. Raswal. But if you create footholds within the sky, it would instead make it more difficult to scatter its aim. With the advantage of Clind being able to freely kick off the sky, not then perish. Ezo, do you take him for a novice incapable of switching between them as necessary? In that case, knave, it is not just consideration in which you are lacking, but an eye for people as well. Raswal. Ezo, Raswal, to fight alongside someone does not mean to neglect considering all matters and merely have faith in the other person. You entrust what you can entrust and compensate what you can compensate. With your way of doing things, knave, even if you can achieve 200 by having 100 and 100 that do not get in each other's way, you will never achieve 100 and 100 that elevate each other into 1,000. As he spoke of his opinion, Ez did not slacken from providing backup to the battle overhead. This was a rocky wasteland with plenty of boulders to send up. The water spheres multiplied with enough vigor to permeate the sky, so even if Clind expended them as footholds faster than the eye could see, the quantity of that multiplication far overpowered it. Volcanica, TCH, just when I thought things were getting too clever, turns out it's Sensei-san. Having located Ez as the source of the footholds being utilized, the divine dragon roared in anger. Crushing 100 of the water spheres in one fell swoop of its dragon claws, it took aim at the magicians upon the ground and unleashed its breath. Clind, I do not advise looking away. Have a look at this demonstration. Shooting straight up into the dragon's jaw from directly below were the two legs of Clind after soaring upwards. The unreleased breath was thus detonated within the dragon's oral cavity, and some of its fangs could be seen flying out from the impact. Volcanica, you little HK. Reeling back from its own explosion, the atmosphere surrounding the divine dragon was rapidly filled with a distorted, warped, unstable yet mighty and authentic magical light. The dragon was attempting to invoke the great magic it had learned through observation. Even if Clind, who could use purple lightning as a barrier, and the divine dragon, who could entrust its defenses to its dragon hello, could withstand it, if it reached the surface, Roswal and Ezo would not stand a chance. Roswal, in that case, the only option is to have it detonate in the sky. Fortunately, in addition to the mana that had been discharged at random, there happened to be countless water spheres of magic founded upon synthesis circulation that he had been carefully observing next to him. Interrupting the formulation of that magic, he overwrote its efficacy. Ezo, you knave, that's my magic, you know. Roswal, magic does not belong to anyone. Paths forwards are constantly being opened. A teaching of my mentor. That instant, Ezo's control over the water spheres was stolen, and they were bundled together whilst taking in the surrounding mana to achieve extreme compression. The great magic that the divine dragon had attempted to construct had been injected with self-interpretation, deliberately thwarting its completion. Induced was the helical breakdown that Ezo had feared. The sky that had fractured several times during this battle once more underwent a grand explosion of collapsing aurora. Waves of scorching heat and zenith cold blew past them in turns, and the crags present in the sky melted, then froze, then shattered. Amidst the catastrophe, lightning scorched all of those remnants to naught, and the wind pressure blew the ashes and dust particles several kilometers away. Ezo, are you out of your mind, knave? Your ally there would have disintegrated along with it, Roswal, but you protected him. This is the harmony you were speaking of, Reite Tilda. Closing his yellow eye in a wink, Roswal silenced the angered Ezo. In truth, as Clind was engulfed in the enormous explosion at high altitude, it had been Ezo's skills that enclosed him in innumerable layers of water, bestowing him the maximum defense from that destructive firepower. Roswal thought that if it was Ezo, the latter would have correctly guessed his intentions and performed that act. If the roles had been reversed, due to the differences in their talents and consideration, such a thing would absolutely not have taken shape. Truly, it was the right man in the right place. As expected, Roswal was an inhuman villain. Only he was merely one who still had room to improve, to revise, and to advance. Clind. Nevertheless, this deed makes me question the master's sanity. Brute. With that, Roswal felt like he could hear Clind voicing complaints after having averted a crash thanks to Ezo's quick-wittedness, but being reproached whilst confronted with that ice-cold face, and all other such matters, would need to wait until this battle was concluded. Thus, Roswal, Ezo Cadner Kun. Ezo. What? Roswal L. Mathers. Called out by his name, it was amusing how Ezo called back to him as if in opposition, concealing those sentiments of his beneath the makeup that had been ruined by blood and sweat. Roswal sighed. Then, once again training his gaze upon the grey, Ezo Cadner, Roswal, I wish to have you assist me, for something that has not once transpired in this world, the genesis of a brand new magic. Recognizing it as a cowardly thing for even himself to say, Roswal took the offensive. After all, those who gave themselves to the path of magic could never even hope to resist such an allure. In the midst of constructing a technique, Ezo Cadner was on the verge of shedding tears in spite of himself. Ezo, stupid, 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 these foolish lacrimal glands. Cease your operation now, just slack off. Reprimanding the functions of his own body, he stiffened his cheeks to hold back the tears. Ezo despised slacking off. This was because the dwarf race was not endowed with outstanding physical abilities or gaits, and many of his brethren were required to put in much more strenuous effort than other races in order to accomplish their goals. The sole grace of the dwarf race was that they had a tendency to be bestowed divine protections, but unlike his fellow member of the Felt Camp, Camberley, Ezo had also lost out on that lottery and was easily identifiable as a have-not. Ezo despised slacking off. This was because he was forced to live under stricter conditions than most others. It was not. To use his dwarven ancestry as an excuse and hold it in contempt, saying, it can't be helped, was quite frankly unbearable to him. If Ezo failed to reach the goals he set for himself, it would not be because he was a dwarf. If one allowed themselves to make an excuse even once in their life, they would fall into the trap of sloth, and neglect in the blink of an eye, setting themselves up to live in a slackened and unproductive, spoiled manner. Ezo knew this well. Rather, that had been the case for his elder brothers and sisters. Ezo was the youngest child of 10 siblings, and all of his other siblings had received divine protections, rejoicing in the lives they lived fully dependent upon them. He would not say it was a bad thing. Those were the lives of his elder brothers and sisters. He wanted to say it was bad, but he would not. He could bear it. Merely, he could not bear to allow that for his own life. Hence, when Ezo Cadno discovered a book of magic covered in dust stored deep within a box at a street vendor, he vowed to dedicate his life to the deep inspiration it gave him and to never make excuses no matter what. Ezo, you're the same, Raswal, I can tell by looking at you. While he occupied the seat of the kingdom's magician of the court and had multiple, colored, titles under his belt for having mastered certain magical attributes to their extremes, Raswal did not provide guidance, nor did he ever consort with others. Even if he was skilled as a margrave, his position as a magician had been something bought through his parentage and political strength. Having doubted Raswal in such a manner, thus seeking to challenge him, was the unforgettable dark past of Ezo. But in reality, upon witnessing the efficiency of construction in the magic Raswal was deploying, and the beauty of the techniques he was materializing, Ez felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. Ezo and Raswal were of the same generation, and Ezo had conceitedly believed that among those in similar age to him, there were none who had endeavored as much as he had. Having devoted the entirety of the time he had lived, he had believed he had touched upon part of just what magic exactly was. But that was not the case at all. Between Raswal and Ezo, in both their research and devotion to their studies of magic, it almost seemed as if there existed a difference of over 100 years. A difference in talents, a difference in race, a difference in births. He would not credit it to any such thing. It was an absolute truth, hence. Ezo Cadno was on the verge of spilling tears of joy. Ezo, HK. That there was someone who had endeavored even more than him, standing in the realm he longed for, he was glad. Understanding, reverence, and gratitude all pounded through Ezo's heart, causing him, who hated slacking off more than anything, to command his lacrimal glands to slacken for the first time in his life. With such sentiments in his chest, Ezo once more focused his attention on demonstrating all the studies he had accreted. When it came to magic, it was required to firmly envision the result that would occur. Thus, it was tantamount to an act that would lay everything bare about a person, what they thought, what they desired, and what they wished for. Hence, there were no lies in magic. By witnessing someone's magic, everything about that person could be understood. Ezo, hey, you understand, right, Raswal? Had those words actually been produced as a sound? Or perhaps was it merely a deception produced by abusing his gait more than ever before, concentrating to the point of his life eroding away? Raswal. Ah, I do understand, Ezo Cadno-kun. However, contrary to his heart that doubted if it had actually been an illusion or auditory hallucination, there was indeed a reply. The extreme heightening of mana shifted the scenery to white, and despite being unable to hear even the purple lightning vehemently booming in order to protect them, their presences were so close to each other that it felt as though even their heartbeats could be heard. Through a pathway of magic being weaved, the two magicians laid themselves bare, and their consciousnesses intertwined. The days Raswal had accreted, the fruits of his wholehearted research, and the time in which he had continued to walk by his lonesome, aiming for the summit with none ever managing to catch up to him, was imparted. As a result of taking things too far, people would end up being isolated, regardless of their wishes. Raswal, too, had remained by his lonesome. But swearing on the tears he had not allowed to fall, Ezo had something he needed to say to Raswal. Ezo, knave, as for how far you intend to venture all by yourself, my current self knows not. But no matter how many people you attempt to distance yourself from, I alone shall remain different. If it was a combination of effort and diligent study that had delivered him to where he was, then Ezo was the same, nay, he could go even further, Ezo. No matter how much you like being isolated, even if you elect to die by your lonesome, even if you decide to venture to a place where nobody else can ever reach, I alone will come to sink my teeth into you, knave. While he might not have understood the feeling of wanting to give up, Ezo did understand the feeling of wanting to lament. Simply doing everything he could to the fullest, before he knew it, there no longer remained anyone in his vicinity. There was nobody who would wish to believe such a thing was their own fault, after all. Ezo, the titles of those who have mastered certain attributes to the extremes, red and green, as well as yellow, are all appointed to you. Since the seat of blue has been bestowed to Mr. Felix Argyle, only the seats of white and black still remain vacant. Do you understand what that means? Raswal, Ezo, do you know what it is that they call me? The grey Ezo Cadna. And just what colors do you think grey is made of? Raswal, I am the one who will reach you. Hence, the same gratitude that Ezo Cadna had experienced was now offered to the great magician. Ezo, this path you walk, knave, is not one you walk alone. Color had perished from the sky a while ago now. Blue had vanished from the clear azure above, leaving only a faded curtain of ash-white, and the merit of the atmosphere itself had waned, ephemeral in nature as it slowly vanished. By a streak of light was that faded sky rent asunder. As Clind bolted forth with a belt of purple lightning trailing behind him, no longer could it be described as jumping. It was a force akin to kicking the fabric of the sky open. In opposition was the Colossus protected by dragon scales and dragon halo, the dragon husk soaring through the air with a faint glow each time the dragon claws flashed. The empty sky was cleaved open, the empty rifts inundating the dragonkin alongside thunderous crackling. Clind. There was not even the leeway to utter a voice. Merely purple lightning roared out. Following that, with a beat of dragon wings, unleashed into the resultant gust of wind, were countless orbs of light, gleaming in the sky. They studied the grey sky as if stardust, carving out ferocious paths as they closed in on Clind, nearer and nearer. With a flash of roaring thunder, the downpour of several hundreds of light rays were impaled, and innumerable shimmers bestowed color to the desolate sky. The shockwaves from the explosions were all diffused upwards, not allowing even a single star fragment to reach the two magicians on the ground. Volcanica, the subsequent instant, in the truest sense possible, all present bore witness to the radiance of a star up in the heavens above. From far beyond the faded sky, falling at the behest of a tremendous force of attraction, starlight plummeted down towards the ground in a straight line. Hesitation did not last for even the blink of an eye. Clind, HK. Violet voltage surged all the more vehemently, and the chaining of thunderous fulminations elevated the dragonkin to the sky in which a star was falling. Volcanica, Haran. The divine dragon's breath was unleashed as a torrent of white heat that scorched the sky. However, the brunt of it was not directed at either the dragonkin in the heavens above, nor at the magicians down on the ground. Rather, it soared towards a land over yonder. The rupturing purple lightning and the dragon's breath intermingled with the star that had been shattered across the edges of the sky, intensely illuminating the dulled hues of heaven and earth. Al Sextet. An incantation quaked the horizon, and the heavenly skies bated their breath. The mana that gave this world form was bestowed with rolls of 6 varying colors, and the power let loose began to intermingle, blending together. The interference that would have normally caused an instantaneous breakdown instead birthed a unique rhythm. Utilizing the colorless world itself as an intermediary, a beautiful torus was brought to fruition. Before long, the torrent of 6 colors coalesced as one, becoming a pillar that severed the boundary between heaven and earth. The pillar of 6 hues did not incline to any one color in particular. Rather, the very principle known as magic merely elected its own color for the aurora of its manifestation, a light pillar that returned everything to a power engulfing all. Captured at the heart of that light pillar was the colossal form of the divine dragon. The resisting claws, wings, and breath all were engulfed by Nile, and as the dragon's power was converted into fuel for the magic, the light pillar grew wider, emboldening it to shine even more radiantly. The light stretched to reach the heavens, perforating the sky bereft of clouds, illuminating far beyond the highest layer of the atmosphere, casting its brilliant light even further beyond the horizon. For a moment, the laws of reality, of heaven and earth, were written anew. That was something that neither the original magician nor the Witch of Greed had managed to accomplish ever since the systemization known as magic had first commenced, an absolute miracle made manifest. Volcanica. Ah, in a world from which sound had vanished, that which had resounded all too unreliably, was meager praise when compared to the events that had transpired. But it was enough to arrive at conviction. Here, the divine dragon's dragon hello had shattered. Thus, Klind, sealing shackle, unleash third stage. Sundering the ether and scorching the land, the six attributes maintained equilibrium to form a pillar, the beacon at the center of the world. And the sole thing to pierce that maelstrom of aurora was the lightning teeming with purple hues that came crashing down from the heavens. As if an iron meteorite that had broken off from the star, it bolted down from across the sky whilst lightning surged around its body. Legs explosively kicking off the air, it acted as a supreme arrow seeking to pierce a single target. Its aim was the reverse scale. The sole weak point carved into the divine dragon's neck, the ant-sized hole in the armor that boasted an absolute defense. Engulfed by the pillar of light and stripped of its dragon hello, that was the final barrier that stood on the path to reaching the dragon's heartstone. Klind, you have my gratitude. Gratitude. As if a comet with purple lightning trailing behind it, he firmly drove his fist forward, shattering both the sound barrier and the protection of the dragon scales. The brilliance of the pillar and the torrent of purple lightning overlapped, and as the impact quaked the empty sky, the sound of shattering was accompanied by a strip of light that dashed through the dragon's entire body. The resolute strike entwined with the zenith miracle of magic never before seen throughout history, and bored down to the deepest depths housed within the divine dragon's dragon husk, finally striking the heartstone that slumbered therein. Volcanica. Perforated by the definite blow, the divine dragon spread its wings midair and slowly looked down at the surface. Acknowledging those tiny existences that barely clung to life present there, the dragon slashed the air as it brought its claws up to its own head. As if out of habit, reaching its fingers towards the metal fixtures on the helmet it expected to be wearing. Volcanica. TCH, how pathetic. To end up like this even while having such a leg up, I can't even blame the stars. Indeed, in annoyance, divorced from all the solemnness befitting the divine dragon, cursing out in such an excessively banal manner, the absolute being that had dominated the heavenly skies was pulled by gravity, plummeting towards the ground. Tearing through the empty sky whilst dragging the flickering vestiges of light with it, alongside thunderous noise, it came crashing down. That marked the conclusion against the usurper, who had stolen the dragon husk of the divine dragon Volcanica. Arc 9, Chapter 50, Decisive Battle on the Ice. Translated by Archbishop of Transportation Machine. Translated by Archbishop. Proofread by Archbishop of Transportation Japanese to English. Checking by Archbishop of Transportation Archbishop Art Sources. Zion Urankul 1 Magician. The hexacolor radiance that had pierced heaven and earth gradually unraveled and faded away. The sky that had faded to a dull gray slowly regained its natural color, and before long, as if having recalled why it was called blue, the azure sky began to clear. Raswal. With such scenery before him, Raswal saw tears falling from the eyes of Ezo beside him. Whether they were of joy or vexation, it was clear that he had been overcome with emotion. Although it had taken two people to perform, Raswal and Ezo had nevertheless accomplished a great feat, engraved for the first time in the history of magic. The utmost extremity of magical control, allocated into groupings of 4 and 2 colors, perfect formulation of a technique that did not permit any gaps whatsoever, and the ultimate harmony that could not have been manifested were there to have been a lag of even an instant that had surmounted the divine dragon's dragon hello. Raswal's diligent studies and Ezo's research. If either were to have been missing, this hyper-magic would have never been realized. However, Ezo, one day I'll even manage to manifest this technique by myself. Even as Ezo bombasted while shedding ceaseless tears, Raswal smiled at his demeanor. Neither was it out of exasperation, nor was it in sarcasm. Indeed, that was the very essence of a magician. Visualization was important in magic. If it could be visualized, then anything could be accomplished. That was magic. Raswal, isn't that right, teacher? As Raswal muttered those words, his body began to tip over and was about to collapse onto the ground. Ez immediately reached out to try to support him, but alas, given how immensely exhausted he was he collapsed first. Then, as the falling Raswal seemed like he was about to crush Ezo under him, Clind made it in time. Good news. At a precarious juncture, that calm voice and those strong arms successfully saved Raswal from falling down and Ezo from being squashed. Raswal, glancing at Clind as he was supported by him, Raswal let out a breath. Having soared through the skies during the battle, it was the versatile steward who had gone so far as to shatter a star before returning to them. At some point, he had put his monocle back on and retracted his black horns. However, it appeared as though he had not managed to entirely restore his perfect, everyday appearance, and thus was a rather unusual form with disheveled clothing. Raswal, even so, outside of your butler uniform, you are mostly unharmed. Dragonkin truly are overpowered. Clind, master, if I may be so bold as to correct you, it is not because I am a dragonkin, but because I, as the dragonkin of the divine dragon, am simply special. Assertion. Raswal, so you really are quite proud after all. It was your receptacle's fault that we've ended up like this, you know. Ezo, don't point at me when saying that. It is merely that I cannot stand up because my back, no, because my entire body has gone limp. Having fallen face first, Ezo was unable to stand up, and yet did not admit defeat. As if to express sentiments of lament, Clind shrugged his shoulders at that demeanor, but truly it was a wonderful quality. Raswal, you've changed. You used to be more of a transcendent, detached type. Clind, in that case, I could say the exact same words to you. Return. Were you not the one who was supposed to be clever and underhanded, content to remain a mere mediocre magician? Confirmation. Clind narrowed his eye across his monocle, having perfectly guessed Raswal's thinking. Certainly he had intended on that, and yet Raswal had not done so. Getting back up after having failed, he had enacted a recklessness he never imagined he ever would. But that was Raswal. It's simply that I realized something. That all these days, I had and Tilda been walking alone after all. Clind and Ezo. At Raswal's answer, Clind fell silent. For some reason, Ezo did too. Raswal, though perhaps that reason is a bit too obvious. While only natural for Clind, with whom he had been acquainted a long time, when hyper-magic had been invoked a moment ago, his consciousness had been on the verge of blending together with Ezo's. There, Raswal had failed to fully conceal his own sentiments and prayers, after all. Raswal, speaking of that, I am quite accustomed to phenomena such as intermingling of the consciousness, but how did you manage to remain fine, Ezo-kun? Normally, you would end up going insane, Tilda. Ezo, don't speak of such frightening matters so casually. Likely, it is a boon of the books of the dead. Raswal, the books of the dead of the Pleiades watchtower. Ezo, indeed. While I was on standby at the watchtower, I read over a dozen volumes of the books of the dead. But in order to do so, I had to learn the necessary technique of closing off my heart. Clind. I see. This is a magician, understanding. He somewhat felt like Clind had settled on a bit of a rude conclusion, but he would not touch upon it here. After all, Raswal did not think Ezo had done anything particularly strange. Regardless, that which they ought to prioritize right now, Clind. Master, we have certainly fulfilled the duty with which we have been entrusted. Completion. However, Raswal, I'm aware. As Clind left his words half-finished, Raswal silently breathed out and looked into the distance. The same direction as both Clind and the grounded Ezo, he cast his gaze beyond that horizon. During the battle against the divine dragon, the rocky wasteland that had been completely terraformed from before, further beyond even that, the final destination of the Aldebaran troop, Raswal, the Grand Margalade Geyser. Flashing through Raswal's mind as he muttered was the final offensive of magic and dragon that had sundered heaven and earth. As the divine dragon had sent the dragonkin up to rise and intercept the star crashing down from the heavens, placed on the scales were two options: that of eliminating the two magicians who were weaving hyper-magic, and that of fulfilling its own role. It would assuredly win. Such arrogance did not even slightly exist within the divine dragon at that moment. Hence, the dragon followed the conviction of the personality dwelling within its dragon husk, and selected one of the two options through its unleashed breath. It fired at an enormous opening in land, far removed from the battlefield. It was unclear why the Aldebaran troop was headed towards that location. But there was no chance that the divine dragon's deed was unconnected to the troop's objective, and even knowing that it would be defeated if it did so, the divine dragon prioritized firing its breath at that opening. The meaning brought about by that action would surely be verified from this point forward. All that remained, Raswal, is whether or not those you have cultivated will be able to surpass the opponent, Subarukan. Irregular. Rem recognized that this was the role expected of her and the duty she ought to fulfill. By utilizing the extraordinary authority of turning back time, Al had surmounted every single obstacle that stood in his way in order to stop him. What was necessary were irregulars. Indeed, that helmet bastard's authority's a fearsome thing. Frankly, even in all my years, I've rarely come across such an utterly irrational power. But no matter how powerful the ability, the one who's gotta wield it ain't nothing more than a human. Hit that helmet bastard with countless things that he'd never expect, and keep on getting. I am tar use his authority. The time he can turn back only goes so far. Overwhelm, I am, overwhelm, I am. And overwhelm, I am, till you take I am down. If you whittle away his remaining strength, even the helmet bastard'll make an irreparable slip-up. That'll be how you snatch victory against that helmet bastard. Those were some words of advice from Ramjay, who had once nearly driven Al into a corner. In response to Ramjay's suggestion, those who were well-versed in tactics, Ram, Raswal, and Klind, did not object. Therefore, Rem had full faith in that advice. What they needed to do was bombard Al with enough unexpected situations until he broke. And if a contest of endurance was required, then Rem was not someone to be underestimated either. After all, I've gotten to watch that person up close. If one were to ask what Rem's best shot at seizing victory was, it would have been that. Perhaps it was fortunate that Rem had been forgotten by everyone until very recently. During that interval bereft of memories, the interactions she'd had with Al in the Empire could hardly be described as extensive. And if she was going to delve into her points of contact with him before that, in regards to the royal selection, it was even less so. But that was precisely the reason why Rem's actions had the potential to betray his expectations. However, roaring, Rem swung her arm out with her full strength, and following closely behind, the unleashed iron ball ferociously streaked through the air. The spiked iron ball spun around as it aimed directly for its target. The red-haired shinobi, Yi Tenzin, with the stage set as the 5,000-meter tall Agzed Canyon. The battle raged on as they plummeted through the air, transitioning to the next phase with this prodigious shinobi as the opponent. A discus of ice had been created in the air, serving as a platform for their contest of strength. This was the result of Rem and Emilia working together to impose an irregular situation. But the very fact that they had been forced into such a scenario was frustrating. It wasn't just Al's group that encountered an irregular. They had as well. Rem. With a roar, a sharp, heavy strike cut through the wind. The menace of that spiked iron mass, no matter how sharp the opposing blade, was not something that could be repelled even by something like bundling fine threads together. It surged forth in one swift motion towards the irregular Yi. Yi, HK. Letting out a small noise at the approaching threat, Yi abandoned any attempts at interception and evaded with a cartwheel. Passing right by her as she rolled across the ice disk, the iron ball flew through the air in futility. Emilia, Aya. A sharp, almost carefree shout met the iron ball with a resounding bang. It was the pleasant sound of Emilia, standing on the other side of Yi, kicking the iron ball hurtling toward her with her feet clad in boots of ice. Emilia's long, slender legs swiveled, and the iron ball was forcibly bounced back chasing after Yi's slender figure as she fled with a cartwheel. Just like that, the iron ball mercilessly sunk its fangs into Yi's side. Yi, not gonna happen. Immediately after saying that, Yi pressed her hands against the ice disk while performing her cartwheel, and peeling up its surface using her steel threads to cover herself. It became a shield that intercepted the iron ball hurtling toward her body. Of course, it was too thin a shield to completely stop a single blow. It would crack in half a second, snap after another quarter, and the spikes would pierce the other side after another eighth, so when exactly 1 second had passed, it would have fully broken through. But that single second was more than enough for the agile shinobi to make her next move. Emilia, no way. And it was Emilia who let out a cry of surprise. However, Rem was of the same frame of mind. In their line of sight, after having evaded the pursuit with an impromptu ice shield, Yi set her bare foot on the fully extended chain of the Morning Star with a light leap, dashing across it in one fluid motion. Emilia was stunned by the acrobatics and balance, while Rem was equally amazed by the footwork over the chains that conveyed no sense of weight whatsoever, and yet the surprises kept coming. Together with a swing of Yi's arm, blades of ice and stone rained down one after another from above, targeting the two of them. Emilia. These are 20 seconds prior. Emilia and Al had forged these armaments of ice and stone in the air during their battle, leaving them suspended there. Ye had shot her steel threads up towards the heavens to bring them down, repurposing them as a perilous rain. Emilia, it's because I didn't clean up properly. Rem, failing to clean up properly goes for Alsan as well. Yi, let's just say that we both share the hardship of having masters who are bad at cleaning up after themselves, all right. Reflection, follow-up, and provocation all piled up, leaving Rem and Emilia scrambling to deal with the falling daggers. Emilia fended them off with her twin ice blades, but Rem was in trouble. Her right hand was occupied by the Morning Star, which was currently being used as Yi's foothold, so she could not carelessly withdraw it. She had no choice but to defend with her unarmed left hand alone. Rem won't make it in time. It happened the moment she had resolved herself to tank the bombardment. Someone gave a push to Rem's shoulders, and that same someone was impaled through the chest by a falling stone sword. Rem's eyes widened at that sacrifice. Furthermore, her surprise deepened when she saw who had done it. The gallant figure, pierced through the chest, yet still bravely giving Rem a thumbs up. Rem, Subaru-kun. Before Rem's eyes as she unwittingly let out a cry, it was Natsuki Subaru, or rather, an ice puppet bearing his likeness, that had been pierced through the chest. The exquisitely crafted ice Natsuki Subaru shielded Rem, flashing a brave smile as if he were the real thing before collapsing. Yi Yue Tilda, that just now, don't tell me that was Emilia Sama. Emilia, yes, that's right. And not only that, Subaru isn't alone either. Immediately after she responded to the frowning Yi, 6 figures leapt out from behind Emilia. Each was an ice statue, identical in appearance to the Natsuki Subaru who had just collapsed. All of them so filled with individuality that it seemed as if they each possessed their own will, pulled a weapon from the ice disk where they had been lodged and leapt simultaneously towards Yi, who was running along the chain. If even one of those icy fingertips could reach her, it could serve as a stepping stone to corner the nimble Yi. Unfortunately, fighting a large number of people is what I'm best at. In an instant, 20 steel threads leapt forth, binding the ice Natsuki Subarus. The threads tightened around their necks, torsos, arms, and legs, mercilessly tearing the 6 bodies apart. Emilia, Subaru, Rem, Subaru-kun. The cries of Rem and Emilia overlapped as the ice Natsuki Subarus were reduced to pitiful wreckage. Beyond the scattered fragments of the shattered ice statues, Yi continued running along the chain, heading straight for Rem below. In a split-second decision, Rem released the Morning Star's handle, robbing Yi of support from her foothold. As the shinobi would surely flail about in the air, Rem twisted her body and attempted to deliver a powerful back kick. Yi, as expected, I'd rather not get hit directly by an Oni's kick. As Yi spoke, she released the tension in her knees to compensate for the bend in the chain, a movement that Rem glimpsed in the corner of her eye. Yi dropped her hips down low, maintaining perfect balance midair as the lethal thread released from her fingertips looped around Rem's neck. Her head would be sent flying off, or she would be strangled to death just before that could happen. Under Yi's feet, the chain snapped taut, defying her expectations. Yi! Wah! Yi's eyes opened wide, and she instinctively flicked the chain with her toes and leaped away. Nothing less could be expected from her. Her gaze caught sight of what had pulled the Morning Star's chain in Rem's stead. Having been the first one to fall after being pierced through the chest with a sword, it was an ice Natsuki Subaru. The ice Natsuki Subaru, who had never given up on the fight even after collapsing, had saved Rem truly. This person was always doing reckless things for the sake of someone else. Yi, it's not even the real thing, you know. Rem, even if it's not. As Yi curled her lips, Rem's full-force back kick drove straight into the center of her chest. Irregular. Yi recognized that obstructing this was the role expected of her and the duty she ought to fulfill. Within Yi, the assessment of Al as a dreadful, capricious monster would not be overturned, but there were irregulars piling up that would serve to exhaust and burden him. That's the thing, yeah. Even I've ended up on the verge of death many times, quarrelling, wit those above myself, you see. I'm sick and tired of the fact that this world's full of nothing but monsters. But I'm the one who's still kicking, when all's said and done, so it means there ain't nobody who can't be killed. When both sides are performing their best, there ends up Bane, a gap Thatcher can't do nothing about. And so, in order to bridge that gap bit by bit, we've got our underhanded techniques untiringly refined to perfection. If you can rob your opponent of their ability to perform flawlessly, the opportunity to chop off the heads of those above you will come around. That's the blood-reeking secret to our success in life. That was the advice of the vicious old man, the village chief who had instilled Yi with the way of life and techniques of the shinobi. In regards to those ideas of the village chief, Yi had no objections, but she had surprisingly few opportunities to test them. After all, most of Yi's opponents were weaker than her. She would not lose to them, let alone ever engage them in a head-on fight. The first defeat she had ever suffered was against Al, and it fundamentally distorted Yi's way of being. Even now, merely being near him would cause her entire body to be filled with dread, and she wished for him to disappear even a second quicker. For that purpose, there was no other option but to have Al accomplish that which he desired, that which he wished for. That was why, Yi, I don't want to let anyone who can corner that person get near him. Distorted, twisted, full of contradictions. Yi was well aware that those things applied to her, but there was no helping it. Yi liked spicy things and did not really care for sweet things, but those were dispositions she was born with, and a predetermination that she could not alter herself. Because she had been born into such a self, she would continue to live while staying true to that self. Yi had her own ideal way to end her relationship with Al in order to accomplish that. Yi's contradictory way of doing things was to eliminate the irregulars. However, Yi, HK, receiving a direct kick from the horned girl named Rem, Yi stifled the cries from deep within her creaking body, maneuvering her body to disperse the impact through her arms and legs. The shinobi techniques that transmitted ones will down even to their muscles, and internal organs allowed for a means of survival. But even when that was applied, it did not equate to complete negation of damage. The tips of her hands and feet went numb. It was not as though she had underestimated the power of the Oni. However, for Yi, who could discern the capabilities of an opponent by observing their posture and the way they utilized their arms and legs, the Oni clan's trait of dramatically increasing their physical abilities by absorbing the surrounding mana with their horn far surpassed her expectations. In addition, Yi, Emilia-sama's adlibs really are quite troublesome, aren't they? Bearing those bitter sentiments, Yi muttered with an expression still harboring some leeway. In truth, they had been quite effective, but she could not afford to relay that. Shinobi would never relinquish information to their opponents. If they did, it would have been fabricated information for the purpose of manipulation. With that level of kickback, not only Rem, but even Emilia would have been able to see that Yi had been dealt a considerable amount of damage. If you were to still act calm in spite of that, it would be in human nature to hesitate in pursuit. Rem, Emilia-sama. Emilia, yes. We continue. However, that was only if the opponent was proficiently adept in the ways of combat. After delivering a blow, the duo paid no mind to Yi's composed expression and instead pursued hot on her tail after she was blasted away. She would not call it thoughtless. It was desperate and it was fervent. At present, that was the most troublesome thing. Yi, in that case, I'll answer with my own nasty hand and footwork. Counter. Yi greatly spread out her toes on both her right and left sides, and together with her hands, she controlled 20 steel threads, the numerous swords that had pierced the glacial discus that were serving as the platform. Snaring those constructs of ice and stone with her threads and flinging them up, she directly intercepted Emilia and Rem, poised for pursuit as they were. Guided by the deftness of her digits, the daggers sliced through the wind as they whirled around. combining with the invisible, soundless steel threads to form a twofold assault of heavy and light, rampaging atop the ice as a rending gale that would confound any attempts to respond. If one were to trace the path of the daggers with their eyes, the steel threads would entangle their limbs and rob them of their combat potential. Al had ordered her to abide by the no-killing rule, but even if she had to sever a finger or two, or even all four limbs, those requirements could be met as long as they retained their lives. With those thoughts in mind, Yi surged with a severing intent. However, Rem, Ha, Emilia, Ya, Te, Ta. The defense of the howling Rem and fierce Emilia repelled Yi's assault entirely. A display of teamwork with Rem handling the daggers and Emilia countering the steel threads. Rem coiled the chain of her favored iron ball around her arm and wielded it as an impromptu gauntlet, while Emilia transformed her twin swords into a gigantic halberd. The pair perfectly defended against Yi's attack with a certain coordination despite not having exchanged any words. Yi, how? Their abilities were certainly enough to handle the visible daggers, but there needed to be an explanation to how they had managed to defend against the invisible steel threads. Questioning that reason, Yi caught sight of a faintly white cloud of air as she muttered, and noticed a coldness biting at her skin to an extent greater than that of being atop a great mass of ice whilst plummeting from an immensely high altitude. Yi, HK, ice fog. Minuscule ice particles fluttered down through her vision, twinkling to highlight the contours of the steel threads. At the technique Emilia had employed to detect the invisible steel threads, and the sense needed to come up with it, Yi was struck with wonder. Then, even more so by the possibility of things taking an even worse turn. Emilia, icicle line. That instant, in accordance with the formulated incantation, the atmosphere began to let out a shrill screech. The particles of ice that had made up the ice fog linked together with the particles adjacent to them, and the chill that had painted the world white bared its fangs with even greater ferocity. The first to fall prey to it would be the steel threads that were lacking in mass. The advantage granted by the steel thread's greatest characteristics, weightlessness and thinness, would be crushed in a freezing world. Even if steel threads could slice through the winds, they could not slice through a blizzard. Hence, her decision followed immediately afterward. Yi brought the rings on her fingers to her lips, and at that instant, flames dashed across the steel threads, birthing an infernal explosion atop the ice. A heat wave that jostled back even the icy gale in exchange for relinquishing the steel threads, strength of being unseen, clad them in the power to not succumb to the cold even amidst the icy fog. Yi, please accompany me in this flaming dance. Letting her steel threads dressed in flame wreak havoc, the Crimson Sakura began to perform a dance whilst unleashing her scintillating thread attack. In contrast to that brilliant, fiery dance illuminating the canyon, the two who were bringing about the frigid ice and snow know, counting the 7 ice-sculpted bodies, 9 silhouettes leaped forth. Rem, invitation accepted. Emilia, sorry if I step on your feet. On the ice and armed with twin blades of frost, Emilia slid into Yi's range as the latter manifested a maelstrom of infernal flame. She skated across the ice discus with boots of ice affixed with blades, and tracing a circular orbit, she moved in rhythm with the waltz of flames, commencing a gently curved, yet sharp and relentless onslaught. Comparing favorably to the extreme tempo of Emilia's offense, Rem's decision to plunge forth whilst engaged in a scrum formation with the ice sculptures was more directly stunning to witness. Rem, ahara. Roaring out like a beast, Rem launched her bare white fists forward in a pummel. Worthy of being described as a bombardment, what rained down seemed as though a storm of numerous fists, twisting, crouching, bending back, sidestepping, and leaping over repeatedly. Yi evaded it as if merely flitting through the movements of her dance. Yi, if you're only using your bare fists, you'll spend eternity trying to catch up to me. Even with the physical abilities of an Oni, if there were 4 limbs extending out of a torso, the flow of strength through the muscles was plain to see, and Yi's eyes would not fail to glimpse it. Rem's Oni strength was astounding, but it did not outpace Yi's reaction speed like the sword demon had. With that logic, the irregulars that were actually betraying Yi's imagination were rather the 7 ice sculptures of humanoid shape, reining things in with inscrutable movements during the intervals between Emilia and Rem's attacks. At this rate, just as she had declared, you would end up spending an eternity engaging these two in combat. Yi. No. When Yi was on the verge of opting for the easy option, she put the brakes on herself. This battlefield had been selected by her opponents. If she were to allow her opponents to have things their way, she would be playing right into their hands. In order to obstruct these irregulars, she would have no choice but to become the irregular to her opponents. For the time being, Yi, this platform a discus of ice that had been constructed in collaboration by Emilia and Rem, employed to split up Yi and Al with its transparency, harmed in proportion to the wind hitting it. Al's figure on the other side of the cloudy white ice disk grew foggy. Deeming this platform unidle, Yi dealt with Rem's volley of punches, slipping under Emilia's attack from behind, and used one of the ice sculptures trying to tackle her as a stool to leap into the air. Then, sending all the steel threads on her hands and feet in every direction of the discus, she exerted all of her might and began to spin her body around. As a result, Yi, I'm changing the situation. Is this also within your calculations? Guided by Yi's might, the arena known as the ice discus was altered as that disc began to spin like a top. A tremendous centrifugal force was applied to everyone on the ice. With that, the battle transitioned to its next stage. Irregular. That had the meaning of something unexpected, and understanding that piling them up was their current greatest weapon, Emilia hyped herself up. Whenever she got abruptly startled, Emilia would be unable to immediately think of the next action to take. The same thing could be said about Al. Al would have probably thought about a lot of things in order to plan what he was doing now, but he could not read all the way into the minds of Emilia and the others. That was the purpose of the irregulars. Leah, whenever you're in a pinch, you immediately try to use whatever strength you can to force your way through to some sort of solution, right? Though when that doesn't work, you end up worrying over what you should have done to begin with. But it wouldn't be like you to come to a halt there, Leah, nor do I think it would suit you. My adorable daughter has the power to smash through any problem with a bam. So don't just give up after the first go. How about you pile up a bunch of tries and do your best with that? Don't worry, Leah. When the time comes, your body will naturally teach you whatever you might need in that moment. After all, you're the daughter I'm so proud of, so you'll inherit the most powerful genetics. Indeed, words that Puck had once spoken to Emilia were now affectionately resuscitated in her head. These days, it was always Subaru's words that she found to be reliable, but now that she knew Subaru was in danger, the first one to encourage Emilia was the teachings of Puck, as always. Her joint offensive with Rem against Al was now in the midst of hard-fought struggle. Due to the intervention of Yi, they had already passed 2 more engravings in the cliff, meaning they only had around 30 seconds left before they reached the bottom. She felt extremely fretful. However, she could not afford to let it overwhelm her. This was not something she was particularly skilled at, but she needed to foist these feelings onto Al and Yi. In order to stop Al, no, in order to properly talk things out with Al, this time for sure. After all, Priscilla would have never desired this sort of thing. The fact that voicing such a thing would be cruel to Al, Emilia knew. Even now, thinking of Priscilla, it made Emilia's heart ache to voice her name, and she would feel a sensation of moisture in the corners of her eyes. She wanted to allow Al to vent those feelings. In the past, Emilia had once been rescued by Al even without that. Emilia wished to become a source of strength for Al not just because they shared the same pain, it was not that, but as a more instinctual feeling, Emilia wished to save him. That was why Emilia, HK, Subaru. The heat-filled wind ferociously stirred the maelstrom, and the disk of ice revolved with Yi at its center. Atop the disk of ice that had begun to revolve as vigorously as a spinning plate, the ice soldiers modeled after Subaru were unable to hold their ground after bearing the additional centrifugal force for a bit, and were subsequently blown away. They would be unable to do a thing about being thrown off the face of the disk, and at worst would meet a fate of crashing and shattering against the cliff face of the canyon. But before that could happen, Emilia would not forget how one of them caught her hand just as she was about to stumble from the spinning, preventing her fall and saving her. Emilia, Rem is, sliding across the revolving ice disk with skates of ice. Emilia tried to locate Rem in her vision, as she ought to have been cornered into a similar situation as her. No, what if she had been thrown off like the ice soldiers then? Before the worried Emilia erupted a thundering boom and an even more enormous inferno. The collision had occurred at the center of the disk, where Rem and Yi violently crashed into each other and flared into a fiery blaze. Once again, wielding the iron ball that she had cast into the sky earlier, Rem swung it down, and Yi skillfully warded off that downward strike by utilizing the tensile strength of threads bundled together. As a result, Rem's large, sweeping movement was halted, and there did Yi thrust her toes squarely at her. Rem, Ka. Letting out a cry of pain, Rem was repelled back and tumbled down onto the ice disk, slipping towards the outer circumference. With the rotation of the disk and Yi's leg strength, there were no means to stop Rem's sliding body. Unwilling to allow that to happen, Emilia tried to devise a way to reach her, but Yi, looking away, is forbidden. As soon as she kicked off the ice, Yi's counterattack closed in as if thrusting towards her. An attack with the stone dowel that had been snatched up by a flaming steel thread, and the second stage follow-up of the thread slicing not far behind it. At the two-stage assault that spanned a large range and necessitated evasion, Emilia began to ruminate she tried to, but recalling the words of the reliable Subaru and Puck, she abandoned that endeavor. Relying on her senses more than her thinking, Emilia soared towards Rem, who had been flicked away. Quite literally, she had caught wind in her wings and flown towards Rem. Yi, Wah, staring in amazement, Yi was taken aback by that shocking display. It was the first time she had left herself completely open, but unfortunately, Emilia did not have the leeway to focus her attention there right now. Only, flying directly towards Rem, she scooped her up right as she was about to fall off the edge of the disk and soared up. Emilia did, with wings forged of ice upon her back. Rem, thank you, Emilia-sama, these wings are. Emilia, Subaru drew a picture of them before. Beings that grow wings on their back, they're called angels. Subaru would talk about them every once in a while, but I tried my best, and I did it. Answering Rem's question after carrying her up, Emilia softened her cheeks. But then again, these were fake wings that only resembled them in shape. They could not be flapped like a real bird's wings, and at best could glide on the wind. Moreover, it was something that could only be realized in this particular situation, an instance of success for an extremely rare magic. Subaru would probably be delighted if she were to show it to him, but for that they would also need to fall together from 5,000 meters up in the sky. For that reason as well, Rem, Emilia-sama. Let's retaliate. Emilia, yeah. Emilia spread her glacial wings as Rem gave a valiant utterance within her arms and nodded in agreement. Retaliate, the first thing that flashed through her mind upon hearing that word. Intuitively believing it to be the same thing that Rem was thinking of, Emilia lowered their altitude directly above the ice. Detaching her wings there, Emilia and Rem entered freefall and began to spin themselves, striking their heels down in unison. The horizontally rotating disk of ice was forced into a vertical gyration with all of their might. Emilia, as payback for the ice disk having been made to spin horizontally, they made the ice disk spin vertically. It was very simple, but it was an incredible payback that neither of them would have been able to accomplish on their own, and so having remained on top of the disk, Yi ought to have been stupefied. As the platform turned over from up to down, and then back to how it was before, and then immediately upside down again, to normal, to upside down, and to normal over and over and over, she was jostled about. To make matters worse, Emilia, there's also still the horizontal spin. As a result, the ice disk spinning on both axes became a random battlefield that did not trace any expected trajectory. It was just like the wobbly and shaky attraction of the training ground that Subaru and Garfield had made behind the Roswell mansion. And precisely due to thinking of that, Emilia speedily dashed across the ice disk attraction. Emilia, ya, ta, to, soa. While altering the direction of the vehement force within a single second, Emilia relied only on the sensations from the bottom of her feet to receive that momentum and use it to propel herself forwards. She was somewhat relieved that she had been able to run on it. On the other hand, she was worried about whether Rem was all right or not, but Rem, there is no need to worry. As Rem responded so, she thrust her iron ball into the ice disk, and with that as the fulcrum she pulled herself forward with her chain in one go, aiming for the center. Though falling a bit short of Emilia's momentum, it offered a far more reliable sense of stability. Contrary to that, Emilia had to ensure that her own footing did not slip. Emilia, that girl. Either atop the ice disk that had been disrupted both vertically and horizontally, or possibly below, desperately clinging on in order to not be shaken off, Emilia searched for the figure of Yi in order to pursue her, and then blinked her amethyst eyes. There she was. Unmoved, Yi was right in the middle, the spot on the disk with the weakest centrifugal force. Even so, that would not change the fact that she had been jostled about, and as she seemed like she was about to stretch out her legs, Emilia realized. Emilia, having folded her knees and leaned into the ice disk, Yi had not been affected by the gyration of the platform. The reason was clear: she had excavated the center of the ice disk with her steel threads, creating a unique safety zone immune to the effects of the rotation as she lay ready in wait for Emilia, and that instant, steel threads alight with flame bundled together, and a blazing flash of weighty silver engulfed her vision. A blazing, silver flash of crimson. If one were to have had a bird's-eye view of that, and if they possessed knowledge of that technique, they would have likely realized that what Yi Tenzin had unleashed was a steel-thread iaido, the art of swiftly drawing a katana and unleashing a lethal strike before immediately returning it to its sheath. Nobody would have imagined that something so thin, lacking any consistent form, could take the shape of iaido. Not to mention, even amidst the long and storied history of the shinobi, the steel thread technique was a legendary art that none save the most gifted of geniuses could even grasp the fundamentals of, let alone master. The fact that Crimson Sakura, the most gifted shinobi throughout all of history, had polished that deadly technique to even greater heights was something that not a single person, not even Aldebaran, had been aware of. Therefore, the fact that Rem had managed to defend against the silver flash of flames could not be described as anything short of a miracle. Rem, Priscilla-san. Spun by her lips was the name of the woman bearing one of the reasons that had guided Rem to this point and had got her standing back on her feet. And now she was the benefactor who had left behind signs so that Rem could continue clinging on to life. She had felt it. Something she had not been allowed to detect a single time up to this point: Yi's definite murderous intent. The emotions of humans dwelled within mana. Those who excelled at perceiving such mana could easily guess the emotions of others. The reason why spirits could vaguely sense the thoughts of other people was thought to be corollary to this sensation. Thus, absorbing the surrounding mana with her horn via her Oni transformation, Rem felt sensations that she normally could not grasp with an acuity several times greater than usual. Until now, she had not felt it. No, it was a sensation she would not have noticed even if she had felt it. There were various factors that played into her gaining the ability to sense this. The fact that she had restored herself, as well as the sense of duty she carried to take back Subaru. But the number one reason lay elsewhere. The number one factor was the influence of the days she had spent together with Priscilla in the fortified city of Garrel. Amidst the time that was by no means long, Priscilla would often present Rem with words that seemed like riddles, granting her an impetus to deeply come face to face with her own self. At the time, due to frustrations with her inadequate healing magic and uselessness, she had merely attempted to superficially follow Priscilla's words. But now I feel like I finally understand it just a bit. Even now, she would not say that she knew all the answers to the words from back then. She would think of it as an assignment that would last for her whole lifetime, and she would never be able to check her answers anymore either. That was sorrowful, lonely, pained her heart. Right now I wish I could speak with you, Priscilla-san. Muttering, she closed her eyes. Then, when she reopened them, Rem's gifts as an Oni awakened in those eyes. What she keenly perceived mixed in with the mana was a faint enmity, murderous intent, will to attack to the place where that seemed to be tinged with color. Rem sent forth her iron ball with pinpoint precision. The silver flash of flames that had drawn near in an attempt to bisect both herself and Emilia, slamming her morning star into a position that could clear it away in a single swing. The certain death unleashed was transformed into non-lethality. The shrill clangor of steel on steel rang out, and as a vehement recoil was delivered to her grip, Rem's counterattack met Yi's brandish head-on. Yi, slightly aghast at that reality, Yi nevertheless stooped down and prepared for her next move. Countless rampaging silver flashes, perceiving the murderous intent surging through the air before they could be unleashed, Rem preempted them, firing her iron ball, chains, and magic forth as if to trace the lines. In a series of moments that almost seemed to overlap into a single instant, Yi's onslaught was thwarted by Rem Ah, a breath spilled from her heart. Ah, this is it. This is the true scenery that the Oni clan had gandered. A mere sliver of the domain Ram had reached by birth now. At this moment, over a decade later, the tips of Rem's fingers had finally caught on. Emilia. Rem. Springing up her iron ball, Rem continued to fend off the tempest of blazing threads of steel, and Emilia called out to her. The sense of urgency loaded in that voice was not out of gratitude for having been protected, but rather a cry to inform her of a change in the situation, and one for the worse at that. She caught Emilia in the corner of her eye, stretching out her long legs as she clung to the surface of the ice discus, darting her eyes around the revolving view. Emilia, Al's gone. I can't find him anywhere. Rem, HK. At her wit's end, Emilia's voice caused Rem to finally realize that Al had disappeared from her own sights as well. Below the discus of ice, Al was supposed to be in a position where he could do nothing but spectate the battle above, but he was nowhere to be found in the sky made perceivable from the disc's rotation, having eliminated all obstructions to vision. As soon as Rem thought about where he could be, realization struck her like lightning. She strained her eyes to the distant sky. As they plummeted down the Agzed Canyon, beyond that long, massive fissure in the ground, far in the distance from Rem and the others, a silhouette could be seen receding into the distance. Similar to what Emilia had done earlier, with wings on his back catching the wind with wings forged of stone, Al was gliding away at ferocious speeds. That instant, what flashed through Rem's mind was a joint attack with Emilia onto the ice disk. That had made the platform spin vertically and had advanced the battle against Yi into the next dimension, but that had been used against them. Rem. When Emilia Sama and I linked up in order to kick the platform, at that time, Al had clung to the bottom side of the ice disk, and using the momentum of the rotation from Rem and Emilia's kick, he gained a propulsion to launch him straight up into the distant sky. Rem, if Al were to escape like this, the entire operation would come crumbling down. By piling on the irregulars, they had been whittling away at Al's reserves, but if things proceeded this way, they would be unable to arrive at the trump card they needed to play. That must not happen. Making a split-second decision, Rem and Emilia exchanged gazes. Emilia, Rem. And the will of Emilia, which she ought not have been able to hear, was delivered to Rem through Mana. The things that the Oni Horn perceived were not limited to just omens of hostility. By also taking in unshakable trust and expectation, Rem was bestowed with unlimited power. It was to the extent that, rather than simply taking in mana, she might end up believing that bearing those emotions was actually the source of the power. Indeed, she had certainly been granted strength, and so, Emilia, I'm headed off. Rem, take care. Raising herself up, and then swinging down on the ice disk with all her might, the vertical rotation of the discus began to rapidly accelerate, and receiving that momentum, Emilia was launched straight up into the sky. Clad in the glimmer of ice, Emilia once again caught the wind with wings of ice stretching out from her back. Soaring above the Agzed Canyon towards the distant sky in pursuit of Al, she soared, and soared away. Then, entrusting Emilia with the pursuit of Al, Rem, I won't let you go after them. Ye, that's my line, Tilda. Passing by yet another marking in the cliff face of the Agzed Canyon, there remained 20 seconds until they reached the floor. The two maids left standing on the plummeting ice platform, Rem and Yi faced off. The final clash between Oni and Shinobi, between the hero's confidant and the Crimson Sakura, commenced.